The screen begins to static with a flashing recording signal indicating an upcoming interview. Yoon Seo-ho appears with a neat appearance and introduces himself as the person in charge of recruitment, as well as handling miscellaneous tasks at the SRM Sports Rehabilitation Massage Club. When asked about his feelings upon becoming the promotional model for the club, he does not hesitate to sarcastically remark that he is being blatantly exploited for his labor by the president. Right after that, he changes his tone to talk about his reason for joining, which is his childhood passion for anatomy and a desire to contribute to society, making the person opposite him ask him to pause to catch his breath. Reminded to maintain a serious attitude in front of the camera, Seo-ho's face immediately darkens along with a reluctant and gloomy apology. The interview is interrupted when he suddenly receives a phone call from a strange man frantically asking where he is. Seo-ho's expression suddenly turns fierce, and he yells into the phone, interrogating the other party on why they dare to show up at that location at this time. Ignoring the staff's attempts to stop him, he hastily rushes out of the room and shouts, demanding that the other person absolutely must not get into the car of some bastard. He slams the door shut to the astonishment of those around him, abandoning the recording session that is still unfinished. The quiet hallway is left with only the cameraman scolding about the crazy and irresponsible behavior of the guy who just left. Seo-ho rubs his forehead tiredly, silently lamenting that no one knows what a huge burden it is to deal with a troublesome Lee Bo-deum. He trudges aimlessly along the hallway, while his thoughts keep circling around why he was dragged into this mess with this clumsy senior since high school. His face hardens with frustration, sighing to himself that ever since fate bound the two of them together, nothing has gone smoothly according to his wishes. The setting of the story shifts to the ancient Euro high school, which harbors extremely strict unspoken rules to ensure the safety of the students. In the faculty room cluttered with documents, a cold warning rings out that the newcomer will have to take full responsibility if they dare to ignore these safety instructions. The first rule dictates that no one is allowed to go out to the schoolyard alone if an unexpected downpour suddenly hits at dismissal time. The second taboo is that one must absolutely never look up toward the lab room on the 4th floor of the old building while standing in front of the maiden stone statue. In the event of accidentally spotting something strange in that room, the student is forced to shout out loud an assertion that they are not involved exactly 4 times in a row. A lone figure stands isolated in the middle of the schoolyard under the white rain, evoking a terrifying question about the fate of those who dare to go against the rules. The despairing answer reveals that the person's soul will be imprisoned forever. Not even death can help them escape the mysterious entity in that lab room. Seo-ho stands silently in the rain, letting out a frustrated curse as the freezing water begins to soak into his thin dress shirt. He stares at the schoolyard and silently complains, wondering when this rain will finally stop so he can leave. His final limit of endurance seems to have been completely shattered, making his face look haggard and full of resignation under the pouring water. Recalling the warning to never cause trouble after transferring schools, Seo-ho only finds it ridiculous because his terrible mood right now has overwhelmed any fear. Trudging across the schoolyard, he suddenly stops as a sudden cold chill runs down his spine, forcing him to be on guard. Seo-ho puts his hand over his forehead to block the heavy rain, then squints toward the old building blocks sinking into the silent darkness. He exclaims in astonishment, mixed with doubt upon discovering something extremely bizarre existing behind the window frame of the lab room. Under the dim light of the rainy day, a blurry figure begins to gradually become clear, making the surrounding atmosphere suffocatingly hard to breathe. Seo-ho squints tensely, trying to look through the heavy rain to confirm what the entity inside actually is. A bright red figure like a human anatomical model presses against the glass with a grotesque expression, officially marking the beginning of the nightmare. A girl is hugging that bright red entity tightly with a passionate expression, as if finding the greatest happiness of her life. Witnessing that horrifying scene through the window, Seo-ho cannot help but shiver in fear as the freezing rainwater continues to seep deep into his flesh. He hastily leaves the schoolyard under the heavy rain, telling himself that he definitely must find a way to sprinkle salt to break this wicked bad luck. The atmosphere inside the school hallway is frighteningly silent, leaving only the flickering streaks of light reflecting from the old window frames. Seo-ho pushes the door and steps into the room with an exhausted expression, water dripping from his body onto the floor, creating patchy water stains. Looking at the gloomy gray school in the rain, he silently affirms in his heart that he truly hates everything about this place. While frustratingly loosening his tie, he lists out all sorts of flaws, from the broken fans to the dilapidated buildings. Taking off his soaked dress shirt to reveal a toned body, he sighs when thinking about the foolish students and the appearance of that mysterious entity. Seo-ho stands alone in the locker room, scantily clad, silently comparing this remote school to the shabbiest restrooms he has ever known. Finally, he throws his soaking wet clothes into the trash can as a way to vent all the frustration accumulated after a day full of troubles. Seo-ho reaches out to grab a tracksuit from the locker to change, hoping to wash away the bad luck of a day riddled with weird things. Suddenly, he freezes with his eyes wide open in shock, as if he just saw something he shouldn't have seen right in a room where he was supposed to be alone. At the back of the classroom, a petite girl is sitting quietly at a desk with a calm expression, as if his presence is just a part of the environment. A shiver runs down his spine when Seo-ho realizes the uncanny resemblance between this girl and the grotesque entity he just encountered in the schoolyard. The girl's eyes slightly shift and look straight at him, creating a high-pressure silence that envelopes the young man's troubled mind. Under the shimmering light, her delicate face becomes visible as she bites into a red apple slice, exuding a captivatingly pure beauty. Seo-ho still stands frozen in a half-naked state, silently wondering if this is a human or a ghost upon recognizing the red uniform of the high school sharing the same building. The two of them just stare at each other in a deeply awkward situation, making the atmosphere extremely tense. He cannot believe that the tiny creature casually eating an apple in front of him could be an upperclassman of this school. Feeling uncomfortable being observed so closely, Seo-ho speaks up with a bewildered expression, asking if she plans to look the other way. The girl blinks slightly with an innocent expression, as if she hasn't fully processed the awkward situation unfolding before her eyes. Meanwhile, Seo-ho hastily puts on his pants while silently judging that this girl is definitely a pervert rather than a ghost. Suddenly, the girl stands up abruptly, causing the chair to fall to the floor, making the guy flinch and unconsciously step back. The sound of hurried footsteps approaching him mixes with the image of the apple rolling right on the old wooden floor of the classroom. She stands tall right in front of Seo-ho, forcing him to look down at her in an incredibly awkward and embarrassing posture. He squints suspiciously, wondering what the hell this girl is planning to do next. In complete contrast to his wariness, she suddenly flashes a smile as radiant as sunshine and greets him warmly. This sudden friendliness leaves Seo-ho stunned, his mind seemingly paralyzed by the other person's overly rapid emotional shift. The girl steps closer and casually explains that she actually greeted him early in the morning but knew for sure he wouldn't be able to remember. He replies coldly with a short question and silently thinks that he is already too used to these troublesome ways of hitting on someone. The girl introduces herself as Lee Bo-deum, currently a high school freshman, while asserting that she already knows Yoon Seo-ho well, without him needing to introduce himself. Flashing a bright smile with eyes sparkling with joy, Bo-deum proactively reaches out her hand in the hope of starting a good relationship. Faced with that enthusiasm, Seo-ho only silently feels annoyed and suspects that this is just another stalker craving his attention. He decides to maintain an indifferent attitude and casually walks past the girl, believing that if ignored, the other party will soon feel discouraged and give up. Despite his coldness, Bo-deum still waves enthusiastically and doesn't forget to shout a loud goodbye along with a reminder of her own identity. A strange voice suddenly rings out threateningly from behind, causing Seo-ho's footsteps to abruptly stop right in the middle of the hall. The person demands that he immediately forget everything he saw today as a way to protect himself from unnecessary trouble. Seo-ho's image appears very serious in the student profile, accompanied by a comment that he is truly a highly exceptional individual. Being the precious son of a real estate tycoon and the young lady of a pharmaceutical conglomerate, he is wrapped in velvet like a priceless treasure of the family. Seo-ho's breathtakingly handsome appearance is the weapon that helps him always stand at the top tier, completely separated from those around him. Seo-ho casually falls asleep in class, but still astonishes his friends by maintaining top-tier academic performance despite only being engrossed in playing soccer all semester. It is exactly that comprehensive excellence that inadvertently makes him a target for those who always harbor an inferiority complex and envy. However, behind that seemingly easy-to-bully exterior lies a terrifying hidden side that no one can foresee. The memory of his mother's teachings comes back vividly. She always reminded him that to help the world, one must first know how to master and perfect oneself. The young boy Seo-ho back then obediently engraved the teachings in his heart and promised his mother that he would always remember these moral principles of treating others. Returning to reality, when a stranger touches his shoulder provocatively, he tells himself that he must prioritize dealing with the pesky people blocking his way. Seo-ho's eyes suddenly become sharp and full of murderous intent, silently threatening that anyone who dares to get in his way will have to pay a heavy price. Without a moment of hesitation, he takes down his opponent on the spot and then coldly walks away, leaving a bloody scene and terror for the witnesses. The rumor about Seo-ho breaking both the teeth and nose of a male student from another class quickly spreads throughout the school as an affirmation of his terrifying strength. His parents can only hold their heads in agony and disappointment over their son's violent behavior, making the family atmosphere extremely tense. Seo-ho trudges along with a band-aid on his face, carrying a melancholy silence after the horrifying brawl just now. His parents stand in front of him and make the harsh decision to send him to a provincial school for 1 semester so he can reflect on his behavior. His father also threatens to throw him into a boarding school all the way in Canada if this happens again, making the family atmosphere heavier than ever after his 27th summons. Night falls, covering the high-rise apartment buildings, a place hiding the loneliness and unstable mood of the young master. Just stepping out of the bathroom with his hair still soaking wet, Seo-ho quietly uses a towel to dry his head while his mind still wanders about the upcoming changes. The phone placed on the table suddenly vibrates continuously with new message notifications, making him reach out to grab it to check. He scrolls through a series of checking-in questions on whether he is still alive or not from his group of friends, then coldly replies that they are wasting his phone battery uselessly. Standing in the middle of a luxurious but empty apartment, Seo-ho follows his friend's heated debate about the injustice of him getting expelled while the instigator, Jaehyun, is safe and sound. His eyes weigh heavily looking at the phone screen, silently feeling that there is nothing worth caring about or reporting back to the family at this moment. Suddenly, an image of a small hand reaching out amid sparkling petals flashes in his mind, reminding him of a strange connection he hasn't been able to name yet. The image of a juicy red peach rolling on the classroom floor seems to recreate the moment Seo-ho stood half-naked in embarrassment in front of the strange girl. A close-up of Bo-deum's wide-open, curious eyes, seemingly trying to engrave every detail of the person opposite her deep into her mind. The bright red entity with the shape of an anatomical model unexpectedly appears amidst brilliant flowers, creating a grotesque, chilling contrast. Returning to reality, Seo-ho rubs his head tiredly and tells himself that he just has to ignore all the bizarre things that just happened. He squints into the distance with a chaotic state of mind, trying to regain his composure after the rapid-fire incidents right on his first day of transferring schools. A blunt rejection message pops up on the phone screen while he reassures himself that this place is still better than the boarding school in Canada. Anyway, a panoramic view of the deserted school appears under the sunlight, where Seo-ho reminds himself to stay strong so as not to collapse. Suddenly, Bo-deum appears with a radiant smile on her lips, then holds out a paper bag of food right in front of the guy. Seo-ho stands motionless in the middle of the hallway with an astounded face, unable to believe that this troublesome girl has found him once again. She gently shakes the bag in her hand, then explains that she is bringing back the uniform he accidentally left behind the day before. Bo-deum casually explained that she was doing laundry anyway, so she threw his uniform into the washing machine, while the surrounding students started whispering about the ambiguous relationship between the two. Seo-ho felt extremely irritated thinking about her spreading the story of him being naked in class, and immediately interrogated her on why she picked up something he had thrown away. Bo-deum was stunned by his harsh reaction, her eyes wide with surprise as if she couldn't believe her ears. She thought to herself that the emotions clearly displayed on this guy's face were too easy to read, which made her feel confident of winning. With an innocent expression, The petite girl expressed her regret, knowing that the clothes were still very new but ruthlessly thrown away by their owner. She continued to explain that she had even carefully ironed it flat before bringing it back, despite the tense atmosphere still enveloping the hallway. Seo-ho clicked his tongue in regret, blaming himself for being too careless to let a troublesome person pick up his belongings from the trash. Although not overly concerned about baseless rumors, he admitted that he would be extremely annoyed if labeled as a naked pervert. Bo-deum's gaze halted when she realized the sudden change in attitude and the high-pressure approach of the person opposite her. Seo-ho leaned close to her ear and dropped a cold threat, demanding she absolutely keep the secret about what happened on Friday if she didn't want big trouble. Seo-ho leaned close to Bo-deum's ear to whisper the final warnings, making the surrounding space seem to freeze. At a close distance, he quietly observed her round forehead and slightly messy bangs, wondering to himself if this girl had to run all the way here. He coldly interrogated her to see if she truly understood what he just said, while the girl could only nod profusely in resignation. After achieving his goal, Seo-ho casually grabbed the paper bag and turned his back to walk out of the room, leaving Bo-deum still standing quietly watching his back. As soon as he left, the crowd of students immediately rushed to surround the small girl to interrogate her about their relationship along with a series of curious questions. The whispers about whether that handsome guy already had a girlfriend continued endlessly, turning the originally quiet atmosphere extremely noisy. Recalling the threat of a tragic end if she dared to breathe a word, Bo-deum could only fearfully use both hands to cover her mouth tightly to keep the secret. Night fell, enveloping the modern high-rise buildings, where all the school troubles seemed to have temporarily settled down. At the luxurious apartment, the paper bag containing the old uniform was carelessly and coldly thrown onto the floor. Seo-ho looked at the juicy red peach rolling at his feet, then loudly called the maid in to clean up the mess he just created. Seo-ho briefly glanced in another direction with a face full of disgust, secretly wishing that this troublesome reality could disappear immediately. His eyes unconsciously stopped at the juicy red plum lying solitarily on the floor, reminding him of a not-so-pleasant event that just occurred. A feeling of frustration enveloped the surrounding space, making him wonder if he was suffering from psychological trauma syndrome after consecutive shocks. Despite having prepared his posture to leave, Seo-ho still couldn't hide his skepticism when looking at the petite girl blocking his escape route. In contrast to his harshness, Bo-deum flashed a radiant, sunny smile that left Seo-ho frozen in extreme astonishment. He dropped his head into the palms of his hands in despair, secretly judging that this girl was truly a professional stalker and wondering whether he should continue to ignore her presence. Suddenly, the girl proactively asked him to hold out his hand and then grasped it tightly, an action that caught Seo-ho completely off guard with no time to react. A plastic bag containing 2 ripe red plums was neatly placed into his large palm, exuding a strange warmth and sincerity. Seo-ho stared at the small gift in his hand with a highly suspicious expression, wondering why she would give this to a stranger like him. Bo-deum slightly tilted her head and smiled meaningfully, then revealed that this was the produce carefully grown by her and her grandmother, which she would naturally never give to unimportant people. Seo-ho stared at the bright red plum, secretly wondering if that girl mistakenly thought he had eaten all the plums in the bag from yesterday. He slightly frowned in confusion, then told himself that in reality, he had absolutely no interest in any kind of fruit. Standing in the middle of the deep hallway, Seo-ho quietly watched her disappearing figure, letting the empty silence envelop the surrounding space. In a dazed moment, he stood alone holding the bag of plums in his hand with a bewildered expression like someone who had just lost his way. Suddenly, he cracked a mysterious smile and uttered words of doubt upon realizing the bizarre events gradually unfolding before his eyes. The atmosphere in the school turned gloomy as malicious gossip began to spread, questioning whether that girl was a terrifying creature or not. The students quietly mentioned the name Lee Bo-deum with scrutinizing eyes and couldn't hide their curiosity about her true background. They expressed fake sympathy for someone always considered a weirdo, shunned and isolated by the entire school right from her first days in elementary school. Standing quietly in a dark corner, Bo-deum's solitary silhouette appeared pitifully along with the heartbreaking truth that she was an orphan who could only rely on her frail, elderly grandmother. She slightly lowered her eyes upon hearing the derogatory nickname about her body odor, silently accepting that she had long been too accustomed to the bitter whispers behind her back. Reminiscing about her lonely elementary school days when she had to hide in the restroom to cry, Bo-deum had now become tough and no longer cared about the malicious gossip. She confidently affirmed that she had found a soulmate to pour her heart out to, then gently pushed the door and stepped into the quiet lab room. Under the dim lights of a laboratory, Callie's silhouette appeared as her soul's spiritual pillar, making her tell herself that she only needed this entity. Her eyes suddenly became infatuated with a flushed face when thinking about Seo-ho's body, secretly admitting that she was a true muscle fanatic. Going back in time to a week ago at the ancient house, the silent atmosphere of the night enveloped the small, solemn courtyard. The phone screen displayed a notification reminding her of the massage competition counting down with a short 71 days left. Looking at the dwindling time frame on the phone, Bo-deum's face clearly showed anxiety and contemplation about the grand goal she was pursuing. Her concentration was interrupted by her grandmother's harsh scolding, demanding that she immediately pick up her spoon and eat before the food got cold. Seeing her granddaughter still in a daze, the old lady gently pressed her on whether she was too worried about the upcoming massage certification exam. Bo-deum firmly corrected that this was a large-scale professional competition for teenagers and asserted that she absolutely must participate at all costs. In the small, remote town where career opportunities were extremely limited, Bo-deum always yearned for a chance to try her hand at her passion of becoming a professional rehabilitation massage expert. The young girl held her rice spoon in despair, secretly lamenting the bizarre rule of the competition requiring contestants to be accompanied by a model to register. Seeing her granddaughter downcast, the grandmother enthusiastically offered to be the supporting model herself, but this idea was immediately dismissed as it didn't fit the criteria. Bo-deum slightly furrowed her brows in deep thought and told herself that her standards for choosing a model were truly too high compared to the general level around here. Time passed in anxiety as the countdown clock hit exactly 67 days until the official exam began right at the high school. Standing in the middle of the crowded cafeteria, she mentally calculated that even if she found a model right now, there wouldn't be much time left to hone her skills. She put her hand to her chin in hesitation, feeling desperate because none of the surrounding students met her expectations, and she began to harbor the reckless idea of bringing the entity Callie to the competition. Suddenly, a tall figure glided past with confident strides, revealing toned body contours that made Bo-deum unable to take her eyes off. She stood stunned, her face changing color in shock, as if her heart had found the treasure she had been searching for so long right amidst the bustling crowd. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at Seo-ho's perfect muscle fibers, secretly affirming that this was the most ideal model she had ever met. Bo-deum stood completely stunned watching Seo-ho's perfect muscle fibers, silently judging that his broad shoulders and muscular physique hidden beneath his dress shirt were a masterpiece of art. The surrounding students started whispering about the outstanding appearance of the newly arrived young master, some even joking that just one punch from him would be enough to send them to see their ancestors. Amidst the noisy crowd in the cafeteria, the petite girl softly muttered the name Yoon Seo-ho as if to engrave the identity of her ideal target into her subconscious. Although she admitted he was incredibly handsome, in the eyes of an anatomy fanatic like her, that toned body mass was the truly mesmerizing thing. In Bo-deum's mind appeared a fantasy scene where she transformed into a queen knight, and Seo-ho was the destined model who would help her conquer the peak of her career. Unexpectedly, a club member spoke up, pulling her back to reality with an anxious question about the status of finding a model for the upcoming competition. The sudden call made Bo-deum startle in a daze with an innocent face, shattering her soaring thoughts about a bright future scenario. In the small room of the needed club, friends who were inherently outcasts discussed the difficulty when their only male member turned out to be extremely shy. Setting aside initial hesitations, the group was gradually drawn into the passion for rehabilitation massage after enthusiastic training sessions held every Wednesday afternoon. Bo-deum flashed a radiantly confident smile and assured the group that although they hadn't officially agreed yet, she had set her sights on a perfectly flawless candidate. Bo-deum excitedly asked if the plan had started, but then she quickly worried because she didn't know how to win the heart of the mysterious model. Back in the club room, Those considered outcasts were fully gathered to discuss a perfect approach strategy together. Her friend Jemin suggested giving gummy candies to break the ice, making the whole group inevitably sarcastic that such a skill was too outdated and needed an immediate update. Another female member quickly interrupted and affirmed that the prerequisite right now was for Bo-deum to bravely state her name in front of the other party. The petite girl stood still, mentally repeating her own identity as if trying to gather the little remaining courage she had. The scene shifted to the bustling school cafeteria, where each individual was engrossed in their own conversations during the lunch break. Bo-deum hid behind the door, closely tracking Seo-ho's every footstep as he glided past the crowd with a highly captivating appearance. Under her observation, Seo-ho calmly carried his food tray toward a hidden corner, completely separating himself from the noise and curious eyes around him. His entire solitary routine, from eating to ignoring all greetings, was meticulously recorded by her in a notebook. Bo-deum smiled radiantly with hope as she secretly concluded that this young master was essentially also a person abandoned by the world, exactly like herself. The downpour poured over the quiet school, making Bo-deum quietly think that both of them being outcasts suddenly pulled them closer together. Standing next to Callie, she quietly watched the white curtain of rain and blamed herself for not listening to her grandmother to bring an umbrella, and now she was stuck here. Since she couldn't leave yet, she decided to embrace the bright red entity tightly and told herself to spend a little more time admiring its perfect beauty. Looking deep into the model's eyes, she softly wished that in the next life, this loyal soulmate would truly be reincarnated as a human. Suddenly, she spotted Seo-ho's lonely silhouette trudging in the rain, making her heart palpitate with astonishment. Realizing that the guy was still staying at school at this hour, Bo-deum couldn't hide her curiosity seeing that the other party was also solitary exactly like her. A bold thought flashed in her mind that this was the fated opportunity for her to bravely approach and start a conversation with him. When Seo-ho pushed the door and stepped into the lab room, Bo-deum tried to maintain a calm facade while eating an apple, but deep down, she was trembling immensely with fear. She quietly muttered her name to herself to prepare for her self-introduction, her eyes never leaving the slightest movement of her ideal model. Under the dim light, the young man casually took off his soaked clothes, revealing a toned body with gorgeous muscle fibers that completely captivated her. Bo-deum sat feeling small before the magnificence of those muscles, her eyes sparkling with admiration mixed with a bit of the obsession of an anatomy fanatic. She marveled at Seo-ho's muscular bare back, secretly affirming that this was a perfect masterpiece without a single overgrown muscle group. Her gaze glued to his toned calves. Then she wondered how a magnificent physique like this could possibly exist in this world. She slammed both hands firmly on the table, secretly declaring that if she let this model slip away, she would carry the regret to her deep grave. Seo-ho slightly frowned in confusion, beads of sweat rolling down his neck as he began to sense the high-pressure presence of a stranger behind him. Bo-deum stood motionless with a tense face. It seemed all her senses at this moment were solely focused on how to possess him. She hastily reached out her hand in desperation, then loudly introduced herself as Lee Bo-deum, swearing that she absolutely must turn him into her model. The scene shifted to the noisy school cafeteria, where each individual was engrossed in their own stories during the lunch break. Bo-deum quietly stood from afar observing Seo-ho eating alone amidst empty seats, silently assessing the proud isolation of this young master. Suddenly discovering her target was right in front of her eyes, she held her food tray tightly with an astounded face, then softly blurted out the name Yoon Seo-ho in amazement. Seo-ho was concentrating on eating when he suddenly paused upon sensing an ambiguously tracking gaze directed at him. He frowned and asked what the other party was looking at, simultaneously complaining internally about the tireless stalking persistence of that troublesome girl. Bo-deum just stood in a daze with the food tray in her hands, her eyes blinking repeatedly with an innocent look in the face of his harsh attitude. She casually placed the rice tray on the table right opposite Seo-ho, officially breaking his inherently quiet atmosphere and solitude. Seo-ho looked awkward and gently reminded her that there were still plenty of other emptier seats for her to eat comfortably. Ignoring the subtle dismissal, she still sat down silently, leaving Seo-ho frozen in an extremely astounded and helpless state of mind. He pointed toward the row of empty seats in the distance with a low growl, hoping this stubborn girl would get the hint and return his peace. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly quiet as the two of them started their meal in the highly awkward silence of strangers. Bo-deum flashed a radiant smile and explained that hogging too many empty seats was a selfish act, making Seo-ho just want to scream and tell her to get lost. The girl casually started lunch with an unyielding proposition, officially forcing Seo-ho to accept her presence. Seo-ho rested his chin on his hand smugly, offering to take a selfie for her to take, and then leave quickly. He even generously offered to give her 2 special photos exclusively, believing that this would solve all the troubles. A triumphant smile clearly appeared on his lips as he thought to himself that this was definitely what a stalker like her was anticipating. However, Bo-deum just stood silently blinking her eyes continuously, appearing completely uninterested in that attractive offer. She slightly tilted her head and casually affirmed that she didn't need them at all, deeply wounding the young master's pride. Seo-ho was so stunned he remained motionless, his face turning pale with shock at the petite girl's unexpected indifference. He started erupting in a fit of rage, demanding to know why she dared to refuse instead of nodding in happy appreciation. Dropping his head onto his arms in resignation, he skeptically asked if she only accepted things seen and heard firsthand instead of lifeless photos. Looking at the girl still holding her spoon with an innocent expression, he silently judged that a persistent stalker like her must have already collected all sorts of candid photos. He leaned his hands heavily on the table and leaned closely forward, dropping a helplessly sarcastic remark about the bizarre tricks she was pulling. Seo-ho growled, asking her if she ever got tired at all while constantly tailing him like a ghost. His face pressed close with immense pressure, his cold purple eyes boring deep into the other party, as if wanting to suffocate any intention of resistance. Bo-deum could only stand frozen in the middle of the cafeteria, blankly watching the back of the guy who just left in suffocating silence. The downpour outside the window reminded Seo-ho of his high school trauma, when joint pains kept him from sleeping even for an hour. He stood silently in the hallway, looking haggard from having to fight against his body's torment every time the seasons changed. A throbbing sensation running down his spine made him softly curse his misery over the wicked growing pains clinging to him. When the dismissal bell rang and his friends cheered in preparation for the break, Seo-ho remained immersed in his own separate world of pain. He trudged solitarily out of the class with the feeling that his entire body was screaming from fierce, endless spasms. His legs trembled unsteadily, every blood vessel seemingly tensing up under the pressure of the physical pain reaching its peak. Seo-ho suddenly stood blocking Bo-deum's way, then demanded why she was rooted to the spot, only to receive a faint confession that she couldn't move because it hurt too much. Bo-deum smiled and offered to help Seo-ho, tentatively asking if he could spare her a little time. The young man stood silently and mysteriously, his back exuding a cold aura in the face of the girl's sudden enthusiasm. Not waiting for an answer, she grabbed his sleeve and led him away, secretly wondering why he realized she was enduring the pain. The nurse's office door swung open, and the petite girl quickly dragged Seo-ho inside into the silence of the empty room. He coldly asked if she was planning to apply medicine for him, simultaneously admitting to himself that he just mindlessly followed her. Bo-deum observed the surrounding space in a daze, then softly uttered a word of admiration at the cleanliness of the nurse's office. Her cheeks flushed pink with shyness at being called a senior for the first time, a radiantly happy smile clearly appearing on her face. Seo-ho stood silently looking at her ecstatic expression, secretly feeling that every action of this girl was truly very hard to understand. He silently determined to expose her fake facade, just as the girl asked him to lie down on the bed and raise his legs high. Seo-ho sat down on the edge of the bed with a sharp, cold gaze full of wariness, wanting to see what trick she was ultimately plotting. Bo-deum began to use her small but forceful hands to press hard on Seo-ho's calves, making him inevitably astonished. She concentrated highly, her eyes narrowing attentively as if observing every blood vessel and muscle fiber hidden behind the fabric of his pants. Seo-ho sat motionless on the medical bed, his mind full of skepticism facing the unusually serious gaze of the girl typically considered an oddball. The atmosphere suddenly became somber as Bo-deum lowered her head, focusing her entire mind on finding a way to soothe the pain he was bearing. A decisive firm press right on the acupressure point made Seo-ho groan softly, but He also immediately felt a miraculous change in his body. Bo-deum excitedly affirmed that this was indeed a symptom of the growing pains commonly found during puberty. She gently talked about her grandmother who always hid her pain, simultaneously affirming that if observed closely, all signs would be clearly exposed. Listening to the explanation about muscle stiffness when bones grow too fast, Seo-ho suddenly realized that his initial plan to drive her away had completely failed. He gave up and interrogated her about his condition, only to receive a firm reassurance that the throbbing sensation would soon fade away. Bo-deum smiled and further explained that people often subconsciously touch their wounds and become quieter whenever they have to endure physical torment. Seo-ho felt the pain gradually fading away. His reason told him to push her hand away immediately, but this pleasant feeling made him wonder if anyone had ever touched him like this before. That unfamiliar touch was like a miraculous magic bestowed upon him, gently washing away all the physical torment he had endured for so long. Bo-deum smiled softly in triumph as she realized that every reaction on the body of the guy opposite her was clearly exposed through the tiniest movements from her fingertips. She focused intensely on her expertise, sequentially naming and accurately manipulating the muscle groups from Seo-ho's thighs down to his calves in the quiet space of the nurse's office. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at the perfect muscle fibers as if they came straight out of an anatomical diagram, silently confirming that her judgment all this time had been completely accurate. Suddenly, Seo-ho seemed to lose consciousness and collapsed forward, leaving Bo-deum only enough time to utter a bewildered exclamation at the abruptly arising situation. The weight of a muscular body pressing down on her made the petite girl frantically demand him to wake up, while complaining that he should go home and sleep instead of collapsing on her. At a breathtakingly close distance, Bo-deum could not hide her embarrassment as she tried to listen to the illegible mumbles of the person leaning closely against her shoulder. Seo-ho's face was flushed red from a rising fever. He whispered that he couldn't hear clearly anymore while her hands were still trembling on his chest. In an ambiguous posture with heavy breathing, Seo-ho leaned close to her ear and dropped a captivating warning that she should absolutely not have any intention of seducing him. The distance between the two narrowed down to the point where their lips almost touched in the suffocating silence. Bo-deum stood rooted to the spot with her eyes wide open in shock, her heart seemingly skipping a beat when the other party suddenly closed in. Seo-ho's weight suddenly crashed onto the petite girl, creating a highly sensitive posture right on the medical bed. She bewilderedly wondered if their lips had actually touched, but then immediately realized his face was burning hot like fire. Looking at the young master's intensely flushed face, Bo-deum secretly suspected that he had caught a cold after standing in the rain for too long. The burning sensation radiating from his body along with the dripping sweat on his neck further confirmed that his temperature was at an alarming level. In her confusion, the petite girl had to brace herself to push the delirious guy backward to escape this ironic situation. Seo-ho completely lost consciousness and fell backward onto the bed, leaving the surrounding atmosphere to become incredibly chaotic. Faced with the unexpected scene, Bo-deum could only stand silently with a dazed expression, trying to calm her chaotic mind. She hurriedly managed to find a way to cover him, telling herself that she needed to quickly find a way to bring down his fever before the situation worsened. Seo-ho lay still on the medical bed under a thin blanket, while Bo-deum quietly sat on the floor to observe his delirium. His face was still flushed red from the high fever, making her inevitably anxious, when she suddenly heard a faint apology escaping from the young master's trembling lips. His eyes remained tightly shut in delirium, his heavy breathing and burning hot skin indicating that his health condition was extremely terrible. Bo-deum panicked and covered her mouth tightly, an extreme fear rising in her heart that after this, Seo-ho would hate her and never bother to look at her face again. She blamed herself for taking advantage of his illness to satisfy her hobby of touching bodies, even the moment their lips accidentally touched. Faced with the torment of her conscience, the petite girl bowed her head and told herself that she absolutely must send a sincere apology to him. The downpour outside the window continued to pour incessantly, blending with the gloomy silence enveloping the school, sinking into darkness. The nurse's office suddenly became unusually quiet as the girl's silhouette disappeared, leaving only the medical equipment lying still under the dim lights. Suddenly, Seo-ho sprang up from the bed with a panicked face, It seemed he had just woken up from a prolonged, chaotic nightmare. He looked around the empty room in utter astonishment, his mind flooded with questions about what the hell had actually happened to him. Seo-ho sat in a daze on the hospital bed, astonished to realize that this was the best sleep he had had in a long time, despite the extremely shabby mattress in the nurse's office. He looked around the deserted room, unable to believe that his exhausted body could recover so miraculously. In a quiet moment, the image of Bo-deum's gentle, warm smile suddenly flashed in his mind, making his heart flutter slightly. The name Lee Bo-deum repeated over and over in his head as an affirmation of the indelible mark that strange girl had just left behind. But then a fit of rage immediately flared up, making his face look fierce. He growled to himself, wondering why she dared to leave him here and what trick she was plotting. Just as he was doubting whether the girl was using a playing hard-to-get tactic, the rapid vibration of a call from his father on the bed pulled him back to reality. As soon as he answered, his father's joyous cheering drowned out the space, hastily informing his wife that their precious son had finally answered the phone. In the dimly lit room, Seo-ho coldly replied that everything was fine to stop his parents' intention of dropping their work to immediately come down and visit him. Despite the anxious questions about his growing pains, his gaze suddenly halted when he discovered a small message note lying alone on the bed. Looking through the rain-soaked window frame, Seo-ho quietly held the note in his hand and completely ignored the earnest calls still coming from the phone. Seo-ho stood silently holding the note along with the still-connected phone, letting out a faint, highly mysterious chuckle. The content of the note was Bo-deum's sincere apology for touching his body without permission to help, while affirming that she would take full responsibility for that action. Seo-ho's eyes flashed with triumph as he thought to himself that his intuition was right. Ultimately, this girl had finally pounced on him as expected. He casually spoke into the phone, asking his parents not to come down but just stay in Seoul because the pains that had tormented him for so long had truly ended. As time passed, the gray, waterlogged sky of the rainy season was replaced by brilliant rays of sunlight and the cheerful chirping of birds outside the school grounds. In the deserted lab room, Seo-ho sat perched on a desk and coldly reminded Bo-deum that her hands had stopped, simultaneously interrogating her on whether she had forgotten her promise to take responsibility for him. Bo-deum was stunned, her face changing color, her eyes wide with bewilderment in the face of the rapid interrogation and the highly overwhelming attitude of the person opposite her. Although the rainy season had ended over a week ago and the pain should have disappeared, Seo-ho forced her to come every day to serve him by massaging his legs. Even though she felt very happy at first, Bo-deum now started to worry because taking care of him had taken up all the precious time she usually dedicated to Callie. Seo-ho slightly smirked and sarcastically remarked that her touch today seemed a bit sticky, then suspiciously asked if she was harboring any dark thoughts in her head, leaving her to frantically deny it. Bo-deum anxiously waved her hands in denial while Seo-ho maintained a calm, scrutinizing expression. It seemed he was enjoying her fluster. In the midst of the tension, she suddenly let out a loud sneeze, causing her previously serious demeanor to completely vanish. Seo-ho frowned in disgust and bluntly criticized her sniffling nose as looking disgusting, not forgetting to interrogate her on when she would finally recover. Bo-deum resentfully retorted that it was he who had passed the cold to her right in this deserted lab room. She sniffled softly and told herself to let bygones be bygones because she still had a conscience and didn't want to pin all the blame on the difficult young master. Looking at the petite girl's resigned face, Seo-ho still did not stop putting on a skeptical look about the true motives hidden behind that action. He gave a smug smile and sarcastically remarked that she was using her illness as an excuse to cling to him, while asserting that even dogs wouldn't bother catching a cold in the summer like her. Bo-deum secretly judged that this guy's brain definitely had a problem to be able to casually forget all the sensitive events that had happened the week before last. She slightly bowed her head, sniffled, and softly called out "Senior," trying to hide her frustration at the other party's overly arrogant attitude. Suddenly, Seo-ho reached out, lifted her chin, and leaned his face close, curiously interrogating if she had just applied something to her lips. Bo-deum was bewildered by the senior's unexpected question, her eyes widening, clearly revealing her embarrassment at being observed so closely by the other party. Seo-ho coldly reached his hand toward her, asserting that he absolutely had no intention of performing any indecent acts. He used his fingertip to gently touch her small lips to wipe away a smudge, leaving the petite girl only enough time to let out a soft exclamation. However, the romantic atmosphere was immediately shattered when an ungraceful drop of snot unexpectedly dripped out, ruining all of the girl's seriousness. A yell full of disgust rang out in the middle of the sunny schoolyard as the young master couldn't believe he just had to witness such a sloppy scene. After the embarrassing incident, Seo-ho trudged along the quiet classroom hallway to dispel the frustrating feeling enveloping his mind. The silence was broken when Bo-deum's call rang out from behind, demanding he turn back, causing him to halt his steps reluctantly. He silently wondered why this stalker suddenly took the initiative to call him with a radiant smile as if nothing had ever happened. Even though he constantly judged her in his heart as a shameless pervert for daring to pounce on him while he was sleeping, his legs still unconsciously walked toward the petite girl. His eyes suddenly narrowed in deep thought. It seemed that behind that rejection was a conflicting emotion gradually blooming that even he could not yet name. Seo-ho felt Bo-deum's small hands soothing all his growing pains, silently thinking that if she didn't have bad intentions, he would have wanted to take her back to Seoul with him. In the cramped space of the gym storage room, he coldly interrogated her on the reason why they were both present in this place instead of the music room, as usual. Bo-deum quietly sat down on the old mattress, her small legs softly placed next to Seo-ho, creating a suffocatingly quiet atmosphere. She unexpectedly tilted her head, smiled, and dropped a bold question, wanting to know if this arrogant young master had ever kissed anyone before. Seo-ho froze with his face changing color in shock, his eyes wide open staring straight at the petite girl as if he couldn't believe his ears. His hands unconsciously gripped the mattress tightly under the pressure of embarrassment, trying to regain his composure in the face of the other party's unexpected attack. He slightly stepped back with a highly defensive face, his breathing becoming heavy as the surrounding space seemed to be gradually taken over by her. Bo-deum moved closer in a provocative posture, her eyes sparkling with mischief, making the distance between the two of them closer than ever before. Seo-ho squinted at her with a highly suspicious expression, growling to ask what the hell she was plotting behind these ambiguous actions. In response to his wariness, she only smiled meaningfully and retorted, asking wasn't he the one who was desiring something. Seo-ho remained silent with cold, sharp purple eyes, while Bo-deum smiled gently and meaningfully, creating an enveloping tense atmosphere. Her small hand softly touched his shoulder, like a mesmerizing invitation amidst the quiet space of the gym storage room. She gently pressed her palm against his neck and lifted his chin, determined to close the final distance between two wildly beating hearts. Suddenly, Bo-deum proactively planted a passionate kiss on Seo-ho's lips, making all his defenses completely vanish. Seo-ho's eyes widened in amazement, completely frozen by the bold and unexpected action of the girl he had considered a stalker. Overcoming the initial astonishment, the kiss gradually became deeper and more passionate as their breaths intertwined. When their lips slightly parted for a moment, the delicate thread of affection left behind only heightened the ambiguous and seductive atmosphere of the room. Bo-deum looked deep into the other party's eyes with a satisfied smile, her hand still cradling the handsome face of her destined model. The intense attraction made them unable to resist. Seo-ho instinctively leaned forward to once again immerse himself in the irresistible sweetness. In a highly sensitive posture right on the old mattress, the two silhouettes intertwined, creating a hot and dramatic scene. Seo-ho unconsciously tightened his grip on Bo-deum's petite waist. It seemed all his last shreds of reason had been completely overwhelmed by a possessive desire. In the silent space of the storage room, the heavy breathing and the unfinished kiss still left behind ambiguous sweet aftertastes on their lips. Seo-ho looked straight into her eyes and seriously interrogated her, stating that this was definitely not her first kiss, and he wanted to know what number he was to step into her life. Despite the sensitive posture, he could only growl, urging the other party to quickly move forward as he felt the burning heat spreading throughout his body. Upon hearing the answer that he was only the fourth person, Seo-ho told himself that he had guessed right due to the excessive proficiency and the romantic track record of the petite girl. He grumpily demanded she keep quiet and never mention that number again because it was directly killing the romantic atmosphere they were having. That number 4 kept repeating in his mind, making the young master inevitably feel frustrated and disappointed right in the middle of the most passionate moment. Unexpectedly jolted awake by the 4th alarm ring, Seo-ho dazedly realized that all the preceding scenes were just a chaotic wet dream. The brilliant morning sunlight enveloped the high school, where the troubles of real life were waiting for the young master who had just gone through a sleepless night. A forceful punch slammed down on the desk as if to vent all the anger and shame after realizing the ironic truth about what he had just fantasized. In the classroom, his friends kept whispering about Seo-ho's gloomy face and speculated that he had just participated in a bloody brawl with students from another school. For the first time in his life, the arrogant young master felt disgusted with himself as the memories from last night's dream kept haunting him without letting go. He silently cursed himself for behaving like a pervert in his dream, while unable to believe he could have such crazy desires. His shame rose to the extreme, leaving Seo-ho only able to sit dazedly with his head bowed, recalling the moment he woke up in shock in the middle of the dark night. A feeling of humiliation crept into his mind when he had to sneakily do laundry behind the landlady's back, secretly cursing the harsh reality that had put him in an ironic situation. Seo-ho frantically banged his head on the desk in front of his bewildered classmates, asserting that this whole mess was all the fault of Lee Bo-deum's hands. He took a deep breath to try and regain his composure, silently resolving to draw a clear boundary with the petite girl so that he could live like a normal person. Right at that moment, Bo-deum appeared again with a radiant smile and eagerly ran down the hallway toward him, still holding a bag of fruit in her hand like a hard-to-break habit. Under the shimmering sunlight, her pure face and rosy lips once again unintentionally awakened highly ambiguous images in the young master's mind. Seo-ho could only frantically shake his head to dispel the dark thoughts enveloping him, while Bo-deum stood bewildered, looking at him with curiosity about the bizarre actions of the person opposite her. Seo-ho stared at the bag of ripe red fruit in her hand, then interrogated if that was his portion, only to receive confirmation that the other party had already finished their portion. He casually remarked that her lips looked really glossy and then handed the bag of plums back to Bo-deum, leaving the petite girl to only dazedly accept it with a soft thank you. The scene shifted to the classroom when the teacher had just finished the proficiency assessment session and reminded the whole class about the lunch break, right when Seo-ho appeared at the door. The young master stood leaning arrogantly, attracting all the curious gazes of the students taking up all the seats in the stuffy classroom. His sudden presence along with his sharp, cold gaze made Bo-deum inevitably dizzy. Her mind suddenly became chaotic, as if caught in a vortex. Seo-ho coldly spoke up, breaking the silence to ask when the female student Yubora would be dismissed, a question that left Bo-deum standing behind completely stunned. The entire classroom suddenly exploded with astonished whispers and gossip, creating an endless wave of commotion around the famous young master. The girl named Yubora shockingly pointed at herself with a face full of disbelief, while her friends around her started cheering excitedly. Amidst the speculations about a secret relationship or ambiguous texts, Seo-ho only smirked slightly in a mysterious way, causing the drama to escalate further. In reality, he simply recalled a name from a nameplate in the hallway to execute his plan to shake off Bo-deum, silently telling himself that dating secretly would be much more interesting. A blonde schoolgirl is bewildered by the crowd surrounding her and wonders why the famous young master suddenly came to her and what he wants from her. Seo-ho coldly requests that they both move to a more secluded place to talk privately, leaving the other party feeling confused and curious. In the middle of the empty hallway, the young master stands tall with authority while Bo-deum quietly observes the drama slowly unfolding behind his back with a look full of suspicion. He suddenly speaks up to ask if Yubora has had lunch yet, causing the little girl's heart to skip a beat at this overly sudden concern. Without waiting for an answer, Seo-ho hands the bag of ripe red plums, a gift that originally belonged to someone else, to the girl in front of him with a completely calm expression. He flashes a dazzling, mesmerizing smile and softly says that this is a small gift for her dessert or to help soothe any stomach discomfort. Yubora is completely captivated by that handsome look. She thinks to herself that even though this is really weird, she is still willing to accept and enjoy the bag of plums he gave her. Seo-ho's eyes suddenly become empty as he stays silent, revealing his sharp, masculine facial features in the quietness of the room. Standing on the opposite side, Bo-deum can only gasp and call out Yoon Seo-ho's name upon realizing that the bag of plums she had gone to great lengths to bring is now resting in someone else's hands. The young master slightly turns his face away with a calculating and cold look, silently affirming that he will use every means to draw a clear line with that annoying girl. Seo-ho coldly declares that Bo-deum can leave, leaving the little girl standing dazed with the bag of plums in her hand in utter astonishment. He stands silently watching her retreating figure, the atmosphere suddenly becoming heavy as an uncomfortable silence takes over. The moment he sees Bo-deum quietly turn her back and run down the hallway, Seo-ho smugly assumes that his plan to shake her off has been a resounding success. However, his hands unconsciously clench tightly in contradiction, as an indescribably awful feeling wells up inside and spreads throughout his entire body. The memory of her sincere confession when handing over the precious gift from her grandmother suddenly rushes back, shaking the arrogant young master's resolve. Standing alone in the dimly lit hallway, Seo-ho begins to silently ponder whether his harsh actions just now had crossed the line. To dispel the intrusive thoughts surrounding his mind, he hits the gym and throws himself into heavy physical exercises in solitude. Seo-ho braces himself and does continuous push-ups with rapid breathing, ignoring the sweat soaking the floor under the pressure of pushing his body to the limit. He realizes that neglecting his workouts for so long has caused his energy to build up into chaotic illusions, forcing himself to take action to regain his sanity. After 3 hours of physical torture, he stands under the freezing shower to completely wash away those haunting silhouettes from his mind. Seo-ho falls asleep with a smug smile, believing that tomorrow morning he will wake up with a peaceful mind, completely free of Bo-deum's lingering presence. However, the quiet scenery of the dark night witnesses the poor young master having to wake up in the middle of the night to sneakily deal with a pile of clothes stained by an unexpected incident. He angrily throws the clothes onto the floor and curses himself as to why he keeps dreaming about that annoying girl in such ironic situations. Standing silently in the bathroom with heavy breaths, Seo-ho tries to piece together the bizarre events that just happened in his haunting dream. The dream's setting reveals itself with Bo-deum crouching down and sobbing uncontrollably like a child, leaving his mind completely scrambled. Witnessing the little girl's sudden breakdown, Seo-ho can only stand and watch with an expression of shock and extreme worry, not understanding what is going on. He hurriedly approaches to comfort her and asks her to stop crying, hoping to soothe the resentment welling up inside her. But just when he lets his guard down, Bo-deum suddenly lunges forward and plants a passionate kiss on his lips, shattering all of his last defenses. A fit of rage erupts under the showerhead as the young master screams in despair, wondering why all of his dreams ultimately end with such a sensitive kiss. The touch was terrifyingly realistic, throwing Seo-ho into a state of panic as he silently thinks that he seems to have actually felt this taste before. Seo-ho tells himself that even though his heart is heavy with guilt, not having to see Bo-deum's face or accept that troublesome bag of plums will help him soon forget everything. The young master's face clearly shows a gloomy look as he stands in the empty room, trying to dismiss the images that have been turning his mind upside down all this time. On the wooden table, a bag of ripe red plums lies solitary next to a yellow sticky note, serving as a silent reminder of the little girl's kindness. The short handwritten message, suggesting that they both share the gift suddenly, becomes a thorn piercing Seo-ho's pride. A fit of rage erupts, making the veins bulge clearly on his face, silently cursing himself for dropping his guard too much against her sincerity. A scream calling out Lee Bo-deum's name echoes throughout the high school like a furious declaration of war, ripping through the peaceful atmosphere. Bo-deum startles and turns around with a bewildered look in the middle of the hallway, completely unaware of what is about to hit her. Seo-ho's appearance right now is no different from a murderous entity rushing forward at breakneck speed, firmly declaring that he has found her. He aggressively steps right next to her, panting heavily from running too fast, making the little girl cluelessly ask what's wrong with her senior. Seo-ho's eyes pierce deeply into her with absolute fury as he mentally curses her innocence for causing him so much torment, then coldly commands her to follow him. Bo-deum hesitantly speaks up, wanting to express her thoughts, causing Seo-ho to frown and press her on what exactly she's plotting. She gently grabs his hand and suggests that from now on they should only meet secretly in the music room instead of accidentally bumping into each other in the crowded hallway. The young master is so stunned that he freezes upon hearing her confess that meeting him in public makes her feel incredibly embarrassed. Bo-deum hastily corrects herself so he won't misunderstand, while taking the stance of a mature high school student to lecture the guy in front of her about maturity. She casually explains that acting on emotions is normal at his age, when an oversized ego always overpowers all reason. Confidently claiming that she has already passed that impulsive phase, Bo-deum begins to bring up the sensitive incident from yesterday with a highly solemn attitude. Seo-ho's face darkens with murderous intent upon hearing this girl daring to disparage the hot kiss from his fantasy as an overly shameful event. Under the blazing sun of the high school sky, a shocking event is about to take place, tearing through the usual peaceful atmosphere. Without bothering to explain, Seo-ho hoists Bo-deum over his shoulder and coldly tells her to shut up, ignoring the girl's frantic cries for help since it's almost time for PE class. He curses furiously in his mind, thinking about how many people are dying to get close to him, yet this girl has the nerve to run away just for the ridiculous reason of feeling embarrassed. Seo-ho roughly drags Bo-deum into the PE storage room despite her protests about school rules. He growls, asserting that those rules don't matter at all right now. His heart is boiling with the intention to clear everything up, telling himself that he only needs the massage sessions and absolutely doesn't have any feelings for the little girl. The rushing footsteps and erratic heartbeats in the cramped space seem to signal an explosive moment about to happen. As soon as they enter the room, Seo-ho immediately corners her against the wall, leaving Bo-deum to merely gasp and scold her senior for crossing the line. The young master coldly hurls insults at her for being heartless, leaving the little girl bewildered, not understanding what huge mistake she had made. He looks deep into her eyes with utter disappointment, questioning why she would abandon someone lost in an emotional mess just to protect herself. Bo-deum freezes, the color draining from her face as she recalls her previously hopeful eyes, which are now deemed by the other party as shameful hypocrisy. She bows her head to apologize and explains that she was just too flustered at the time, while earnestly begging him not to be mad and promising never to do it again. Seo-ho is still not pacified. He grumpily demands a solid guarantee, while Bo-deum can only stammer out an admission that nothing can guarantee the future. Faced with her terrified and awkward attitude, he can only roar in sheer helplessness at the little girl's promise to try and stop him next time. Seo-ho gives a highly sarcastic smile upon hearing Bo-deum's empty promise, thinking to himself that he is the one holding all the advantages in this emotional game. His hand unconsciously clenches tightly in frustration, as an indescribable sense of annoyance surges within him over the little girl's ambiguous and unclear attitude. A creeping sense of betrayal makes the young master slightly smirk in self-mockery, silently blaming this isolated place for making his mind so muddled and vulnerable. Bo-deum looks up at him with a face full of concern, then gently reminds him that he shouldn't continue acting so weird like this. Amidst the cluttered space of the storage room, Seo-ho steps closer and bluntly asserts that she must definitely be craving something from him. The direct accusation makes Bo-deum's face flush red with embarrassment. Her eyes widen in shock as her hidden thoughts are suddenly exposed. Seeing her flustered expression, Seo-ho triumphantly tells himself that his intuition about her feelings for him was absolutely correct. He sarcastically remarks that everything from her eyes to her voice gives it away as clear as day, making Bo-deum bow her head in shyness, admitting that she was too careless. The young master slightly narrows his eyes provocatively, secretly enjoying the feeling of being the one in total control of the situation in the face of the little girl's confusion. Bo-deum just tremblingly fiddles with her hands in extreme awkwardness, making Seo-ho silently understand why her heart is racing so much. Seo-ho thinks to himself that this is her last chance to confess, and he is just too exhausted to wait even a single second longer. The urgent footsteps drawing closer to each other in the quiet space push the tension to the absolute peak of an emotional explosion. Just as Seo-ho is about to declare that he has no intention of dating, Bo-deum shouts out a plea asking him to be her model, leaving them both dumbfounded. A sudden loud noise hits them, cutting right through the chaotic moment and leaving an intensely awkward silence hanging over the high school. Outside, the chirping of birds contrasts completely with the suffocating atmosphere taking place inside the empty lab room. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling flicker incessantly, adding even more drama and bewilderment to this highly unexpected conversation. Bo-deum stands frozen with a blank look as she realizes she just blurted out something that shocked the other party to the point of being speechless. Seo-ho is steeped in darkness with a pale face, coldly pressing her to repeat the offer because he assumes the noise made him mishear. In the middle of the room cluttered with equipment, he staggeringly repeats the question about whether she really wants him to model for a restorative massage competition. Bo-deum hurriedly waves her hands to explain the scale of the prize and promises to give him a cut of the money if they win, hoping to persuade the picky young master. Seo-ho's face stiffens beneath the shadows obscuring his eyes. A dangerous smirk lets out a faint, cold scoff that makes the surrounding air freeze solid. He suddenly bursts into hearty laughter at Bo-deum's confusion, leaving the little girl rooted to the spot, completely failing to understand the reason behind her senior's bizarre attitude. The young master frantically tears at his hair and paces aimlessly around the storage room, nonstop muttering the question of whether she is crazy to make such a ridiculous offer. His eyes flare with sparks of anger as he presses her on whether she is in her right mind to want to turn a young master like him into a model for some trivial massage contest. His exploding fury makes Seo-ho scream about the cheap value of traditional market discount coupons, silently mocking that she is looking down on his class by trying to bribe him with that petty amount of money. Ignoring Bo-deum frantically raising the compensation higher, Seo-ho still feels deeply insulted and insists he wouldn't touch a single dime from those pieces of trash paper. Seeing the little girl's sparkling, hopeful eyes, the young master can only helplessly hold his head and sigh at her terrifying level of naivety. He coldly declares that he has absolutely zero interest in the competition, despite Bo-deum trying to convince him that he just needs to lie still and enjoy the massage sensation he already loves so much. Seo-ho erupts in extreme rage as he yells, asking if she wants him to become a laughingstock for the whole world to see by letting strangers freely touch his body. He decisively turns his back to walk away and demands that she find someone else as a replacement, casually brushing off all the little girl's efforts to compromise with money and material things. Seo-ho hurriedly grabs the doorknob and yanks it hard, but a dry sound echoes, signaling a bad omen. He is shocked to realize the storage room door is jammed tight, despite his efforts to rattle it under Bo-deum's highly anxious watch. The loud banging on the door echoes all the way out to the quiet courtyard outside, but it seems no one can hear this desperate cry for help. Bo-deum nervously asks if the door really can't be opened, then gasps at the thought of them both missing their first period class. Seo-ho angrily suspects foul play, but then falls silent upon hearing her explain that he was the one who was too impatient and hauled her in here. The young master clicks his tongue as he realizes the harsh truth that barely anyone ever passes by this area, even if he were to pound the door to the point of exhaustion. The prospect of being stuck in this dark, cramped room with this annoying girl for a whole 50 minutes makes Seo-ho shudder involuntarily. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Bo-deum suddenly speaks up to ask if he brought his phone to try and contact the outside. Seo-ho frowns, admitting that he had handed his phone over to the class president, while immediately questioning back the status of her communication device. All hope is completely extinguished when Bo-deum's phone screen displays a dead battery icon, leaving the two of them in a hopeless dead end. Seo-ho screamed and blamed someone for the fact that he couldn't charge his phone all day yesterday and completely lost contact, leaving Bo-deum bewildered and wondering if it was her fault. Since that fateful moment, the fury inside Yoon Seo-ho officially erupted violently, like an uncontrollable entity. He lunged forward, frantically punching and kicking the thick iron door with his bare hands, making the person opposite him gasp in amazement and silently judge that this action was no different from a monster. Witnessing him continuously crashing forcefully without feeling any pain, Bo-deum couldn't help but frown in worry and let out a soft, hesitant sigh. After struggling in vain for a while, even the aggressive Yoon Seo-ho began to exhaust himself and slumped down amidst the gloomy silence enveloping the space. He casually unbuttoned his entire shirt as his body temperature rose from the forceful movements, revealing his bulging, burning hot muscles. The young master sat blankly in the middle of the cluttered storage room, while the little girl still stood quietly observing his breakdown under the sunlight piercing through the small window. Seo-ho's face flushed red from the radiating heat that made him feel dizzy, silently cursing this terrible imprisoned situation and something that kept bothering his mind. He slightly narrowed his cold purple eyes, glancing at the other person scrutinizingly, trying to suppress the chaotic emotions surging fiercely within him. Noticing her senior's strange gaze, Bo-deum startled slightly and spoke up to ask if he had something he wanted to confess to her. Seo-ho buried his head in his hands in extreme exhaustion. It seemed the suffocating atmosphere of the storage room was slowly draining his last ounce of patience. Bo-deum softly mentioned the smell of alcohol, making him frown, ask what she was babbling about, and demand that she speak louder and more clearly. The young master suddenly stood up, creating an invisible pressure over the petite girl, making the size difference between the two extremely disproportionate. He coldly asserted that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand the situation, while demanding that she listen and not misunderstand. Seo-ho leaned his face in close and compared her lips to a lemon, saying that just looking at them was enough to feel a stimulating sourness. Bo-deum was bewildered by her senior's vague words, silently thinking that perhaps being locked in the dark storage room had driven him crazy, so she just uttered a few rough words in response. Seo-ho's eyes became resolute as he stepped closer, telling himself that he couldn't stand this curiosity, especially when she kept appearing in his dreams. He bent down low and whispered a daring proposal that he just wanted to confirm this truth one more time. Bo-deum's eyes widened in shock as she felt his passionate breath and deep gaze completely locking onto her mind. In a moment of a racing heart, Seo-ho gently closed his eyes and slowly closed the final distance to touch the lips he had been longing for. In the cramped space of the storage room, Seo-ho was startled to realize that the distance between the two of them was becoming way too close, making his breathing suddenly heavy. The young master frantically scratched his head in extreme regret and embarrassment, silently cursing himself for letting crazy thoughts overpower all reason. To escape the feeling of humiliation, he frantically punched and kicked the iron door, blaming the gloomy atmosphere of this place for making him harbor bizarre illusions. Despite his best efforts to create loud noises, Seo-ho had to bitterly admit that the terrifying silence outside meant no one cared about them. The prospect of being stuck in the suffocating room with Lee Bo-deum made him feel desperate, even though she was still innocently mentioning missing the first period. Bo-deum gently reminded him not to make useless efforts and to sit down to save his strength, leaving the young master to grudgingly accept the dead-end reality in frustration. Refusing to surrender, Seo-ho climbed onto a pile of wooden crates to find a way out through a tiny, high-up window, trying to struggle to escape this emotional trap. Looking at her senior's hard-working back, Bo-deum casually sat eating an apple and silently wondered if she was ever as impulsive and immature as him when she was 16. Her eyes were completely captivated by the bulging muscles on Seo-ho's tensed back, silently marveling that it was indeed an exquisite sight that was hard to look away from. While still engrossed in enjoying the visual gift and longing to touch, she spoke up, asking him to stop and sit down because all efforts right now were completely useless. Bo-deum sat on the gym mat, trying to comfort Seo-ho that they both could leave after the class ended, while silently thinking that she was the one who should feel disappointed. The young master buried his head in his knees in a gloomy silence, making Bo-deum silently sigh at the thought of getting dragged into this mess and reluctantly missing her class. While munching on the apple, the little girl attentively observed Seo-ho's strange expression, silently speculating if he was suffering from claustrophobia. Bo-deum softly called Seo-ho's name to break the quiet atmosphere, but only received a cold, dismissive response from the other person. Not giving up, she reached out and gently poked his shoulder, then curiously pressed to see if this arrogant young master was feeling afraid. She gently suggested he try deep breathing exercises or take a short nap, promising that she would wake him up as soon as someone came to open the door. Bo-deum crouched down next to him and sincerely asked what could help him feel better, affirming she was willing to do anything to help. Hearing that enthusiastic offer, Seo-ho slightly looked up and hesitantly said that if she really wanted to help him right now. He turned to look straight into her eyes and dropped a bold request, asking her to give him a single kiss right here. The sudden request left Bo-deum completely stunned. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe her ears at her senior's dizzying change. Seo-ho promised to sit still and not touch a single hair on her head, then earnestly asked Bo-deum to take the initiative and give him a kiss to calm his nerves. Looking at his expectant face, the little girl silently judged that this act of demanding a kiss out of fear was indeed an unexpectedly childish and impulsive side of the young master. A bold thought flashed in Bo-deum's mind that this was exactly Yoon Seo-ho's fatal weakness, and perhaps she could fully exploit it for her plan. Recalling the impending practical exam with still no model, she told herself that the accidental kiss in the infirmary had already happened anyway, so this trade-off might just help her force him to agree. However, her conscience kicked in, making her decide that instead of threatening him, she should sincerely help the person in need, reassuring herself that just giving one kiss would be enough. Seeing her agree, Seo-ho stood up in amazement, prompting Bo-deum to remind him to close his eyes if he felt too embarrassed by this highly ambiguous situation. Contrary to her worries, his eyes became profound as he asserted he wanted to see every moment and began to slowly step closer. The final distance was completely erased as their lips gently touched, creating a numbing sensation that spread throughout the cramped space of the storage room. Amidst the clutter of equipment, two silhouettes intertwined in a passionate kiss, marking a highly dramatic turning point in their relationship. The kiss lingered in a suffocating silence where all reason seemed to fade away, leaving only the throbbing beats of two hearts sinking in the same rhythm. The kiss grew deeper and more intense, making Seo-ho feel the heavy pressure on his lips in the quietude of the storage room. The young master's eyes suddenly widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat as his face flushed red from the overly realistic touch. He hastily stepped back and tumbled onto the old mattress, only managing to utter broken words in utter astonishment at what they both had just done. Bo-deum looked at him worriedly and pressed if her senior was really okay, while Seo-ho merely covered his mouth awkwardly to hide the confusion enveloping him. She gently offered the ripe red apple toward him and suggested he eat a little to regain his composure amidst the atmosphere still lingering with awkwardness. Seo-ho took it and took a hard bite, trying to use the fruit's sweetness to mask the chaotic emotions fiercely surging in his heart. Under the deep blue sky of the school, the young master's mind suddenly went blank as he silently realized that the senior girl's lips were even sweeter than the apple he just ate. Returning to harsh reality, Seo-ho reminded himself to let go of all distracting thoughts to focus completely on his steady breathing. He threw himself into high-intensity push-ups, feeling the air fill his chest and trying to use physical torment to dispel Bo-deum's silhouette. Drops of sweat rolled down his resolute face as he took a deep breath, silently making up his mind to banish all crazy thoughts from his mind immediately. Seo-ho was so engrossed in his workout that he lost all track of time, but his mind still couldn't escape the sweet aftertaste of that unfinished kiss. The memory of her soft footsteps blending with the sweet scent of ripe plums and Bo-deum's body warmth just kept rushing back, surrounding the young master in the cramped space. He was stunned recalling the little girl's sparkling, resolute, and unquestioning eyes, causing his originally cold heart to suddenly skip a beat. Returning to reality in his luxurious apartment, Seo-ho painfully slumped to the floor and cursed himself as to why those images kept haunting his mind forever. He collapsed onto the floor in despair, silently thinking that the kiss was only meant to satisfy his damn curiosity, but the reality was much worse than he thought. The image of their intertwined lips and passionate breaths in the dark storage room appeared vividly once again, like a haunting slow-motion movie. Seo-ho tried to reassure himself that this was not love, but just a natural physiological response of puberty, and that time would soon erase all these memories. He blankly told himself that if they just kept touching lips a few more times, he would definitely become numb and no longer feel moved. A crazy thought flashed, making Seo-ho suddenly spring up with determination, wondering if he should repeat that action one more time to verify his feelings. The young master gripped the phone in his hand with a mysterious smile. It seemed he was fully prepared for a bold next move. Sitting blankly in the middle of the spacious apartment, Seo-ho suddenly realized an ironic truth that he didn't even have that girl's phone number. He widened his eyes in astonishment, silently wondering if this was some cruel joke when he found himself in such a dead-end situation. The young master frantically searched through his contact list, finding it ridiculous that he had agreed to be a model, yet completely forgot to ask for the contact info of the person who was always tailing him. His eyes suddenly stopped when he stumbled upon a suspicious clue on social media. His heart unconsciously skipped a beat as he discovered an unfamiliar account. Right before his eyes appeared a profile filled with images of anatomical diagrams and muscle masses, completely matching her usual quirky style. Seo-ho suspiciously scrolled through the old posts, a strong premonition rising in his heart that he had actually found traces of the little girl. His eyes bored into the phone screen, silently and firmly asserting that the owner of the account was none other than Lee Bo-deum. However, the complete emptiness on her personal page made him feel disappointed, silently muttering that she should post some selfies like other normal people. His finger hesitantly stopped in front of the message window, his mind torn between his proud self-esteem and the burning desire to contact her immediately. Sitting huddled in the luxurious living room, Seo-ho painfully admitted that now he was the one trying to cling on, unable to escape that girl's gravitational pull. The young master bitterly questioned himself as to why he was so pathetically obsessed, then blamed this remote village for making him waste energy on trivial things. Instead of sending an ambiguous message, he decided to go directly to school to meet and talk clearly with the little girl under the blazing sun. Seo-ho coldly spoke up to block a male student's path in the hallway, making the guy startle and turn around with a fully bewildered look. He closed in with sharp eyes that made the other person utter words of fear, then bluntly pressed to know which class Lee Bo-deum was currently in. The group of students looked dazed upon hearing that name. It seemed they were trying to search their memories for someone who was always considered an outcast in the school. One male student gave a sarcastic smirk and brought up a derogatory nickname regarding that girl's body odor, making Seo-ho, standing behind, feel nothing but immense annoyance. The young master's face stiffened with murderous intent as he pressed what the other guy had just said, creating a heavy pressure that made the surrounding atmosphere instantly freeze. The image of a lonely Bo-deum sitting next to an anatomical model appeared in the malicious accounts of her classmates claiming she was a crazy freak shunned by everyone. Seo-ho narrowed his eyes in suspicion upon hearing about the weird odor nickname, because in his mind, that girl was always intertwined with the sweet scent of ripe plums. His hand unconsciously clenched tight with fury at the malicious gossip, silently wondering why the noise of those mediocre people could make him feel so annoyed. Seo-ho roughly grabbed the collar of the male student who had just hurled insults, leaving him completely petrified in utter terror. Ignoring the hopeless struggles of the inferior guy, the young master strained his neck, closed in, and dropped a cold warning that this was no time to judge other people's body odor. His sharp purple eyes seemed to pierce right through the guy's soul, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere in the middle of the school hallway. After tossing the annoying guy onto the floor, Seo-ho coldly walked away, ignoring the shocked whispers and gossip of the surrounding crowd. He stopped in front of the class 1 to 3 sign, where the silence inside seemed to signal an highly unusual absence of the little girl. Seo-ho pressed for Lee Bo-deum's whereabouts, but only received bewildered responses from the students in the class that she hadn't shown up yet. Anger slowly flared up as he realized the first period was about to start, yet that undisciplined girl still refused to show her face at school. The handsome young master's appearance quickly attracted a crowd surrounding him, with a series of curious questions about his looks and social media that made him extremely annoyed. Seo-ho frowned, wondering why he had to play the clown for these people just because of one student's tardiness, while Bo-deum remained completely unaccounted for. The school bell signaling the start of class rang out across the school, leaving an indescribable restlessness in the arrogant young master's heart. Seo-ho stood silently in front of the class 1 to 3 sign, constantly debating internally on whether he should keep searching for the girl who always occupied his mind. His presence immediately drew a curious crowd. A male student excitedly approached and asked if the young master wanted to join them in filming a vlog. Under the radiant twilight sky, Seo-ho brushed aside all invitations to ask for her phone number, then suddenly changed his mind, wanting to know Bo-deum's exact home address. The young master stood alone in front of the old blue gate, a place that seemed to contain the entire simple and somewhat reclusive life of that girl. The jagged iron gate with overlapping scraps of paper stuck to it stood out clearly under the setting sun, exuding an unusually desolate vibe. Seo-ho narrowed his eyes, silently judging that the house's dilapidated state was exactly like her sloppy appearance, wondering if just a slight push would make it collapse. He told himself that he couldn't turn back after already sending manager Lim away earlier, because the resentment build-up since last night forced him to confront her right now. A dry sound echoed as the old door suddenly cracked open, shattering the quiet of the empty street and grabbing all of his attention. Seo-ho was startled and stunned, his eyes wide with amazement at an event that fell completely outside every scenario he had painstakingly prepared. From behind the door, an unfamiliar silhouette slowly appeared under the dim light of the sunset, signaling a highly unexpected and dramatic encounter. Bo-deum unexpectedly appeared behind the door under the shimmering evening sunlight, her face clearly showing bewilderment upon seeing the young master tracking her all the way to her home. Seo-ho was just about to open his mouth and call her name when a dry sound echoed, accompanied by a highly awkward silence enveloping the space. His face suddenly became gloomy and empty, as his mind constantly echoed with bitter self-questioning about this current, ironic situation. Seeing her still standing motionless, Seo-ho grumpily threatened to smash this old gate to pieces, making Bo-deum frantically try to stop his impulsive action. The little girl peeked her head through the door gap to observe with deep curiosity, then uttered an exclamation with a totally naive face that the person standing in front of her was indeed Yoon Seo-ho. The young master pressed for the reason she skipped school and pinned the crime of wanting to run away on her, while Bo-deum could only confusedly explain regarding her senior's overly sudden appearance. Her eyes suddenly blinked continuously with hope. She innocently asked if he had gone out of his way to find her for some special reason. In stark contrast to her excitement, Seo-ho's face stiffened in great annoyance as he silently cursed the other person's excessive naivety. Under her excited, petite frame, Bo-deum pressed again about whether he had changed his mind to be her model, leaving Seo-ho utterly speechless at her misplaced persistence. Standing in the middle of the brilliant sunset, the young master sighed bitterly as he realized that apparently only he was obsessed with that kiss, while this girl remained as casual as if nothing had ever happened. Seo-ho coldly denied that he was angry, asserting he wasn't the type of person to be easily swayed by trivial things. Bo-deum slightly tilted her head to look at him with a meaning-laden gaze. It seemed she was calculating a new plan right in her head. The little girl unexpectedly issued a highly sincere invitation, curiously asking if he wanted to go pick plums with her right now. The young master narrowed his eyes in annoyance, silently cursing whether she truly believed he had gone all the way here just to do that useless fruit-picking task. Without giving her time to react, Seo-ho roughly grabbed Bo-deum's waist, making the space suddenly become chaotic and full of drama. He hoisted her over his shoulder and strode away, coldly demanding her to shut up and criticizing that she was acting exactly like a child. The scene of the dilapidated old house appeared under the fading sunset light, where the hidden corners of the little girl's life slowly revealed themselves. Heavy footsteps echoed as Seo-ho pressed for the real reason she skipped school, forcing her to immediately speak up and explain. Bo-deum revealed that her grandmother was the one who asked her to stay home and rest, making the young master involuntarily pause at the information about her only relative. He fell silent, recalling her previous story about the plums, silently doubting whether she was just living all alone, relying on her frail old grandmother. Seo-ho's eyes stopped at the old items lying bare against the wall, clearly feeling the desolation of this remote neighborhood. The impoverished rural scenery appeared before his eyes, along with the speculation of a tragic family background where she only had her grandmother as her sole relative. Even though the furniture was somewhat old, Bo-deum's radiant smile was like a flower nurtured by all the purest love. She didn't show any shyness or low self-esteem, nor did she ever make negative assumptions about the words of the people around her. It was that very innocence that made her have no doubts when seeing the young master suddenly appear in this remote place. Bo-deum casually explained that her grandmother had stopped her from going to school out of worry that her granddaughter would be bullied following a call from her homeroom teacher. Seo-ho couldn't help but feel fed up, silently thinking that no one in this world would dare touch someone like her, and assuming the old lady was just worrying over nothing. When the little girl pressed to ask if he came to model for her, the young master immediately brushed it off and demanded that she stop daydreaming. Seeing her pout and ask if he came because he was craving plums, Seo-ho was left completely speechless, as the other person's mind seemed to only contain massages and fruits. Under the brilliant sunset, the young master slightly changed his tone and began to reveal the real reason that made him trek all the way here. Seo-ho stood silently in the late afternoon with eyes heavy with thoughts. It seemed he still didn't have enough courage to utter the real reason he trekked all the way here. Inside, his heart was screaming the ironic truth that he had to go out of his way to ask for her whereabouts from the teacher to find her house just because he craved to taste that kiss one more time. The young master insulted himself as a pervert for repeating the exact same actions he had used to belittle the little girl not too long ago. The psychological crisis made Seo-ho just hold his head in despair. He questioned himself since when he had become so weak and easily subdued by lustful desires. Witnessing the other's dazed expression, Bo-deum approached full of worry and softly pressed to ask if her senior was feeling unwell. Through his fingers, Seo-ho's sharp purple eyes bored deeply into the girl in front of him, along with a silent reproach as to why she only started showing concern for him until now. Amidst the quietness of the poor neighborhood, the young master bowed his head to hide his extreme embarrassment while Bo-deum still stood silently watching him with an apologetic look. Under the brilliant, dreamlike scenery, Seo-ho suddenly lowered his voice and confessed a shocking truth that all those weird behaviors earlier stemmed from the fear inside him. That sincere confession left Bo-deum completely stunned, her eyes wide with sheer astonishment at the softest side of the arrogant boy standing in front of her. The little girl softly let out an exclamation with a meaningful look, silently affirming that she had already understood everything perfectly just as she had predicted. Seo-ho silently recalled the moment Bo-deum clumsily comforted him in the storage room and realized the girl always tried to act like a mature senior. Grasping the other person's weakness of always having a soft spot for pitiful people, the young master began to act like he was having trouble breathing due to yesterday's trauma. He complained that he couldn't sleep a wink, even though the truth was he suffered from insomnia because he was busy thinking about her, but that lie still made the little girl extremely flustered. Bo-deum immediately made a very reasonable suggestion to go to the hospital for a checkup, which almost completely ruined the young master's plan. Seo-ho quickly made up the excuse that his parents were extremely strict to refuse, while in reality, his wealthy family had more than enough power to buy the entire hospital. Faced with the dead end and her senior's agonized look, the little girl was so worried she swallowed hard and hesitantly asked what the two of them should do right now. Seizing the opportunity, the young master requested a kiss just like in the storage room to help him dispel the fear surrounding his mind. Bo-deum stepped closer decisively and pressed to ask if a kiss was truly the only medicine that could help him feel better. A triumphant smile slightly appeared behind the hand covering his face. Seo-ho silently cheered upon realizing the naive prey had officially fallen into the love trap he had set. In her panicked little frame, Bo-deum frantically begged him not to cry and promised to do anything, while the young master was actually just trying to hold back a hearty laugh. Seo-ho pretended to wipe away a non-existent tear and then softly thanked his senior for understanding his heavily wounded heart. Those words made Bo-deum completely believe that her presence had truly saved the lost soul of the arrogant young master. The little girl shyly scratched her cheek with a blushing face, silently feeling proud that she could be of help to the person in front of her. Observing her naive expression, Seo-ho involuntarily praised her as adorable in his mind, but then immediately startled and rejected those strange thoughts. He quickly closed in and demanded she execute the kiss right now, leaving Bo-deum in utter shock at her senior's abruptness. The young master continued to act as if he was sweating cold and feeling extremely dizzy to force the other person into having no way out. Bo-deum had to compromise and promise to meet his demand, while Seo-ho secretly flashed a triumphant smile because the prey was completely trapped. The distance between the two gradually narrowed to a suffocating point, where the throbbing beats of their hearts seemed to drown out all surrounding sounds. The little girl slightly looked up with heavy breaths, preparing herself to erase the final boundary between the two under the sunset. Without any hesitation, Bo-deum proactively planted a passionate kiss on Seo-ho's lips, officially marking the beginning of a highly dramatic game of love. Seo-ho flashed a smug smile upon noticing his plan to seduce the naive little girl was going extremely smoothly. His muscular hand unconsciously tightened around Bo-deum's waist, pulling her into a possessive embrace amidst the quietness of the sunset. Amidst passionate breaths, The young master pressed to ask if she truly wanted to go through with this kiss and received a determined affirmation. A numbing sensation spread when their lips officially touched, shattering all final defenses between the two racing hearts. Under the fading sunlight, two silhouettes intertwined tightly with the secret desire that time could stop just a little longer. Seo-ho silently thought that if he could just touch a little more, he would be able to clearly identify the emotions turning his mind upside down. As soon as they broke the kiss, the young master blushed and covered his mouth in awkwardness while Bo-deum attentively asked if he felt better yet. He continued playing the pitiful role, asserting that a single kiss was probably not enough to dispel his fear whenever he had to face loneliness. Bo-deum slightly frowned in suspicion, then promised to help whenever he faced difficulties, while also signaling an upcoming condition for exchange. The little girl decisively demanded that he must dedicate his entire lunch break to her and forced him to seriously reconsider being a massage model once again. Seo-ho gave a meaningful smile as he realized the little girl who had just shown concern for every poor soul in the world was now starting to scheme to use him once again. He silently thought that a relationship bound by mutual benefits would be more stable and comfortable than having to act every time they met, even though Bo-deum softly criticized him for being calculating and ruthless. With the attitude of someone holding the upper hand, the young master bluntly demanded she hand over her phone to him, leaving Bo-deum bewildered as she asked back what he was planning to do. Without any hesitation or precaution, the little girl obediently handed over the communication device and curiously pressed to know what idea her senior was coming up with. Seo-ho secretly sighed at the other person's carelessness, as she didn't even bother setting a passcode and hastily handed it to a stranger without needing an answer. He personally saved his phone number into her phone, then coldly declared he would proactively contact her whenever he needed her help. His eyes involuntarily stopped at the bag of ripe red plums resting neatly in his pocket, reminding him of the initial invitation to pick fruits together. Suddenly remembering her reason for skipping school, Seo-ho pressed to ask if she was planning to pick plums, making Bo-deum excitedly ask if he wanted to help her pick plums. As a result, after an afternoon of diligently helping the little girl pick fruits, the poor young master could only return home when the night had completely covered the high-rise apartments. A new day started again at the sunlit Euro High School, where the next developments of this strange contract awaited both of them ahead. The flurry of text messages over several days showed Seo-ho constantly trying to schedule meetings with the little girl in quiet, hidden corners of the school. Sitting in the middle of the classroom, the young master thoughtfully stared at his phone screen, his face conveying an unhideable impatience. He silently blamed Bo-deum for never taking the initiative to text and only bothering to reply when she wanted to reject his meeting request. Seo-ho felt confused by the name of the skills practice room she mentioned, wondering if this place actually existed in this remote school. The young master's face stiffened in resentment, an uncomfortable feeling surging in his heart upon realizing he was being ruthlessly ignored by the other person. Unable to endure it any longer, he decisively sent a short text demanding she come with him immediately to relieve the doubts in his mind. The practice room's space appeared completely quiet, with shelves and wooden tables cluttered with chemistry lab equipment. Just stepping into the room, Seo-ho was stunned to see Bo-deum already waiting, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily accelerate in absolute amazement. The little girl gently covered her mouth, her face flushed red with pure fascination, radiating a strange aura of happiness that enveloped the entire space of the room. Right behind her, the anatomical model Callie stood tall and bizarrely, just like a testament to the intense passion for muscles that was about to drag Seo-ho into a new training session. Seo-ho looked at the Callie model with suspicion as he heard Bo-deum explain that this was abandoned school property and she had begged the teacher to let her take it home after graduation. Memories of their first encounter rushed back, making the young master shudder, recalling the sight of the little girl tightly hugging an anatomical model in the dark laboratory amidst pouring rain. Seo-ho silently cursed her weird taste and wondered where the limit of this eccentricity lay when witnessing Bo-deum blushing and muttering an unfamiliar name. The young master's sharp purple eyes suddenly turned profound. It seemed he was brewing a bold idea to win back the little girl's attention. Witnessing Bo-deum engrossed in looking at the model while ignoring him, Seo-ho silently felt disappointed, likening himself to a cold rice ball being neglected. The young master's face hardened with resolve, He couldn't accept ranking below an inanimate object in the eyes of the girl in front of him. Unable to suppress his jealousy any longer, Seo-ho's hand decisively grabbed Bo-deum's shoulder to force her to face his pressure-filled presence. The little girl startled and turned around with a bewildered look, completely unable to react in time to her senior's suddenly harsh attitude. Seizing the moment she was off guard, Seo-ho suddenly pulled her close and proactively planted a deep kiss on Bo-deum's lips right in the middle of the practice room. Bo-deum's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as she felt the passionate warmth and the young master's hand locking her face in place. The kiss grew deeper as Seo-ho tightly held the little girl's face, seemingly wanting to claim every breath in the silence. In the middle of the quiet laboratory, under the lifeless witness of the Kali model, Bo-deum was completely petrified by her senior's boldness. As their lips just parted, the young master still maintained his dominant posture, leaving a suffocating and highly ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them both. Bo-deum looked up blankly with wide, panic-stricken eyes, while Seo-ho's hand still refused to let go of her small chin. With a casual face as if nothing happened, Seo-ho coldly asserted that the action just now was only to pacify the fear inside him. The little girl could only awkwardly look the other way, silently feeling that everything was gradually slipping out of the control of her inherent intelligence. Under the deep blue sky of the school, Seo-ho's mind constantly struggled with why even an inanimate object refused to take his side. In the empty room, the young master grumpily scolded the other person about how difficult it could possibly be to reply to his text messages. While enjoying a foot massage, Seo-ho started lecturing on the ethics of maintaining personal relationships, making Bo-deum silently sigh in boredom. The little girl hesitantly reasoned that she had already dedicated her entire break to seeing him, so texting seemed somewhat unnecessary. Seo-ho sighed softly in frustration, but it made Bo-deum mistakenly think he was crying, forcing her to hastily promise to try meeting all his demands to suit the situation. Right after that, the little girl resumed her professional therapy session, her hands nimbly moving over the firm calves of the arrogant young master. Bo-deum's petite yet forceful fingers pressed firmly into every muscle group, a masterful technique that made even a picky guy like Seo-ho silently admire it. Enjoying the absolute relaxation, Seo-ho silently thought that the presence of this eccentric girl would make his remaining days in the countryside much more interesting. In the midst of peace, Bo-deum unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting they meet at a different location instead of the music room during tomorrow's lunch break. Even though he was a bit surprised inside, the young master still acted nonchalant and coldly declared that the other person could do whatever she wanted. Seo-ho quietly observed the little girl's figure focusing on her work, internally starting to harbor doubts about the true motive behind that request. His gaze turned sharp as he questioned whether, aside from massages and muscles, what other secrets Lee Bo-deum was ultimately hiding in her mind. Amidst the quiet space, a thought suddenly flashed, making Seo-ho startle and ask himself if her goal was truly just massaging his body. Looking at Bo-deum's pensive expression, the young master suddenly realized that she was just a teenage girl yearning for a friend to share her youthful memories. Seo-ho slightly smirked, telling himself he had no interest whatsoever in an outcast, yet he remained determined to keep his promise of spending the lunch break with Bo-deum, despite his fear of actually developing feelings. The next morning, the young master even went to the trouble of calling a hairstylist to his house to perfectly groom his appearance before officially setting foot in school. Time slowly ticked away, with every movement of the clock hands gradually approaching the 12 o'clock mark, creating a suffocating wait within the classroom. With his hands tightly clasped and eyes full of contemplation, Seo-ho's unusual behavior made the surrounding friends whisper that he was counting down every second until lunchtime. Despite the gossip about the appetizing menu, the young master sat huddled in a state of extreme tension that made anyone looking at him feel curious. Right as the clock hands hit the exact middle, signaling the start of the lunch break, an explosive atmosphere instantly enveloped the school. Like a wild beast just released from its cage, Seo-ho dashed down the hallway at breakneck speed, leaving behind the astonishment of the other students. He quickly arrived at the cafeteria, where a crowd of students was squeezing together, creating an incredibly chaotic and noisy scene. The young master frantically looked around the vast sea of people, his eyes constantly searching for the small figure that had occupied his mind all morning. His purple eyes suddenly stopped when they caught a familiar target, officially ending the hurried search in secret excitement. Seo-ho cheered inwardly when he finally found Bo-deum's small figure amidst the crowding sea of people in the cafeteria. The little girl slightly startled and turned around with a bewildered look, seemingly still unaware of the overbearing presence of the approaching young master. Without hesitation, Seo-ho took fast strides through the crowd to close the distance with the only girl occupying his entire mind right now. The young master secretly excitedly wondered if she was proactively running toward him, while simultaneously running his hand through his carefully styled hair with pure smugness. Contrary to his expectations, Bo-deum coldly asked him to step aside because his appearance was causing everyone around to stare with scrutinizing eyes. They both headed to a deserted sink area to talk privately, leaving the noisy atmosphere and gossiping words behind them. Bo-deum softly called Yoon Seo-ho's name, making him immediately reply with a face full of anticipation for the romantic words about to be spoken from the little girl's mouth. The little girl attentively observed the senior's appearance, and then hesitantly remarked that his hair today had an incredibly strange change. Seo-ho slightly smirked charmingly, secretly triumphant, believing that his custom-styled hair had truly conquered the other's heart. However, his pride instantly crumbled when Bo-deum bluntly asked if he had forgotten to wash his hair because it looked so greasy instead of fluffy, like usual. Seo-ho's excitement meter completely shattered after the harsh remark about his hair, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of disappointment. The young master frantically plunged his head into the sink to wash away the humiliation, even as Bo-deum nonchalantly insisted that he had forgotten his personal hygiene. He looked up with a dripping, scowling face, urging her to stop the idle chatter since the lunch break was about to end. Bo-deum suddenly snapped to attention, hurriedly grabbed the senior's wrist, and asked him to follow her to the predetermined secret place. Under the clear blue sky, the little girl led the tall young master by the hand, striding confidently, which left Seo-ho unavoidably stunned by this initiative. They both stopped in front of a room with the bizarre name Magic Power, causing the young gentleman to secretly doubt what awaited inside. The door opened with Bo-deum's greeting, revealing a bustling space that left Seo-ho rooted to the spot in extreme vigilance. A sense of disappointment swelled in his heart upon realizing that this date was not private at all, completely contrary to his expectations. The members in the room in unison called her the club president and excitedly pressed her about where the practice model she promised was currently at. A bespectacled male student nervously mentioned the delinquents from class 2 and expressed discomfort at seeing a stranger appear. The arrogant young master stood towering at the doorway with a murderous glare, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze due to the overwhelming presence of his perfect appearance. The sudden appearance of such a massive entity left the members inside completely dead silent, and some were even so shocked that their glasses cracked. Seo-ho slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing around with contempt, inwardly mocking the pointless excitement of those who were starting to whisper about him. His gaze stopped at the whiteboard, littered with crude anatomical drawings, clear proof of the eccentricity and excessive fanaticism of this club. The young master slightly smirked in self-deprecation, secretly scolding himself for being a fool who had placed too much expectation on Lee Bo-deum's unconventional schemes. The members started frantically interrogating Bo-deum about how she could recruit such a famous figure as Yoon Seo-ho to be a practice model. From a high-angle view, the small and messy room appeared as a complete contrast to the luxurious status of the poor young master. Showing no restraint, Bo-deum casually approached and made intimate touches, leaving Seo-ho frozen in extreme shock. The little girl proudly asserted that this was the massage club built by her own hands and excitedly waited for her senior's reaction. Seo-ho narrowed his eyes in suspicion, then coldly made a sarcastic remark, questioning since when an outcast like her had so many friends. Seo-ho was mocked for being rude. A member even wanted to post evidence of his impoliteness online to attract attention. Just as someone was about to take a photo with the young master to fish for followers, Bo-deum unexpectedly and decisively grabbed her senior's shoulder. The little girl flashed a bright smile and reminded Seo-ho of his promise to dedicate his entire precious lunch break to her. The young master stood stunned, his face dotted with sweat, seemingly unable to fully digest the ironic situation he was about to face. A chaotic brawl erupted inside the room, making Seo-ho scream angrily as he was dragged into an action with an unclear purpose. He strained his neck, threatening that absolutely no one was allowed to touch his body, even with the tip of a pinky finger. Witnessing that aggression, Jaemin feared a punch from the young master would send him straight to heaven, so he hurriedly urged everyone to move the desks and chairs quickly. Bo-deum remained highly focused, using her powerful hands to lock down the opponent and demanded that he stop his useless resistance. Amidst the chaotic scene, the young master was pinned down just like an alien test subject while he continuously screamed, demanding everyone be kicked out. Seo-ho gritted his teeth, enduring the utmost humiliation, secretly questioning whether he should toss away that promise and kiss just to escape being a meat shield for this girl. Seo-ho gritted his teeth, asking himself if he should surrender to the little girl's harassment as a feeling of helplessness slowly invaded his mind. Under the clear blue sky, the anticlimactic victory kiss was now just a distant memory, accompanied by her coquettish plea to hold hands. The young master's face clearly showed shock, as if he had just realized he had sunk too deep into a game where he held no advantage. The nightmare manifested as he saw himself tied securely to an operating table, surrounded by bizarre people preparing to conduct an experiment on his body. The sharp, cold eyes of the masked crowd drilled deeply into the poor prey, creating a terrifying, suffocating atmosphere in the dark room. Seo-ho screamed in despair, demanding they not touch him, but the only response was an eerie declaration that he was their new test subject. He startled awake in the middle of the night with rapid breathing, realizing the entire horrifying scene just now was only a haunting dream. The young master painfully realized that since that day, he had been continuously dragged into the club, secretly wishing he'd rather face the Callie mannequin than this annoying bunch. He secretly thought that although Callie looked slightly scary, at least that entity would never drive his mind crazy the way Bo-deum did. Standing silently in his bedroom late at night, Seo-ho intently stared at his phone with an anxious face for the events about to unfold the next day. The text message inviting him to meet Callie early the next morning appeared on the phone screen like a summons, causing Seo-ho's mind to unavoidably waver. The young master angrily slammed the car door upon realizing he had to endure torture from both the Callie entity and the dense massage sessions throughout a long day. Jaemin pushed up his glasses and held out a sandwich, kindly requesting Seo-ho to enjoy the meal prepared by his own hands to regain his strength. Wearing headphones with a fierce expression, Seo-ho coldly rejected all excessive care, even as the other persisted in inviting him enthusiastically. The young master secretly gritted his teeth, waiting for Bo-deum's figure, feeling let down that just as she called him over, she was instantly summoned away by a teacher. The club members started whispering about the difference in Seo-ho's attitude when the president was present and doubted what he owed the little girl. Amidst the speculations about the young master's weaknesses and revenge intentions, Jaemin casually raised his phone to take a very smug selfie. The crisp shutter sound rang out, marking the moment the famous young gentleman's face was completely captured in the lens without his knowledge. Despite warnings that Seo-ho would skin him alive, Jaemin brazenly posted the photo on social media aiming to reach 1,000 followers. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a female member repeatedly called Yoon Seo-ho's name but only received ignorance from the boy who was immersed in music to escape reality. Yoon Seo-ho frowned in annoyance at being disturbed, wondering internally why the other kept talking to him, and then reluctantly asked what on earth was the matter. The female student standing opposite immediately asked if he wanted to know the club room's password since the place would be tightly locked until Friday, simultaneously smugly reminding him that Senior Bo-deum knew the password while he was completely clueless. Gently pulling down one side of his headphones with a highly confused expression, Seo-ho secretly wondered why she suddenly brought up the password, because up until now he had never come to the club room alone except for today, and usually everyone was already present here. Hearing that, the female student holding a clipboard blinked in surprise, asking back if it was possible that he still hadn't heard any announcements. She loudly announced to the people present in the club room that all students would embark on a school field trip starting tomorrow. Seo-ho's eyes widened in shock, blankly asking again where everyone was going, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. Sitting pensively on the sofa, he hurriedly probed if Senior Bo-deum was joining this trip, causing the other female student to just sigh and wonder why no one informed this first-year boy, while simultaneously guessing Bo-deum had completely forgotten about it. His eyes drooped, clearly showing disappointment. Seo-ho turned his face away, bitterly mumbling to himself about being forgotten with a deeply hurt look. The atmosphere suddenly became so tense that even the female student standing behind had to glance over timidly, sweating inwardly and wondering if she had just misspoken or done something wrong. To defuse the situation, the girl flusteredly waved her hands, explaining that Bo-deum had been distracted lately because of the practical exam, so surely she didn't intentionally hide the field trip from him. The schoolboy slightly bowed his head, maintaining a calm demeanor, without bothering to reply a single word to the current situation. Then he slightly smirked in triumph, leisurely leaned back against the sofa, and nonchalantly uttered that it was good this way too. The female student holding the clipboard immediately retorted, asking if he wanted her to be disappointed, while inwardly she couldn't help but wonder why someone naturally mean like him would yield so easily today. Then she continued to ask if yesterday's shoulder massage helped reduce his soreness, so she could fill out her practice journal, but only received a refusing shake of the head and a sarcastic remark that she should just direct her own play instead of forcing him to play along with lies. Bluntly rejected, the schoolgirl broke into a cold sweat, irritably grumbling that he only gave a proper answer when asked by normal people. Hearing that, the schoolboy merely closed his eyes and smiled profoundly, softly asking back if she was implying him. That unexpectedly calm attitude made the schoolgirl jump in fright, hastily averting her gaze elsewhere, secretly panicked and wondering if she had misunderstood. The atmosphere was abruptly torn apart by a noisy echo announcing that Yoon Jaemin had just posted a picture of him online, followed by flustered arguments urging each other to delete the post immediately. Ignoring those chaotic sounds, the schoolboy suddenly and slowly turned his head to look toward the room's door with a highly calculating expression. His eyes instantly sharpened, gritting his teeth in sheer outrage, and secretly growled Lee Bo-deum's name, bitterly resentful over how she dared to join the field trip without saying a single word to inform him. The scenery of the quiet small neighborhood engulfed in the misty fog suddenly rustled with the footsteps of the couple walking together. The schoolgirl confusedly reached up to scratch her cheek, wonderingly asking her male companion why he kept staring at her this whole time. The schoolboy smirked and pointed his finger to expose her denial, asserting that she was the one who had been secretly looking at him for the past half hour. Having spoken, his eyes suddenly took on a serious look, admitting that he had looked at her, but only to wait to hear a proper announcement about the upcoming field trip. Then, while stepping side by side next to her, he calmly stated that since the two of them were intimate enough to kiss every day, voluntarily updating their schedule for the other was an absolutely obvious thing to do. Recalling the abrupt text message informing him of the field trip earlier, he secretly resented that if someone else hadn't told him beforehand, he might have suffered the fate of foolishly waiting for her in weariness. Irritation flashed across his eyes. He frowned and raised his voice to question whether she truly had nothing she wanted to confess to him with her own mouth. Seeing the senior awkwardly looking down in an attempt to find an excuse to avoid it, he immediately brushed it off and pressed to know what exactly she wanted to say next. Then, slightly glancing in another direction, he lowered his voice in seriousness, demanding that the senior reflect on what exactly the relationship between them was right now. Faced with that decisive, questioning attitude, the girl shrank back in an awkward posture, her hands clumsily fidgeting with her backpack straps, and could only mumble meaningless, hesitant sounds. Seo-ho swung the bag in extreme frustration, loudly grumbling about the other person's annoyance, leaving the little girl standing there looking bewildered. The two walked side by side on the street, and while the grumpy young master demanded his stuff back, Bo-deum calmly replied that she wouldn't steal it and asked him to answer her question. Seeing her senior lost in thought without answering, the little girl softly remarked that his current expression looked truly terrifying. Seo-ho was taken aback, wondering if she was talking about him, then grumpily made an excuse that his cranky attitude was just because the weather was too hot. Hearing that, Bo-deum immediately skipped ahead excitedly and invited the young master to go eat ice cream to cool down. Seo-ho helplessly refused and stood sighing in the middle of the windy street, silently complaining about the little girl's stubbornness and admitting that if it weren't for the bag, he would have gone straight home a long time ago. The scene shifted to a small, peaceful snack and toast shop on a street corner in the late afternoon. Bo-deum happily returned with 2 ice cream cones in her hands, thoughtfully telling her senior to bite instead of lick because the hot weather would make the ice cream melt quickly. The young master held the ice cream with a look of disgust, silently judging in his heart that he absolutely hated this treat and doubted the hygiene of the cheap ice cream machine. Despite being filled with contempt, Seo-ho eventually obediently opened his mouth and took a bite of the ice cream under Bo-deum's brightly expectant gaze. Bo-deum enjoyed the sweet taste of the ice cream with a radiant face, making the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become unusually bright and warm. The little girl quickly stepped inside the store, leaving Seo-ho standing behind with a dazed and puzzled look. The young master held the ice cream in his hand with a blank face, endlessly questioning himself about the meaning behind her radiant smile just now. Under the sunset sky that dyed a corner of the heavens red, Seo-ho suddenly had a narcissistic thought about whether he was just too attractive in her eyes. The peaceful countryside scenery under the fading sunlight also seemed to silently witness the secret shifts in both of their hearts. Strolling down the street, Seo-ho persistently pressed her about the true nature of their current relationship, but Bo-deum only tactfully asked to talk a bit more. The little girl slightly bowed her head in thought under the evening light, seemingly searching for the most fitting definition to answer her senior's competitiveness. The young master's face suddenly hardened with anger when he heard the other mention their overly formal senior-junior relationship. He started yelling dramatically, repeatedly bringing up their previous kiss to interrogate her and scolding the little girl for being heartless, leaving her with no choice but to cover her ears and dodge. Seo-ho listed every memory from eating plums and introducing the ribs dish to acting as a practice model, then coldly asked what other confessions she ultimately wanted to hear from him. Bo-deum thought her senior's words were truly bizarre and teased him to eat a lot more rice cake soup so he could grow up faster. In response to that sarcasm, Seo-ho tightly gripped a dry twig in his hand and growled, calling her an elder in a defiant manner. He suddenly squatted down by the roadside, pointed the twig at the ground, and demanded that she pay close attention to the upcoming lesson. With a highly serious face under the evening light, the young master began to prepare for a highly metaphorical explanation of his feelings. Seo-ho drew a circle and a triangle on the ground, telling a story about how the circle took the initiative to approach and cling to the triangle, forcing the triangle to dedicate all its precious time to it every day. Bo-deum closely observed the formation of the tight-knit relationship between the two shapes, while her senior kept asserting that they were always together. The young master scribbled and painfully recounted that just as the triangle had arranged its entire schedule around the circle disappeared without a word of goodbye, then pressed her to guess how the triangle would feel. Hearing the other innocently guess that the triangle would feel sad, Seo-ho immediately jumped up and screamed in resentment over the little girl's terrifyingly callous nature. Bo-deum wearily covered both her ears to avoid the continuous shouting, complaining that her senior was giving her a massive headache. Seo-ho squatted down and held his head in absolute despair, leaving the little girl standing in a daze, wondering what exactly was wrong with him that made him act just like a child. Seo-ho suddenly recalled the intel from Jang Jaemin that the school's upcoming field trip would be at an amusement park in Seoul. Under the sunset, the young master suddenly expressed his desire to go there, making the little girl's footsteps behind him halt for a moment. He slightly glanced to observe Bo-deum's reaction, secretly calculating a new plan in his heart to close the distance between the two of them. Bo-deum's eyes widened in surprise as she pressed to ask if an arrogant person like her senior was also interested in such noisy rides. Seo-ho made the excuse that during his childhood his parents were too busy and his friends only liked internet cafes, so he never had the chance to go out, even though he admitted to himself that it was a terribly clumsy lie. Hearing that, the little girl excitedly revealed that she had never been to an amusement park either and began daydreaming about animal ear headbands and cute restaurants. The amusement park scene appeared sparkling in Bo-deum's imagination with all kinds of colorful street sweets. Seo-ho saw right through her and sarcastically remarked that she had already planned everything in detail, from wearing a headband to buying churros, even though her mouth was still pretending to refuse. The conversation temporarily came to a close as the two stood before the old iron gate, signaling that a long day was about to end. Bo-deum gently pushed the door to go inside, not forgetting to send her sincere thanks to him for walking her home and asserting that she felt incredibly happy today. Seo-ho watched the closing gate, with eyes full of regret, standing frozen at the little girl's sudden departure. Standing all alone in the afternoon street, the young master silently blamed Bo-deum for not paying him the slightest bit of attention even when he had taken the trouble to find his way to her house. The high school scene appeared quiet under the bright blue sky, signaling a new day with highly complex psychological developments. The fleet of field trip buses began to gather in crowds at the school gate, bringing the lively laughter of the students eager to set off. Sitting inside a luxury car, Seo-ho rested his chin on his hand, watching the flow of people and silently wishing that the other person would have a very smooth day of learning. Manager Lim excitedly recounted the madam's joy upon hearing the news that the young master had finally found a close friend in this faraway place. The young master slightly pursed his lips in embarrassment, trying to keep a cold demeanor to conceal the fluttering feelings that were gradually growing stronger in his heart. He angrily slammed the car door and loudly declared that such a friendship would never happen again, in an attempt to deny his connection with the little girl. The manager looked at that stubborn back and silently sighed that the young master's puberty was truly passing by in a stormy manner. Seo-ho sat gloomily in the middle of the classroom with a messy mind, constantly asking himself if Bo-deum was having fun on the field trip without needing his presence. Seo-ho was sitting in deep thought when he suddenly frowned at a strange text message, secretly suspecting whether this was some kind of annoying scam. The young master's sharp, cold purple eyes suddenly narrowed in intense stress, as if he was having a premonition that something extremely unusual had just happened. On the phone screen, a highly cryptic greeting message from a stranger clearly appeared, pressing to ask if Yoon Seo-ho was doing okay today. Without any hesitation, he jumped up from his seat with a look of shock mixed with anxiety, seemingly having vaguely guessed the identity of the sender. Over the phone, the young master hurriedly demanded to know where the other was and was stunned to hear the little girl say that she was currently still in the classroom. Ignoring the reminder that class was about to start, Seo-ho still firmly demanded that she absolutely must not hang up while his heart was racing uncontrollably. He rushed like the wind down the quiet school hallway, his heavy breathing blending with a vague fear that was invading his mind. The young master's footsteps stopped in a huge hurry in front of the sign for Class 1-3, where he hoped to find the person he was desperately looking for. Seo-ho stood rooted to the spot outside the window with a dazed face, staring silently inside as he saw the silhouette of Bo-deum sitting all alone. Bo-deum gently pressed the phone to her ear with a deeply sorrowful expression, while Seo-ho's utterly astonished voice rang out, asking why she was still at school at this hour. Seo-ho pressed the phone to his ear and demanded in a deep voice that Bo-deum immediately look to her right to confirm his presence. The little girl bewilderedly turned her head following his instruction, while secretly wondering what the sense of relief surging in the other's heart was ultimately for. The young master tightly gripped his shirt collar to suppress a strange, ticklish sensation that was creeping in and disturbing the deepest depths of his heart. Amidst the quiet classroom space under the sunlight, Seo-ho urged her to get out of class soon and received a very understanding response from the other end of the line. He made a bold proposal that they both should skip class to hang out today, despite the invisible barriers that still existed. Painful memories suddenly flooded back with the image of little Bo-deum all alone in a small alley, where derogatory words about her poor and filthy family background began to surround her soul. Despite being shunned by her peers and mocked for her body odor, she still silently affirmed that her grandmother smelled very nice and bitterly accepted the absence of her parents from a very young age. After hundreds of times being pointed at and discriminated against right in the middle of the classroom, the little girl gradually learned to get used to it and treated that coldness as a matter of course. Returning to the present, Bo-deum sat quietly amidst the noisy crowd, silently telling herself that the pains of the past only made her even more resilient. Under the sunset sky enveloping the old house, she suddenly realized that it seemed her grandmother had yet to truly move on from the cruel tragedies of those past years. Grandma grumpily told Bo-deum to go out and eat spicy rice cakes with her friends instead of always sullenly returning to this old house right after school. Sitting quietly on the porch, the little girl sighed and justified that the massage competition was getting very close, so she had no mind to think about having fun. Faced with her granddaughter's silence, Grandma anxiously pressed to ask if the bad kids were still mocking her body odor and reminded her of the severe punishment from the disciplinary committee. Bo-deum blankly asked back about the concept of the disciplinary committee, only to receive a highly serious explanation from her grandmother that it was essentially a trial. Grandma fiercely advised her to immediately drop out of school if she was still being bullied, while affirming that there were countless people out there living well without needing schooling. The little girl gave a faint, sad smile, silently telling herself that she never really cared about graduation or college because the financial burden was weighing heavily on her shoulders. The image of the cold phone brought back the terrifying obsession with relentless debt collection calls that besieged the lives of the grandmother and granddaughter day and night. Sitting and watching the darkness gradually fall, Bo-deum feared that if she stubbornly kept going to school, her relatives would come back to harass them over the unpaid debts. Even though reality was full of hardships, she still secretly felt comforted when thinking about the members of the massage club and her soulmate Callie, who always stood by her side. Yoon Seo-ho's face suddenly appeared vividly under the sunlight, making Bo-deum secretly happy to realize that his clinging left her with no time to feel lonely. Grandma anxiously asked about her granddaughter's back pain, but Bo-deum confidently asserted that she was fully recovered, as if reborn, thanks to professional massage techniques. Even so, Grandma still grumpily told her to stop making excuses and go to the hospital for a checkup instead of just doing a superficial muscle massage, while urging her to go take a shower to wash off the dirt. Under the brilliant sunset blanketing the house, Grandma softly sighed, knowing for sure that her stubborn granddaughter would never set foot in a hospital. Inside the small room, Bo-deum diligently rummaged through her backpack to check the papers, from the aptitude assessment guide to the menu and test results. She paused slightly at the notice for the field trip, then silently decided to hide this paper so Grandma wouldn't have to worry. Sitting blankly on the floor, the little girl carefully observed the contents inside with a look full of curiosity mixed with a bit of sadness. The paper clearly showed a significant cost of nearly 200,000 won for the trip, no small amount given her current economic situation. The itinerary of sightseeing spots in Seoul, like the ancient palace and the amusement park, just kept appearing so invitingly under the little girl's eyes. Bo-deum quietly looked out the empty window, silently asking herself whether a noisy place like an amusement park would truly bring her joy or not. She started using her phone to search for info, scrolling through a series of video blogs about romantic dates and colorful fun experiences at that place. Bo-deum sat hugging her knees while scrolling through her phone, secretly judging that the high-speed roller coaster was actually nothing scary to someone like her. However, the agonizing thought that this might be her first and last chance to have fun at an amusement park made the little girl's heart suddenly sink. With trembling hands holding the pencil, she prepared to put pen to paper and sign the school's costly field trip registration form. The pen tip froze on the paper as if locked in a fierce struggle between the desire to go have fun and the financial burden weighing heavily on her shoulders. The cost amount stood out clearly as a reminder of the impoverished reality, where every single penny had to be calculated incredibly carefully. Thinking of her grandmother's increasingly frail health and a situation so destitute that even surviving day-to-day was tough, Bo-deum could only quietly bow her head in helplessness. The little girl tightly gripped the field trip paper, silently questioning if she was being too selfish by wanting to use the living expenses of the two of them just to satisfy her personal desires. A decisive choice was made as she crumpled the form and threw it straight into the trash can, accepting to give up the fun to protect her family's peace. Returning to reality under the sunset, Seo-ho unexpectedly appeared with a highly scowling face and demanded that she clearly define the relationship between the two of them. Bo-deum walked away in bewilderment, not understanding why her senior suddenly dragged her out of class and acted in such an unbelievably weird way. Bo-deum silently thought about her senior using her bag as a hostage to force her, while feeling extremely surprised by his fierce interrogation. Seo-ho's steady footsteps walked alongside the little girl on the street where she used to always trudge home alone every day. She smiled softly and admitted that the feeling of having someone walking with her was strange, but equally interesting, making her heart suddenly feel much lighter. The memory of her grandmother's nagging reappeared in her mind, when she scolded her for always sneaking home early instead of hanging out with friends after school. Because of her grandmother's words, Bo-deum suddenly made an impromptu invitation, asking the young master to go eat ice cream right in the middle of the street. She felt secretly happy, recalling the moment they both enjoyed the cold ice cream, considering it a milestone marking a change in her inherently lonely school life. Under the brilliant sunset, their two silhouettes blended into the city scene, making Bo-deum feel that her school days were becoming more vibrant and full of emotions. Back to the current phone call, Seo-ho suddenly proposed that they both skip class to hang out, despite the quiet classroom being bathed in the morning sun. Bo-deum appeared extremely worried about missing her lessons, but the young master immediately reassured her that her grades wouldn't be affected and no one would dare report this. Seo-ho, with his deep purple eyes, mentioned that his parents were very conservative and boldly asked to sleep over at her house if he happened to get kicked out, making the atmosphere suddenly become highly sensitive. Bo-deum hesitantly tapped her fingers on the wooden desk, silently telling herself she would help her senior avoid discipline, then pressed to ask if he really wanted to skip school right now. As soon as she heard Seo-ho start counting down outside the window, the little girl immediately jumped up in a panic and confirmed that she would go with him right away. The two quickly moved along the wall covered in lush green vines, unable to help but fear the sudden appearance of the gym teacher, who specialized in checking self-study hours. Bo-deum gently raised her hand to signal silence, then grumbled, reminding the young master to bend down and wear a mask because his overly flashy appearance was easily spotted. She pulled his hand, slipping through the deserted shadows, and revealed a secret escape route hidden behind the gym equipment storage that she had painstakingly found. Without hesitation, Bo-deum bent down and slipped right through the narrow gap at the base of the wall, then continuously waved her hand, urging Yoon Seo-ho to act quickly. The arrogant young master looked at the tiny crevice with his face darkening in terror. He grimaced and asked if he had to be chopped into pieces just to fit through this path. Seeing the other's disdainful look, the little girl angrily declared she would go back inside the school and scolded her senior for saying such unpleasant things. Seo-ho immediately reached out his strong hand, gripping hers tightly to stop her, while simultaneously ordering her to stand still outside and wait for him. To Bo-deum's shock, the young master suddenly changed his attitude and confidently took long strides straight through the high school's main gate like a king. The bustling city streets appeared, signaling an unexpected situation about to strike their school-skipping plan. A middle-aged woman suddenly appeared and questioned why two students were still wandering the streets during class hours. Bo-deum began to panic in fear. The little girl silently thought that if they answer wrong, the teacher's office would immediately get a report call. Seo-ho quickly flashed a radiant smile and boldly put his arm around the little girl's shoulder, cleverly explaining that they were both returning to school after going to the hospital. The aura from the young master's perfect appearance completely stunned the woman to the point she couldn't utter a word. She silently marveled at his handsome looks and wished she had such an outstanding son, making Bo-deum just quietly sigh. The young master softly urged his counterpart to leave quickly to escape the prying eyes of the people around them. The little girl stared blankly and pressed to ask where exactly he was planning to take her during these class hours. Seo-ho quietly checked his phone with a highly mysterious look, ignoring Bo-deum standing next to him with a skeptical gaze. The sound of screeching brakes rang out, signaling the arrival of a taxi, officially starting the dramatic journey of the young master and the little girl. Seo-ho stood next to the luxury car, casually checking his phone and informing Bo-deum that they had arrived at his private apartment. The panoramic view of the high-end apartment complex stood towering under the clear blue sky, a testament to the luxurious wealth of the Yoon family's young master. Bo-deum tiptoed and peeked her head behind the large door with an anxious face, silently wondering if someone like her was truly allowed to step foot into this place. The living room space appeared incredibly overwhelming, with soaring ceilings and large glass windows fully welcoming the brilliant sunlight, exuding a rare upper-class vibe. Her jaw dropped in shock at the expensiveness of the house, but she was immediately coldly scolded by Seo-ho not to act like a country bumpkin, ordering her to go wash her hands right away. In the midst of her bewilderment, an alert bell suddenly rang, announcing a vehicle had just passed through the gate, making Bo-deum suddenly freeze in fear. She panicked and frantically looked for a place to hide, desperately calling Seo-ho's name in vain, as the young master had already disappeared at some point. The fear of getting caught by the other's parents while skipping school with their son made Bo-deum imagine a scenario where she would be deemed a delinquent luring a rich young master. Suddenly, a strange woman appeared from behind and exclaimed that she had startled her, making Bo-deum freeze because she was discovered too abruptly. The little girl could only stand rooted to the spot with a pale face, her mouth stammering meaningless sounds in extreme embarrassment in front of the housekeeper. The middle-aged woman with doubtful eyes tilted her head slightly, curiously inquiring about the identity of the strange girl appearing in the high-end apartment. Panicking at the unexpected situation, Bo-deum hurriedly bowed politely and clumsily explained she was Seo-ho's senior, while astonishingly wondering if her bag had grown legs and run away. The little girl couldn't hide the worried look on her face, her hands gripping tightly onto her shirt collar, while her mind was in turmoil over the young master's strange absence. Right at that moment, Seo-ho casually walked out with a bag in his hand, coldly blocking the way and dropping a scolding remark that she was planning to betray him after they had agreed to skip school together. Bo-deum froze with her eyes wide open in terror, silently screaming in her heart, asking why he could casually blurt out those sensitive words right in front of a stranger. Realizing the other's awkwardness, Seo-ho calmly reassured her that this was just the house's housekeeper, so she didn't need to be too concerned or worried. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased when the housekeeper smiled gently, kindly asking if she had eaten yet, making Bo-deum happily confirm she could eat anything. The young master said nothing more, quietly turning his back to walk towards his private room and ordering the housekeeper to bring the food up to his room. Leaving the little girl standing bewildered in the middle of the living room, the housekeeper suddenly called her name, making Bo-deum startle and turn back with a highly questioning look. She gently reminded her that she should be at school at this time and worriedly pressed to ask if Seo-ho had forced her to come here, making Bo-deum silently complain because she was indeed about to be lectured for skipping school. The housekeeper silently looked at the luxurious living room space and nostalgically revealed that for the past 10 years, this was the first time she had seen Seo-ho bring a friend home. Instead of reprimanding her for skipping school, the old woman worriedly asked if she was being threatened and affirmed she would always be ready to help if Bo-deum needed protection. The scene shifted into the young master's private bedroom, where the brilliant sunlight piercing through the large glass window frame created an incredibly relaxing feeling. Seo-ho quietly pulled a thick album from the bookshelf and hesitantly asked if the little girl wanted to look back at his childhood photos. Bo-deum flat out refused, thinking there was nothing interesting about it, while urging him to find something they both could do together. Sitting blankly on the bed, the young master listed a series of video games and blockbuster movies, promising to satisfy all her preferences immediately. The little girl pondered deeply, silently admitting that she didn't hate those suggestions at all, but her heart seemed to be aiming for another goal. Noticing the other was still hesitating, Seo-ho asked her to just voice her desire, because he was ready to follow any request on this school-skipping day. Suddenly spinning around and pointing straight at the boy opposite her, Bo-deum boldly declared that the thing she truly wanted to do the most right now was him. While the housekeeper was busy bringing fruits into the room, she couldn't hide her longing look and boldly expressed her infatuation with the young master's flawless muscles. Bo-deum widened her eyes in surprise when she saw Seo-ho let out a long sigh with a highly tired and helpless face after her bold proposals. The young master looked up at the ceiling and asked in a panic whether the little girl really wanted him to take his clothes off right in this room. Bo-deum leaned down with incredibly determined eyes and reminded him that he was the one who promised to cater to all her desires. Seo-ho sat on the bed with a face flushed red from embarrassment, his hands awkwardly pulling up his shirt to reveal his toned abs while being teased by the other for acting shy. The little girl boldly grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled it up hard, causing Seo-ho to frantically scream that she was abusing his body way too much. The guy gritted his teeth and shouted helplessly, pressing to ask why she absolutely had to perform recovery massage right in such a private place like this. With a highly serious face, Bo-deum asserted she wanted to touch every corner of his body for a full 50 minutes, making Seo-ho shudder due to her highly ambiguous phrasing. Pushed past his breaking point, the young master covered his face in despair and firmly declared that this absolutely could not happen here. Bo-deum pouted sulkily, scolding him for being a cheapskate, and couldn't help but worry about how he would handle being a practice model in front of a crowd. The highly dramatic argument was suddenly cut short by the alarm clock ringing continuously, signaling that the preparation time had completely ended. After completing the 50-minute massage practice session, Bo-deum knelt exhaustedly beside Seo-ho and silently complained that this took much more energy than she thought. Seo-ho suddenly sat up, lightly touched his neck, and teased the little girl that her lips always jutted out whenever she focused too intensely on work. The young master laughed delightedly on the sofa and threatened to film that moment so she could see just how truly funny she looked. Bo-deum scowled and sulkily refuted his teasing. However, her lips still unintentionally puckered up exactly as the other had just described. Seo-ho's gaze suddenly became deep and intense as it glued onto Bo-deum's rosy lips, making the atmosphere in the room suddenly feel stifling. The guy suddenly changed his expression, reminding his senior in a deep voice that they still hadn't shared a single kiss today. Without letting the other react in time, his strong hand reached out to lift her chin and asked if he should give her a kiss right now. Seo-ho gently placed a warm kiss on the little girl's cheek, officially beginning the sweet, intimate gestures at his private apartment. He continued to bury his head into her cheek and bestowed more deep kisses, making Bo-deum just squeeze her eyes shut and blurt out a question asking why he was doing that. Their two gazes met at a suffocatingly close distance, where both of their heartbeats and breaths intertwined in a highly ambiguous silence. Seo-ho gently lifted Bo-deum's chin and caught her bewildered gaze as she realized the kiss just now didn't touch her lips at all. The young master's solid hand lightly rested on her skirt hem, casually reminding her that she was the one who touched him much more intensely than usual. Seo-ho's face suddenly became incredibly deep with a longing gaze as he confessed a crazy intention of wanting to bite her cheek. The atmosphere in the luxurious living room suddenly became awkward when Bo-deum flatly rejected that bizarre request, feeling it was too weird. The young master looked disappointed as he asked if, besides kissing, he wasn't allowed to do anything else, then asked her to stand still for a bit. Suddenly, Seo-ho reached out and wrapped his arms around Bo-deum's petite waist, creating a highly sensitive and dramatic situation right on the sofa. He gently buried his face into the little girl's cheek to shower her with affectionate little kisses, making the surrounding space feel like it had frozen. Bo-deum clumsily tried to stop his sturdy shoulders when she felt the heat from his body constantly pressing closer. Witnessing her flustered expression, Seo-ho lightly smirked in triumph and pressed to ask if she was disappointed because she didn't get a kiss on the lips. He bowed his head closely to the little girl's face, creating an invisible pressure enveloping Bo-deum's mind in a highly ambiguous silence. Seo-ho continued to shower Bo-deum with passionate little kisses on her cheek, making the little girl's heart flutter uncontrollably. He slightly tilted his head and leaned in close. The young master's hot breath and deep gaze completely engulfed her mind. Burying his head in her neck, Seo-ho let out a long, passionate sigh, as if wanting to erase the very last bit of distance. Pinning the little girl down right on the sofa, he frantically complained that he was genuinely going to die from this extreme tension. Bo-deum lay motionless with bright red cheeks, silently listening to the young master's offer to take her home. Just as he was about to leave, her small hand suddenly reached out and tightly gripped the hem of his white shirt. In a surprisingly bold moment, Bo-deum took the initiative to pull him down and plant a passionate kiss right on his lips. The space suddenly froze as their breaths intertwined after that highly dramatic kiss. Seo-ho stood frozen with his purple eyes wide open in amazement, seemingly unable to believe that she was the one who proactively attacked. Because she was so embarrassed, Bo-deum immediately admitted to her action, then hurriedly ran away, stammering and urging him to quickly take her home. Bo-deum cupped her blushing face in embarrassment, silently scolding herself that she must have gone crazy to dare initiate their first kiss. She awkwardly went to look for her bag to escape from reality, but Seo-ho calmly held it and informed her that he was keeping her stuff. Bo-deum slightly turned her head to give a clumsy word of thanks, trying to stay calm in the face of the other's pressuring presence. However, she was suddenly stunned upon realizing a strange change in the arrogant young master's eyes and expression. Under the sparkling sunlight, Seo-ho flashed the most radiant and pure smile that the little girl had never witnessed before. Under the clear blue sky, Bo-deum silently told herself that that beautiful face was truly extremely hateful and annoying. The night gradually fell, enveloping the high-rise apartment buildings, bringing an end to a long day filled with emotional turmoil. Hot steam emanating from the shower head covered the entire bathroom space, as if wanting to wash away all the chaos in her mind. Seo-ho reached out to lightly touch the foggy, steamy mirror, quietly enjoying the sweet aftertaste that still lingered around. The young master stood silently in front of the sink with a toned, half-naked body, softly letting out a highly satisfied, self-deprecating laugh. Seo-ho stood silently in the bathroom, gently running a hand through his hair, telling himself that things had finally come to this. The young master with broad, solid shoulders silently thought that he had never been arrogant about his looks or cared much about his own appearance. However, the sole exception was the moment the little girl proactively grabbed his shirt hem and pulled him into a passionate kiss on the sofa. The intense attraction from those lips seemed to completely melt away all the rational barriers of the arrogant boy in an instant. Bo-deum's flushed face, full of innocence and shock after that unexpected kiss, kept haunting his mind relentlessly. Seo-ho looked at his perfect body in the mirror and self-deprecatingly mused that lately, being born with a handsome face truly made him feel exhausted. While using a towel to dry his hair, he silently affirmed that Bo-deum originally just wanted to find a massage practice model, but in the end, she accidentally gave her heart to him. The young master smirked confidently, thinking that love is something uncontrollable, and wondered if he should pretend not to notice her feelings. Looking toward the school immersed in the silent night, Seo-ho reminded himself that this fateful connection would end as soon as he returned to Seoul in 3 weeks. As long as the little girl didn't confess first, he decided to continue maintaining this special relationship until the day he officially transferred schools. Seo-ho sat relaxedly on the bed, drying his hair while smiling smugly as he recalled the intimate moments they had just experienced. But his mood immediately reversed when he saw that his senior dared to read his message without replying, and he resentfully sent a message accusing her of being a cruel older sister. The young master's face suddenly turned dark and highly tense when the silence from the other end of the line dragged on unusually long. Seo-ho sat blankly on the bed with a chaotic mind, constantly worrying about her dilapidated house gate and wondering if something bad had happened. His rich imagination terrified him as he painted a scenario where the little girl was broken into and captured by a criminal right in the dark night. Unable to endure the anxiety any longer, the young master frantically threw on a jacket and rushed out of the house, repeatedly calling her phone in a panic. He pressed the phone tightly to his ear with an extremely serious face, holding his breath waiting for every ring echoing in the quiet space. Suddenly, a reply text from Bo-deum popped up asking him not to panic because she actually had just fallen asleep. Both relieved and angry, Seo-ho yelled in frustration and scolded her for going to sleep without telling him in advance, making him worry sick. The young master could only sigh helplessly and hurriedly apologize when he heard her announce that her grandmother was demanding to punish him for waking her up. The panoramic view of Euro High School appeared under the clear blue sky, signaling a new school week beginning after a short break. The 3-day field trip had officially ended, meaning Seo-ho and Bo-deum's private moments during self-study hours were also gone. The young master clearly showed a scowling face as he watched the noisy students return, silently wishing they were locked on a deserted island until the day Bo-deum graduated. He strolled down the hallway and stopped in front of the Class 1 to 3 sign with a predetermined intention in his head. Seo-ho slightly poked his head through the small window frame to search for the little girl's silhouette, a highly dramatic sense of anticipation rising in his heart. In the middle of the bustling classroom, Bo-deum was still sitting quietly, focused on taking notes, completely unaware of the young master's presence. The brilliant sunlight shining in from the window illuminated her high ponytail, creating a pure scene that couldn't help but make the viewer's heart flutter. Bo-deum accidentally brought her pen to her mouth and bit it lightly while engrossed in thought, an adorable little habit that caught the other's eye. Seo-ho leaned against the window frame, quietly watching her with a gentle, smug smile, secretly enjoying the rare peaceful moment. The atmosphere suddenly stirred when the little girl seemed to have sensed someone's deep gaze, watching her from behind. Bo-deum was startled and shocked to hear her name called out amidst the extremely noisy classroom space. A strange female student in a highly edgy black outfit suddenly appeared and pointed straight at the little girl with a highly serious face. But Bo-deum immediately changed her expression and cheered joyfully when she caught sight of Seo-ho standing right outside the window. Witnessing the other's rapid emotional shift, the young master smiled smugly and silently thought that this girl was truly too easy to read. Before the conversation could begin, the other female student stepped forward and put her arm around Bo-deum's shoulder, coldly interrogating how she could know a famous person like Yoon Seo-ho. Standing in the hallway, Seo-ho leaned on the glass door with a highly guarded look as he recognized these were the clumsy intimidation tactics he often saw at his old school. The atmosphere suddenly became stifling when the girls started surrounding Bo-deum and pouring cryptic words into her ear to probe the situation. The young master pressed his face against the window and was stunned to hear the other female students suggest that if she was being bullied by him, she should just bravely speak up. The rage inside Seo-ho officially exploded. He silently criticized the hypocrisy of these people who hadn't bothered to pay attention to Bo-deum for the whole semester. He couldn't help but feel resentful thinking about how they constantly mocked and called him by inappropriate nicknames, yet now they turned around to show a suspicious attitude toward him. Seo-ho unexpectedly pushed the door, walked into the classroom, and pressed his senior about what she was doing, making him wait outside for so long. Bo-deum hurriedly waved her hands, signaling nothing was wrong, then quickly left the encirclement of the female students to run to his side. As soon as they reached the hallway, the young master immediately showed a resentful attitude and interrogated her about why she dared to ignore his presence. He coldly advised her to just ignore those people from now on because they had never respected her words either. Bo-deum widened her eyes, staring at him in bewilderment, and wondered why he suddenly appeared at school on a day without self-study hours. Seo-ho lightly smirked smugly and announced that he had a special gift waiting for her in the clubroom. The door opened, and an extremely luxurious professional massage bed appeared with a sparkling aura covering the whole room. The club members couldn't hide their extreme astonishment seeing their workplace suddenly become significantly more high-class. Bo-deum froze with blushing cheeks, her eyes glued to the dream bed with intense worship and happiness. Standing behind watching the little girl's expression, Seo-ho crossed his arms proudly as he realized he had completely won her over with this action. Yoon Jaemin excitedly showed off the new bed, saying it was super soft, which made Seo-ho blow up and yell, asking why he dared to casually approach it. Bo-deum, with sparkling eyes unable to hide her admiration, continuously asked questions about the origin and usage time of this expensive gift. Seo-ho casually revealed that his parents had donated it to the club, while silently regretting not bringing this item sooner. The little girl eagerly invited the young master to lie down and tried out to feel it, but the class bell suddenly rang, interrupting all plans. Bo-deum suddenly froze with a shocked expression, seemingly still unable to accept the truth that class had officially started. Amidst his senior's hesitation about being late for class, Seo-ho firmly reminded her to seriously return to class, forcing her to comply. The young master gave a triumphant smirk, asserting that he wouldn't continue to neglect his studies because of her ever again. Standing in the empty room, Seo-ho silently felt amused to admire Bo-deum's highly restless and worried figure turning toward him. Returning to the quiet classroom space, a slight vibration from the phone on his desk made the young master suddenly pay attention. The phone screen displayed rapid-fire messages from his senior Bo-deum, demanding he reply immediately about a secret meeting at the clubroom after the second period. Seo-ho smirked in deep satisfaction as he finally received what he had been longing for. For the first time in his life, the young master received a text message from his senior Bo-deum proactively proposing a private meeting in the clubroom right after the second period. Time quietly passed, and the sky over Euro High School was still as clear as ever when the massage practical exam officially entered its 10-day countdown phase. Inside the quiet practice room, hesitant sounds echoed, signaling that an extremely dramatic and sensitive situation was about to happen. Seo-ho didn't hesitate to close in and gave Bo-deum a passionate kiss right on the sofa, leaving the little girl completely overwhelmed. In the moment she temporarily pulled away from those lips, Bo-deum awkwardly grabbed his collar and frantically asked him to stop for a moment so she could catch her breath. The little girl covered her mouth with a panicked face, pressing to ask why the young master had been biting her lips so much lately. In response to that fluster, Seo-ho smiled with deep meaning and moved his face closer to demand a careful examination of her lips once more. Without letting his senior react, the arrogant boy continued to push forward with a deeper kiss, officially breaking all final rational barriers. The little girl's legs trembled slightly on the sofa in the silence of the room, where both of their heartbeats were blending into the highly ambiguous atmosphere. Seo-ho buried his head into Bo-deum's neck intensely, giving her a passionate kiss that made the atmosphere in the room burning hot. Pinned tightly on the sofa, The little girl cried out in pain, causing the young master to hastily apologize and ask her to just lie still so the focus session wouldn't be interrupted. With only 10 days left until the practical exam, Bo-deum began pouring all her focus into practicing and even reduced her time meeting with Callie. The little girl started a 50-minute countdown timer with a highly stressed face, silently feeling her impatience constantly increasing. The clubroom door suddenly burst open, making Bo-deum startle and turn around, while Seo-ho was still lying motionless enjoying the massage. Yoon Jaemin and a friend unexpectedly appeared with a ball in hand, shattering the couple's private space with an incredibly naive question. Seeing his senior engrossed in reviewing lessons, the bespectacled boy explained that the group just dropped by here to rest a bit before going out to the field to practice for the sports festival. Bo-deum curiously inquired about the other's strange behavior, but only received a highly mysterious smile and an extremely triumphant face from Jaemin. He proudly pushed his glasses frame and loudly introduced himself as the ball boy for the girls' team, a position he considered highly glorious. Jaemin excitedly described the fierceness of the ball boy world, where only the fastest ones could snatch the ball to give to the girls. Jaemin babbled on, bragging about having retrieved the ball 6 times while his opponent only managed half as much, while Bo-deum was still diligently massaging Seo-ho. The little girl curiously asked if the young master was participating in the sports festival as an athlete, while mentioning that the middle schools were also holding competitions on the same day. Seo-ho confirmed that he actually had an important basketball game coming up, making the little girl's massaging rhythm suddenly halt. The young master silently observed his senior's expression from the massage bed, seemingly secretly wondering about her inexplicably hesitant attitude. He leisurely sat up and pressed her for the reason why she looked so surprised at such an extremely normal announcement. Bo-deum awkwardly explained that she originally thought someone like him would never bother caring about noisy and exhausting group activities. Seo-ho pressed to ask if she planned to hide in the clubroom throughout the entire sports festival, while reminding her that his team still had substitutes. The conversation was interrupted when Jaemin suddenly spoke up, reminding Bo-deum not to give Seo-ho a hard time and to leave everything to him instead. The bespectacled boy eagerly suggested that the practice model didn't necessarily have to be Seo-ho and confidently applied for that position instead of the young master. Bo-deum froze, her face paling in shock as she realized her plan to own perfect muscles was at risk of being ruined by an uninvited guest. Jaemin eagerly gave a thumbs up and affirmed he would become the perfect replacement for Seo-ho throughout the upcoming sports festival. Seo-ho casually sat on the massage bed and reaffirmed a crucial detail that made the little girl's mind suddenly become agitated. Bo-deum was shocked to realize she had missed the main point since Seo-ho only promised to help her practice, but never agreed to be the exam model. A few days later, the sports festival officially kicked off under the clear blue sky, bringing a bustling atmosphere that blanketed the entire school campus. The electronic scoreboard numbers jumped continuously, reflecting the highly dramatic and equally tense competitive atmosphere between the teams. The gymnasium was brightly lit with the presence of teams fiercely competing in their colorful uniforms. The orange team side was struggling to execute a tactical pass under the pressuring observation of Seo-ho in his role as player number 8. The sharp eyes and sweat-drenched face of the young master exuded an intense masculinity as he completely focused on the match. With a powerful burst of speed, Seo-ho dribbled the ball past the opponent's block with a highly confident and decisive demeanor. Long arms reached out to snatch the ball in midair, officially pushing the climax of the basketball game to its peak. The basketball flew in a perfect arc and dropped neatly into the net to the amazement of everyone present in the gymnasium. Immediately, the referee's whistle blew loudly, signaling that the official playing time had officially come to an end. The entire stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers as the highly dramatic match finally found its winning team. Seo-ho stood in the middle of the court with a sweat-drenched face and heavy breathing, calmly accepting the excited congratulations from his surrounding teammates. However, the young master's mind didn't seem to be here at all, as he constantly looked around to search for a single silhouette. He silently affirmed that Bo-deum was definitely sitting somewhere in those crowded stands, watching his every step. Suddenly, Seo-ho casually lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe his face, deliberately revealing his toned, masterpiece-like abs in front of the crowd. The excited screams from the spectators echoed throughout the space once again, pushing the atmosphere of the sports festival to its peak. The young master gave a highly suggestive side glance, silently wondering with smugness just how distracted his little girl was while gazing at this body. His sharp purple eyes finally stopped at a corner of the stands, where Bo-deum was sitting quietly observing him in a highly ambiguous silence. Seo-ho waved joyfully when he heard the cheers calling his name, firmly believing that Bo-deum was watching in admiration. But the young master immediately froze with a blank face, seemingly unable to believe the harsh reality unfolding. Amidst the noisy crowd, Bo-deum casually turned her face to look in another direction, completely ignoring his shining aura standing in the middle of the court. Seo-ho's ego exploded as he silently blamed her for looking away right when he took the trouble to show off his highly attractive six-pack abs. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when the opposing team's number 5 player appeared, casually patting his teammates' shoulders to console them after the loss. That stranger's handsome face and highly confident smile accidentally caught his eye, creating a highly annoying contrast for Seo-ho. The young master narrowed his eyes in hostility, muttering in a deep voice to question the identity of the guy who had just shown up with an extremely serious face. He slightly tilted his head to observe on high alert, sensing a potential threat creeping into his mind. True panic struck when Seo-ho discovered that Bo-deum's seat was now just an empty space, making him frantically ask where she had disappeared to. Even though his teammates were excitedly surrounding him to celebrate the victory, the young master's mind was in complete turmoil as he officially lost track of the little girl. Seo-ho was surrounded by his teammates and tossed into the air to celebrate the win, but his mind was only screaming, demanding everyone to get out of the way. The young master hurriedly threw aside his jersey to escape, then began looking around frantically to see where exactly Bo-deum had disappeared to. His gaze halted when he caught sight of the little girl standing with the opposing team's number 5 player in a corner of the hallway. A haunting scene appeared before his eyes as he saw Bo-deum tilting her face up, enduring a trail of bright red blood running down from her nose. Seo-ho completely froze, his face paling in terror. He couldn't fathom what had happened to his girl. The school scene stood tall under the clear blue sky, completely contrasting with the unfortunate incident that had just occurred. The opposing team's number 5 player appeared extremely panicked, continuously bowing to apologize for accidentally bumping into the person standing too close behind him. Even though she was injured, Bo-deum still tried to stay calm. She gently consoled him that the fault was hers for standing too close. The guy couldn't stop feeling remorseful, silently blaming himself for his lack of observation when turning around, causing the little girl to suffer pain. The strange player hurriedly helped Bo-deum to the infirmary and strictly reminded her absolutely not to lift her head at this moment. The infirmary door slammed shut, leaving the hallway space quiet but filled with doubts that were hard to dispel. All attention was now entirely focused on the firmly locked room, where Bo-deum and the strange player were together in privacy. Seo-ho stood towering outside with his face darkened in anger. He silently cursed the bastard inside, wondering if he had gone crazy to dare do such a thing. The young master stood watching resentfully, constantly asking himself why that guy dared to lock the infirmary door, and wondering what on earth they were plotting behind it. His hands trembled with rage, intending to step forward and aggressively twist the doorknob to drag the other guy out by the neck, but he suddenly had to halt due to a stopping thought. Seo-ho sluggishly turned his back to walk away with a highly tired face, trying to reassure himself about why he should even care who that little girl was with or what she was doing. The boy's eyes suddenly turned somber when he silently realized that if he acted impulsively right now, he would look no different from a pathologically jealous person. He disdainfully brushed that thought out of his mind, silently asserting that an arrogant person like him would absolutely never know the feeling of jealousy just because of Bo-deum. Suddenly, caring questions rang out from behind, making Seo-ho startle. He heard the other guy anxiously asking her if she was truly okay to return to class. The young master stood silently behind the wall corner, bitterly witnessing the scene of that guy advising Bo-deum to contact him immediately if the injury flared up and pressing to ask if she had saved his phone number yet. Seo-ho was stunned to see them casually exchanging phone numbers, silently and resentfully recalling that he had to trek all the way to her house just to get her contact info. Despite her nose still bleeding, Bo-deum anxiously asked about the number 5 player's arm, making him extremely surprised by this strange concern. The little girl eagerly introduced herself as the president of the massage club and enthusiastically invited him to drop by if his body felt sore after the match. Standing tucked behind the door with a sharp glare, Seo-ho narrowed his eyes in hostility as he observed the awkward and flustered demeanor of the strange player. The guy wearing number 5 suddenly brightened up, confessing that he was exhausted and deeply appreciated the little girl's offer. Bo-deum cheered excitedly with a radiant face. It seemed she had found a new ideal target to satisfy her passion for massaging. Witnessing the girl eagerly schedule an appointment during the lunch break, Seo-ho's face darkened as jealousy began to fiercely erupt. The silent night enveloped the private room, where the young master was still immersed in negative thoughts about his senior's change of heart. In his mind appeared a scenario of Bo-deum being shy next to that player with a fluttering heartbeat, dealing him a painful blow. Unable to hold back any longer, Seo-ho screamed out, questioning what the hell his senior was doing with that bastard and resentfully asking why she could treat him like this. Bo-deum tightly hugged Ji Cha-hyen's arm and coldly demanded that Seo-ho stop throwing malicious words at the boy she called her little puppy. While Cha-hyen triumphantly led his senior away by the hand, Seo-ho could only stand dead in his tracks behind them with a look of astonishment mixed with betrayal. Bursting into a rage that contorted his face, he screamed, demanding to know where she was going with that bastard, and frantically called out Lee Bo-deum's name in despair. Seo-ho jolted awake in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, holding his head and panting heavily, while silently cursing the bizarre dream that had just tormented his mind. However, the feeling of unease did not disappear when he stepped into the deserted cafeteria, where the lingering obsession from the nightmare continued to cling to him relentlessly. Right at that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated with a text message from his senior Bo-deum, briefly stating that she would not be having lunch with him today. Seo-ho stared blankly at the screen, his purple eyes filled with sheer shock upon realizing their private plan had been abruptly cancelled. An ominous premonition struck him like a direct blow, making him immediately dash down the school hallway at a frantic speed without any hesitation. He used all his might to kick open the clubroom door to the astonishment of everyone present, creating a deafening noise that shattered the quiet atmosphere. The scene unfolding before his eyes made his heart skip a beat as he saw Bo-deum focused on massaging another schoolboy, completely ignoring his highly aggressive entrance. Seo-ho stood frozen at the door, his purple eyes widening in horror as he witnessed the unwanted scene unfolding right before his eyes. Ji Cha-hyen briefly glanced toward the door with a nonchalant look and exclaimed that Yoon Seo-ho had finally decided to show up. Bursting into a rage, the young master immediately rushed forward, grabbed the other guy's collar tightly, and roared, demanding to know who this bastard really was. Seo-ho's aggression made the atmosphere in the clubroom tense, sparking whispers and gossip among the surrounding schoolgirls. A club member secretly observed from afar, seemingly extremely surprised by the out-of-control behavior of the boy who was famous for being cold. That girl thought to herself that even though Seo always acted like that in front of everyone, in reality, he was always submissive and obedient when he was around Bo-deum. Witnessing the incident, Bo-deum could only stand rooted to the spot, her face pale with shock at her schoolmate's rage. The little girl softly called out Yoon Seo-ho's name as a reminder to pull the irrational boy back to reality. Seo-ho softly replied with resentment, his eyes never leaving his opponent while his face darkened due to the welling frustration. Bo-deum grumpily asked why he was so agitated, causing Seo-ho to angrily demand that she answer first who the hell that stranger was. Seo-ho looked into the corner of the clubroom and was secretly enraged when he heard the name Ji Cha-hyen from Class 5, even though deep down he didn't want to care who that guy was. The young master harshly questioned the sudden closeness between the two and loudly proclaimed that he was the only practice model in this place. Looking at the athlete nonchalantly occupying the massage bed, Seo-ho growled, demanding a valid reason for his privileged position being violated. His face became unusually gloomy when reminded of his own contradiction, as someone who had once declared in his diary that he bitterly hated being a model. Bo-deum stood motionless, with a look of extreme confusion, completely unable to understand why her arrogant junior had become so uncontrollably agitated. The little girl observed the room and innocently asked if he was throwing a fit just because Cha-hyen had used the bed that his family had just donated. Those words rubbed salt into his wound, making the veins on Seo-ho's face twitch continuously out of frustration when his possessiveness was completely misunderstood. Bo-deum fell silent, hiding her eyes, and coldly remarked that the young master's behavior was truly incredibly petty. The boy stood frozen in astonishment. He couldn't believe his ears and frantically asked her to repeat the bitter criticism that his senior had just uttered. Seo-ho clenched his fists in pain and disappointment, secretly resentful that his sincere jealousy was seen by her as the act of a narrow-minded person. Bo-deum apologetically said sorry and tactfully sent Cha-hyun away to resolve the mess with Seo-ho, making the young master suddenly feel like an intruding spoilsport. After that athlete quietly left, the little girl softly sat down on the edge of the massage bed, looking full of thoughts and confusion. Bo-deum looked straight into his eyes and promised not to let Cha-hyun lie on this bed anymore because she hadn't expected him to hate it that much. She offered an exchange condition that he must stop cursing at others, while also reminding him that he wasn't even a member of the club to begin with. Seo-ho felt heavily insulted when being weighed on the same scale as that bastard, deeply wounding his pride. However, Bo-deum immediately corrected herself in a gentle tone, saying that there was truly no similarity between him and that guy. That sentence was like a healing medicine that made the young master smirk in satisfaction because he had finally heard a worthwhile answer. Seo-ho immediately sat closer and urged his senior to explain in detail how he was different, with clear anticipation. Bo-deum hesitantly revealed that to her, he was inherently just a companion to practice daily skills with. But the real shock came when she confirmed that Cha-hyun was the official model for the exam, leaving Seo-ho frozen with a darkened face from disappointment. The scenery of Euro High School appeared quiet under the crystal-clear blue sky, signaling that dramatic psychological developments were about to begin. Seo-ho sat alone in the clubroom, wearing earphones while silently rejecting the ridiculous prayers about others' reincarnation. The surrounding members started whispering, criticizing the young master's stubbornness and endlessly praising Cha-hyun for bravely taking his place. The boy squinted at his phone in annoyance, secretly admitting that lately, he had started caring about things that were inherently meaningless. Amidst the conflicting opinions, a female member still concluded that Bo-deum actually only ever longed to collaborate with Seo-ho. Jaemin casually praised Cha-hyun for being more obedient, which made Seo-ho's blood boil, secretly cursing his friend for being someone with absolutely no eye for people. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward as members continuously made comparisons about the priority given to the new athlete. Right at that moment, the room door burst open and Bo-deum unexpectedly appeared with Cha-hyun, making the surrounding space feel as if it had frozen. Seo-ho looked up in sudden astonishment, his eyes clearly revealing anxiety upon seeing the girl he cared about walking side by side with another guy. Contrary to that tension, Cha-hyun flashed a radiant smile and casually waved to everyone with an incredibly confident demeanor. Seo-ho turned his face away with a look of utter disgust, telling himself that he didn't want to bother with the annoying noises around him. However, he immediately perked up his ears to listen when he saw Bo-deum walk in with Cha-hyun, despite her explaining that they had just coincidentally bumped into each other at the restroom. Meanwhile, Cha-hyun curiously approached and asked Jaemin about the small toy his friend was holding with great interest. Jaemin eagerly showed off his incredibly adorable Kariri-chan doll, slightly easing the tension in the room. The rookie continued by turning to ask Senior Sora if she had finished her practice diary yet. Seo-ho sighed out of sheer exhaustion while Sora was excitedly asking for Cha-hyun's permission to post their group photos on social media to bait engagement. The idea of social media made Cha-hyun feel intrigued, but Jaemin hastily intervened, arguing that the barrier to that world was too huge for someone like him. Cha-hyun's face showed clear bewilderment upon hearing strange terminologies, prompting Sora to firmly demand that he shouldn't get involved in it. Amidst the crowd's noise, Seo-ho's profound gaze still silently followed Bo-deum's every little movement with special attention. A hand gently offered a ripe red plum like a silent gift, wrapping up the encounter with unresolved emotions. Bo-deum leaned close to Seo-ho's ear and whispered a compliment that the plum was really delicious, making the distance between the two suddenly become incredibly intimate. The young master silently looked at the red plum in the palm of his hand, seemingly lost in sweet flutters and indescribable confusion. Seo-ho briefly glanced toward Cha-hyun as a silent declaration of war, while the Class 5 athlete still stood bewildered in the back due to his coldness. The young master smugly savored the fruit sweetness, gave a slightly complacent smirk, and silently declared that he had won this confrontation. Witnessing the closeness of the main couple, Cha-hyun quietly turned his face away with a look of deep disappointment, his cheeks slightly flushed from embarrassment. Brilliant sunlight shone into the clubroom, where hidden feelings, even if intentionally concealed, still appeared as clear as day. All attention focused on the young athlete's changing facial expressions whenever the little girl proactively approached him to talk. Every muscle fiber on Cha Hyan's arm suddenly contracted dramatically the moment he felt the touch of Bo-deum's tiny hands. Not only Seo-ho, but all the club members started whispering and gossiping when they noticed the special attention Cha Hyan gave to the president. While Cha Hyan was regretfully announcing his busy basketball practice schedule, Seo-ho sat behind him, sulkily cursing the other guy to disappear forever out of his sight. Cha Hyan awkwardly explained to Bo-deum that he was required to be present at the basketball practice due to his coach's strictness. Seeing that guy's lingering attitude, Seo-ho, sitting in the back, could only sigh in boredom and silently mock the atmosphere reeking of a romantic movie. Jealousy made the young master continuously compare and affirm that he was far superior to that guy in both physique and perfect muscle proportions. Seo-ho sat quietly on the sofa, silently declaring that he had no intention of playing the clown acting as a drawing model for anyone. Dismissing Seo-ho's presence, Cha Hyan excitedly proposed a weekend date because that was the time he was free. The young athlete's face suddenly lit up with a radiant smile and slightly flushed cheeks, full of expectation. He slightly bowed his head to look at the little girl with affectionate eyes. It seemed all his thoughts were solely directed at Bo-deum right now. Standing observing from behind, Seo-ho's eyes suddenly became sharp and full of murderous intent when he realized the excessive intimacy between the two of them. Cha Hyan unexpectedly leaned in close and whispered into Bo-deum's ear a promise to contact her later, making the young master sitting nearby almost explode with anger. With a darkened face and a hateful glare against a blazing red background, Seo-ho growled, cursing that bastard in utmost fury. Seo-ho silently suspected a secret date between Bo-deum and that athlete, while also feeling irritated that she would so easily accept those obvious intentions. Monday morning at Euro High School, the clear blue sky seemed completely in contrast with the young master's gloomy and exhausted facial expression. Seo-ho appeared with dark bags under his eyes, a haggard look that made anyone who saw him shudder in fear. Jaemin panicked and pressed him, asking if he had just murdered someone, causing Seo-ho to flare up and scold him not to spout ridiculous words that ruined his mood. The young master confessed that he couldn't stop thinking about the promised contact between those two, leading him to stand guard outside the clubroom door throughout the entire break. The image of Seo-ho sitting huddled alone in the dark hallway was the clearest proof of the blind jealousy gnawing at his mind. Suddenly, Cha Hyan opened the door and walked in with his usual radiant smile, shattering the room's tranquil atmosphere. The athlete acted extremely surprised to see his rival also present so early, creating an incredibly awkward interaction between the two. While Cha Hyan and Jaemin were getting impatient because of the president's absence, Seo-ho maintained his silence with a highly irritated expression. Right at the climax, Bo-deum hurriedly pushed the door and barged in with an apologetic face, clumsily explaining that she had accidentally overslept from being too tired. Bo-deum urged Cha Hyan to quickly start the massage session because she had already washed her hands thoroughly earlier. The little girl happily waved goodbye, leaving Seo-ho standing behind with eyes full of profound observation. The young master sat with his legs crossed leisurely, thinking to himself that his senior's puffy face looked so cute he wanted to take a bite out of it. Seo-ho suddenly stood frozen in outrage when recalling how those two had nonchalantly exchanged phone numbers right before his eyes. Cha Hyan radiantly thanked Bo-deum because the practice massage session had helped him feel incredibly comfortable and energized. Bo-deum started rummaging through her large backpack with an eager look, as if preparing a surprise gift. She took out a gift bag with a porridge shop's name printed on it and smiled radiantly, making the surrounding space brighten up. Bo-deum caringly asked if the other party had washed the clothes she lent him, while also expressing concern about his health. The number 5 athlete gently touched the gift bag and reminded his senior to remember to stay warm because the air conditioning in the gym was very strong. Unable to hold back anymore, Seo-ho unexpectedly lunged forward and snatched the gift bag from Bo-deum's hands with a highly aggressive and possessive attitude. Seo-ho gritted his teeth in sheer anger. His sharp purple eyes seemed to want to hack the person who dared to come near his girl into pieces. Bo-deum cluelessly hugged the backpack to her chest, completely overwhelmed by her junior's aggressive attitude and sudden act of snatching the item. Without giving the other party time to react, the young master threw the gift bag straight at Cha Hyun, along with a stern warning that the guy should go wash his own clothes. Standing tall in the middle of the club room, Seo-ho growled, reminding his senior that the athlete was already an adult, no longer a child for her to cater to. He decisively handed the bag back to Bo-deum and strictly demanded that from now on, she must absolutely never do trivial chores like doing laundry for any other man. Witnessing the arrogant young master's blatant display of jealousy, Cha Hyun couldn't hold back a highly sarcastic sneer, making the atmosphere suddenly extremely tense. Seo-ho flew into a rage. He stared at his rival's smirk and demanded to know what the hell that bastard was mocking right to his face. Cha Hyun casually rubbed his chin and offered a fake apology, taunting that even if the whole school cheered for Seo-ho, in the end, he was just a mediocre guy easily provoked like anyone else. Seo-ho's face suddenly sank into melancholy shadows. His trampled pride left his mind with nothing but hatred and powerfully surging resentment. Bo-deum stood completely still with a highly shocked face, slightly tilting her head as she silently questioned the real reason behind her close friend's sudden change in attitude. Seo-ho strode forward to face Cha Hyun directly, creating an intensely pressured distance under Bo-deum's witness. The young master leaned close to the other guy's ear, coldly dropping a threat and demanding he know his place and stay away from his personal business. In response to that aggression, Cha Hyun briefly glanced at him with a look of nonchalance mixed with defiance, making Seo-ho's anger simmer even more. The clubroom's space suddenly plunged into a suffocating silence, turning this place into a highly tense psychological battlefield. Right at the climax, the school bell rang loudly, cutting the thread of conflict waiting to erupt between the two boys. The announcement urging students back to class echoed under the crystal-clear blue sky, officially concluding the unfinished confrontation in the clubroom. The quiet classroom appeared like a silent note amidst the upheavals, where personal calculations began to spark once again. Seo-ho sat quietly at his desk, constantly staring at his phone in an incredibly conflicted and uneasy mood. A message line from Bo-deum unexpectedly appeared. She asked him to meet in secret at the old building's music room instead of going to the cafeteria. However, right after that, a highly decisive rejection was sent, causing the newly kindled meeting plan to suddenly fall into a dead end. Seo-ho stared blankly at his phone, his mind endlessly repeating the words, "No, no," upon noticing the strange change from Bo-deum's side. The message line popped up, announcing that Cha Hyun asked her to wait for 100 whole minutes, making the young master suddenly freeze in astonishment. In a fit of anxiety, he hastily pressed for the reason the other party wanted to meet and received an innocent answer, that it was an extremely important matter. Seo-ho's eyes suddenly became razor-sharp as he silently affirmed with 100% certainty that this was a predestined love confession. The young master quietly observed his senior and admitted that any man would easily be conquered by her gentleness and adorableness. His hand gripped the pen tightly, his heart wrenching when thinking about the private moments between the two of them that he completely knew nothing about. Seo-ho rested his head on the desk in exhaustion. He bitterly accepted the truth that anyone developing feelings for Bo-deum was completely understandable. Amidst the noisy classroom space, the young master deluded himself that his worry was merely a moral issue to save her from a weirdo. He started scribbling chaotic pen strokes onto the paper page, his mind completely invaded by the prospect of the little girl being lured by someone else. In his imagination, Cha Hyun appeared like a child holding Bo-deum's hand and making a highly cheesy date proposal due to a passion for massage. Seo-ho horrifically imagined the scene of Bo-deum innocently nodding in agreement to a date if someone proposed, his self-esteem heavily wounded by that prospect. The young master gritted his teeth and squeezed his pen, emitting a murderous aura that made the whole class shudder as he silently lamented that this was the worst thing ever. His eyes never left his phone screen, anxiously sending a message to inquire about her whereabouts, but the silence continued to envelop everything. The surging feeling of restlessness made Seo-ho impatiently bite his finger tightly. He silently blamed the other party for why she still hadn't bothered to read his message. Observing the empty schoolyard through the window frame, he silently deduced that his senior's class was definitely gathering in the gymnasium instead of outside. The young master clicked his tongue in extreme annoyance upon realizing the gymnasium was located right next to his rival Cha Hyan's classroom, an incredibly advantageous position for that guy. Even though the teacher was strictly reminding everyone about exam rules, Seo-ho's mind only harbored the intention of using an athlete's speed to snatch the little girl back. As soon as the bell rang, he immediately dashed out of his seat like the wind, ignoring the extremely angry warning of the teacher standing on the podium. Rapid footsteps echoed throughout the hallway, signaling a highly dramatic rescue before that guy's confession scene could take place. Seo-ho took lightning-fast strides, slipping through the bustling crowd of students. His face clearly showed a look of rush as he tried to catch up with a silhouette occupying his entire mind. Seo-ho was stunned to see students from all grades pouring out of the gym together right in the middle of school hours. He hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd with a tense expression, silently demanding everyone to get out of the way so he could conduct his search. The young master looked frantically into Cha Hyan's empty classroom and couldn't help but feel suspicious upon realizing his rival had disappeared once again. The text on the notice board about the PE class at the gym suddenly became a crucial clue to help him pinpoint his target. Seo-ho leaned his head against the door in utter rage, silently cursing the disastrous coincidence of two grades having to share the same period. He punched the doorframe hard in frustration, blaming himself for being so careless as to not thoroughly check his rival's schedule. His mind flashed with secret dating spots from the club room to the rooftop, where that bastard could be confessing to Bo-deum. Ignoring the bewildered calls of his classmates, Seo-ho dashed frantically down the hallway like a track athlete. The young master took lightning-fast strides across the bridge connecting the two buildings, his heart pounding incessantly with anxiety. Looking down from above, Seo-ho finally cried out in excitement upon spotting Bo-deum's petite figure right below. Seo-ho leaned against the high railing, his eyes wide with shock when he finally discovered the identity of the guy standing next to his girl. Down in the schoolyard, the athlete Cha Hyan was standing opposite Bo-deum in an incredibly private and ambiguous atmosphere. Cha Hyan hesitantly apologized for calling her out so abruptly, while earnestly hoping she wouldn't be too surprised by what he was about to say. Witnessing that scene from above, Seo-ho's limbs went weak as if he had just seen a ghost, secretly terrified she would be stolen away by someone else. The young master was stunned by the mocking remarks about them practicing a play, while his heart clenched in extreme jealousy. Just as the other guy was about to confess the most important things, Seo-ho's last bit of patience completely vanished. A desperate scream calling his senior's name echoed throughout the school, officially tearing apart the romantic atmosphere of the couple below. Bo-deum looked up in bewilderment and couldn't help but be astonished to realize the person who had just ruined the moment was a panicking Yoon Seo-ho. Cha Hyan clearly showed a grumpy and regretful expression since his sincere confession still couldn't reach its conclusion. No longer caring about his pride, Seo-ho shouted his request to be the competition model and desperately begged her to give him a chance. Bo-deum looked up with a dazed expression, her eyes sparkling as if she had just received an unbelievable offer. She couldn't help but ask back in sheer amazement whether he was truly serious about that decision. Ignoring Cha Hyan's astonishment, she shouted for him to stay right there and wait for her, then hurriedly turned around and ran off. That entire scene fell into Seo-ho's line of sight from the balcony. He quietly observed every hurried movement of the little girl. Down in the schoolyard, Cha Hyan gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes glaring viciously at the one who had just ruined his confession. In response, Seo-ho flashed a contemptuous smile and coldly flipped him the middle finger as an arrogant, direct declaration of war. Deep down, he gloated that being a practice model was just a small matter, and he was willing to do it for her instead of that bastard. Bo-deum frantically took strides up the stairs, her footsteps echoing throughout the quiet hallway of the building. As soon as she called out Yoon Seo-ho's name, the young master was already waiting and replied with an incredibly calm demeanor. Seo-ho froze for a moment upon seeing Bo-deum's face. The radiant halo around her made his heart flutter once again. Bo-deum smiled radiantly, running as fast as she could towards Seo-ho, bursting with happiness as if she had just received a priceless gift. She rushed over to cling tightly to his waist and kept screaming in excitement, leaving the young master frozen by her sudden enthusiasm. Bo-deum jumped up and down, demanding that Seo-ho absolutely must not change his mind after promising to be her model. The little girl even made an extreme vow that even if she got hit by a car or bled, she would crawl to the exam to make sure he kept his word. To be absolutely sure, she decisively held out her pinky finger and forced the young master to make a solemn promise right on the spot. Seo-ho gently hooked his pinky with hers and secretly felt satisfied, even asking himself why he hadn't made this offer sooner. In her excitement, Bo-deum smiled brightly and boldly declared that she would buy him a new set of underwear as a reward. The sensitive offer left Seo-ho completely dumbfounded, his face clearly showing extreme bewilderment at his senior's unimaginable gift. He stood frozen in place, while his mind continued to spin with the question of why it had to be underwear. Ending the half-laughable, half-tearful promise, both of them retreated to the quiet workroom to start drawing up a serious practice plan. Seo-ho tried to reassure himself that it was completely natural for a practice model to lie on a bed wearing nothing but a pair of underwear, because it was a mandatory requirement for contestants to accurately showcase each muscle group in front of the judges during the massage. Even so, the young master couldn't help but hesitate about the level of exposure, wondering if a stretchy t-shirt would be enough to see the muscle fibers clearly. Meanwhile, Bo-deum kept typing away and admitted that she almost couldn't register for the competition if she hadn't found a model. Seo-ho immediately showed a sarcastic expression when mentioning that bastard Ki Cha-hyun giving up, while implicitly affirming that it was his rival's cowardly nature. But the truth was that Bo-deum had patiently waited for him for a long time, suddenly making the atmosphere in the room quiet and deeply meaningful. Faced with Seo-ho's silence, the little girl nonchalantly remarked that perhaps he was also gradually developing an interest in this, without even realizing it. Seo-ho clenched his fists in utter helplessness, silently scolding her bluntness for backing him into a corner with no way out. Sunlight pierced through the silent hallway, as if witnessing a major turning point in the complicated relationship of the young couple. Once the application was submitted, there would be no turning back, and Bo-deum eagerly urged him to quickly go practice with the Kali model right away. Seo-ho was secretly worried because aside from the time spent on the Kali model, Bo-deum kept dragging him along to practice massage anytime, anywhere. In a passionate moment, they shared an intense kiss right in front of the door as her tiny hands continuously clutched the hem of his shirt. Even though he outwardly pretended to be reluctant, the young master secretly admitted that these brief private moments were actually not too bad. The moment he stepped into the room, Gi Cha-hyun flashed a triumphant smile and casually suggested that Seo-ho strip down right here to get used to it. Furious at the provocation, Seo-ho yelled at that bastard to get lost while he himself was still lying exposed on the massage bed. Bo-deum seriously reminded him about the rules of wearing underwear during the competition, leaving Seo-ho unable to help questioning whether she considered him a pervert. He lay quietly with purple eyes full of resignation, silently watching every movement of the girls standing next to him. Jealousy flared up fiercely again when that athlete continued to propose taking his senior to check out the exam venue once more. The young master growled, reminding him of their agreement to practice until the school turned off the lights, and criticized his rival for being someone who meddled in other people's business. Ignoring the cold shoulder, Cha-hyun smiled and affirmed he would patiently wait because he was completely free for the entire coming week. Seo-ho growled, asking Cha-hyun if he knew that physical condition was the most important thing before the exam, while secretly feeling irritated by his rival's excessive interference. Seeing Bo-deum silently walking away without even bothering to defend him, he could only watch her back in a suffocatingly silent atmosphere. Seo-ho's life gradually turned into an endless loop, from staying at school until 10 at night to help Bo-deum practice to taking her home. He patiently opened the car door for her and secretly acknowledged that his senior's massage skills were becoming increasingly masterful after days of hard training. Sitting in the quiet space of the car, Bo-deum seemed to be immersed in her own music world, nonchalantly enjoying the young master's special care. Even though Seo-ho himself wasn't keen on or had any expectations for the massage competition, and even just wanted it to end quickly to escape this mess. However, lately, his mind couldn't stop flashing to the prospect of Lee Bo-deum beaming with a happy smile while standing on the podium to receive first prize. Because of that image, Seo-ho smiled softly and told himself that he could endure lying exposed in underwear because all the other models would be the same. The exam day was finally approaching, and the sky over Euro High School today suddenly became strangely clear and blue, as if signaling a momentous event about to take place. The sound of Yoon Seo-ho's name being called suddenly rang out, shattering the quiet space of the classroom, making the young master startle and turn his head with a highly curious look. Bo-deum unexpectedly appeared at the classroom door and waved, signaling Seo-ho to come outside to meet her for a moment. The young master silently wondered why she was in such a hurry, even though they had been together very late last night, while also guessing that she had brought plums for him again. He casually held out his hand and said that he should fully enjoy these plums before summer ended. Bo-deum enthusiastically rummaged through her backpack and explained that because she wasn't sure what style he liked, she had picked out a few different ones. However, Seo-ho's face suddenly became bewildered upon seeing the bright red foreign object that had just been placed in the palm of his hand. He stood dead in his tracks in the middle of the hallway upon realizing the thing he was holding was a highly provocative pair of red men's underwear. The incident happened so abruptly that the surrounding students couldn't help but be shocked and started spreading a sensational rumor about the senior's sensitive gift. The boys gleefully observed the tiny size of the item and sarcastically remarked that they had finally found an aspect to surpass the perfect young master. Seo-ho tremblingly asked if this was the gift she had promised instead of plums, while Bo-deum still casually confirmed it amidst the crowd's whispering. Too humiliated, he could only clutch his head in pain as he realized his long-standing cool image had completely collapsed due to the little girl's disastrous innocence. Seo-ho put his arm around Bo-deum's shoulder, leading her away from the whispering crowd, telling her to just go back first, and he would choose the color himself later. The clear blue sky enveloped Euro High School like a temporary rest after the simultaneously funny and pathetic situations that had just occurred. On the way back, Bo-deum asked about how he felt after today's massage session and received a highly satisfied answer that everything was absolutely perfect. The little girl suddenly remembered she had to go visit her dear Cali model, the thing she had accidentally neglected during the entire time focusing on training the young master. Under the brilliant evening glow, Bo-deum suggested that they should both go check the exam venue earlier, but Seo-ho immediately rejected it, concerned about the chaos on that morning. With a pensive face, the young master decided that he would be the one to go prepare everything necessary to lessen the burden on the little girl. Bo-deum immediately stopped him and advised him to go home and rest to maintain his physical condition, while also affirming that she could easily commute by bus on her own. Not wanting his crush to work too hard, Seo-ho decisively pulled out his powerful bank card and ordered her to take a taxi home immediately. He stood in silence, observing Bo-deum's tiny back gradually walking away in her irresistibly stubborn manner. The young master sighed softly in helplessness at his own clumsy care, while his heart couldn't stop worrying about the upcoming big day. Seo-ho and Bo-deum walked together under the evening glow. The young master spoke up, criticizing his senior for her unnecessary pride. He asserted that accepting help was common sense and emphasized that he was only treating her to a taxi ride, while Bo-deum awkwardly brought up the ill-fitting underwear incident again. Standing next to the luxury car, the little girl explained that she only refused because she could handle it herself, unless she was traveling with her grandmother. Seo-ho suddenly paused and pressed her with a worried look about whether her grandmother truly couldn't make it to attend the ceremony. Sitting in the car, Bo-deum sadly recounted that her grandmother had tried to ask for time off but failed because the kitchen was short-staffed on Saturday. Silence enveloped the space in the back of the car as they both sat apart, each pursuing their own highly conflicted thoughts. Bo-deum was engrossed in looking at her phone screen to mentally prepare herself, completely unaware of the young master's deep gaze directed at her. Seo-ho sighed softly and secretly complained about his senior's stubbornness, a personality trait that was both annoying and truly adorable. Finally, the official competition day arrived at the town's gymnasium, signaling that a highly dramatic new chapter was about to begin. The sign announcing the closing time and the start time of the competition clearly appeared, officially kicking off the intense confrontation among the contestants. The clock hands had ticked past the designated time. Seo-ho desperately pleaded with the organizers to wait another 10 minutes because his partner was about to arrive. But the operating staff firmly rejected that plea, criticizing that this delay was disrespectful to the contestants who had arrived on time. Faced with the young master's extremely tense expression, she coldly laid down the final condition that he had exactly 5 minutes to resolve the trouble. Seo-ho stared at the long list of missed calls sent to Bo-deum, a vague fear beginning to invade his mind. He stood alone in the middle of the spacious gymnasium, his heart constantly tormented by the question of whether the little girl had encountered an accident or simply overslept. The young master bowed his head, full of regret for not going to her house to pick her up, ignoring the noisy atmosphere around him that was gradually drowning out his patience. Just as his despair reached its peak, the phone suddenly vibrated to signal an incoming call from Bo-deum, making his whole body jolt awake. Seo-ho shouted loudly to confirm to the staff that she had answered, then hurriedly pressed accept with hands still trembling from anxiety. He screamed into the receiver asking where his senior was, while trying to suppress the rage and insecurity surging in his heart. However, the response he received was not the voice of the girl he was expecting, but a cold question from a stranger asking to verify the identity of Bo-deum's guardian. The announcement from the other end of the line that this was an emergency medical center left Seo-ho so shocked he couldn't speak. The stranger went on to confirm that Lee Bo-deum had just been in a serious accident and demanded he be present at the hospital immediately. His purple eyes suddenly became hollow. The young master fell completely into a state of severe shock at the devastating news that came too suddenly. Ignoring the chaos around him, he frantically dashed down the hospital hallway with his heart pounding incessantly from fear. His trembling hand touched the white curtain. Seo-ho hesitated for a moment, terrified of what he was about to face behind it. He decisively pulled back the curtain and stepped in with a pale face, his eyes filled with anxiety and belated regret. The sight of Bo-deum sitting alone on the hospital bed with her arm in a cast and wounds on her face made his heart clench. The little girl bowed her head in self-pity, her eyes welling with tears and her lips trembling as if trying to suppress the pain, both physical and mental. Seo-ho froze at the terrible scenario. He secretly wished he had resolutely gone to pick her up instead of letting things turn out like this. Layers of regret piled up, leaving the young master standing in silence, bitterly blaming himself that everything was his fault. Manhwa Hospital stood under a deep blue sky, carrying the heartbreaking news that Bo-deum had been hit by a motorcycle running a red light. The injury to her right elbow meant it would take her 5 weeks to recover, a cruel joke of fate right on the day of the exam she had poured her heart into preparing for. In this situation, anyone else would have burst into tears, but the little girl resiliently pressed her lips tightly together as if trying to swallow all the bitterness inside. Seeing her as lonely as a child who didn't know how to cry, Seo-ho gently placed a hand on her head and patted it as a silent, yet warm comfort. The young master suddenly startled and turned around upon hearing hurried footsteps approaching the hospital room. Bo-deum's grandmother rushed in, her weathered face clearly showing worry as she continuously called her granddaughter's name in panic. She asked in astonishment if he was Bo-deum's friend, leading Seo-ho to politely confirm that he was a junior 1 grade below her. Her eyes suddenly softened, and she softly muttered that her granddaughter hadn't lied about finally finding a true friend. However, the conversation was interrupted by the constant ringing of her phone, causing her to lament that her workplace kept rushing her even though she had asked to come in late. Seo-ho quietly observed and suddenly remembered the story about the severe shortage of staff in the kitchen on Saturdays, feeling deep sorrow for the circumstances of the grandmother and granddaughter. Seo-ho stood silently in the hospital hallway as his family's close assistant stepped up to handle the aftermath of the collision. The calm man in a suit advised that the motorcycle's insurance side would contact her grandmother's phone, and she simply needed to give them his number. Handing over a powerful business card, he earnestly invited the grandmother to go rest, and affirmed that the family side would take responsibility for guarding this hospital room. He bowed politely, explaining that since Bo-deum had helped young Master Seo-ho adapt to his new environment, this was just a worthy gesture in return. Then, he gently escorted the grandmother away to have a meal, leaving an absolutely private space for the young couple. The hospital room door closed with a dry thud, plunging the room into a suffocating silence. Seo-ho slowly approached the hospital bed, his eyes heavy as he saw the small girl lying motionless under the white blanket. He sat down next to her and silently prayed that this cruel reality was only part of a nightmare, especially when thinking about the fact that she might need surgery. Longing to wake up and feel relief instead of pain, the young master sat hugging his knees in the ironically sunlit room. He looked deeply into Bo-deum's pale face and hoped he wouldn't have to shed tears, wishing that all of this was truly just a dream. The phone screen displayed the massage competition results, where first place belonged to Kwak Min-wook, turning the atmosphere in the hospital room somber. Bo-deum blankly stared at the lifeless text, the regret over the lost opportunity clearly showing on her face that was still covered in bandages. Seo-ho immediately exposed the cheating since one of the judges also had the surname Kwak, and asserted it was fortunate her career wouldn't be tainted by this competition. He attentively handed his senior a glass of water, while not forgetting to remind her about the important final exams starting tomorrow. Ignoring Bo-deum's anxiety, the young master casually declared he would review his lessons right in this hospital room since he had already arranged an absolutely private space. In the following days, Seo-ho always patiently stayed by her side every afternoon, taking over for manager Im to take care of her until her grandmother got off work. Thanks to his thoughtful care, the little girl's spirit recovered very quickly. She cried a lot and then stood up strongly with a calm mindset. Even so, sometimes her longing for her profession made her sneakily search for information about the competition, but all those efforts were immediately blocked by bodyguard Seo-ho. When hearing mentions of his rival Gi Cha-hyun wanting to visit, the young master immediately ordered a ban on entry and didn't forget to wish her good luck on her exams. He stood silently by the bookshelf with deep eyes, silently challenging her with the question of whether she truly saw him only as a younger schoolmate. The stacks of reference books still lay silently on the shelf, marking the end of a final exam period where Seo-ho was only busy running errands instead of studying. 3 months of living together in the remote countryside, a period that seemed like it would last forever, had finally come to the time to say goodbye. Seo-ho's father sent a text message notifying him that the moving company was coming and strictly warned him not to curse or hang up on them like last time. He stared blankly at the phone screen with a tangled mind, his hands seemingly trembling at the sudden decision to leave. Lying limply on the sofa, the young master sank into vague thoughts about the girl who had turned his long peaceful life upside down. As the day to return to glamorous Seoul drew near, Seo-ho suddenly felt indescribably suffocated and didn't understand why he wasn't feeling as happy as expected. He quietly adjusted his baseball cap to hide his heavy, sorrowful eyes, trying to regain his usual cold demeanor before officially leaving this place. An uncomfortable aftertaste clung to his mind just because of the name Lee Bo-deum, the only girl who had trusted and opened her heart to rely on him during this time. Seo-ho clicked his tongue, telling himself that staying here any longer was absurd, as he wasn't a charity worker who needed to worry about someone else's life. In the hospital room, Bo-deum sat quietly on her bed under the anxious gaze of her grandmother, completely unaware that her only friend was preparing to leave. Seo-ho slid open the hospital room door and entered with a bright smile, causing Bo-deum's grandmother to call his name in surprise. She curiously asked if he was her granddaughter's friend, and Seo-ho awkwardly made up the excuse of bringing reference books, even though the exams were already over. While the grandmother was about to leave so the two young friends could talk, Seo-ho quickly offered to call a taxi to take her right to her home. Even though she fiercely objected because she hated being seen as old and weak, she ultimately had to surrender to his stubborn determination. Bo-deum wondered why he still kept that pile of review books, and the young master bluntly admitted it was just an excuse for him to come see her. The little girl's eyes suddenly grew heavy as she pressed him about the important matter he was harboring in his heart. Seo-ho's expression hardened with utter seriousness. He took a deep breath and announced that he would be returning to Seoul next Saturday. A hand suddenly slammed down hard on the stack of books, as if wanting to block the unnamed emotions surging in the room. Seeing Bo-deum silently turn away, without responding, Seo-ho stood quietly by the hospital bed, secretly worrying whether she was mad at him. Bo-deum sighed softly with a melancholy expression, looked straight into his eyes, and dropped the confirmation that she had known this day would come. Seo-ho was stunned, demanding to know if his senior had already known beforehand that he would return to Seoul. He couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly she caught on to the information, while he was still struggling to find a way to break the sad news. Bo-deum casually admitted that even if she just sat in one place, rumors about the troublesome young master leaving after the exams still managed to reach her ears. The young master quietly took off his baseball cap with an indescribable feeling of disappointment, silently blaming reality for not being at all like what he had feared. A surge of frustration made him clench his fists, feeling hurt by her indifferent tone that carried not even a hint of regret. Although relieved that his senior didn't seem psychologically affected, that very calmness filled his heart with a heartbreaking disappointment. Shattering the suffocating atmosphere, Bo-deum pulled out the stack of review books and reminded him that in reality, they still had 2 whole days left to be together. She hesitantly suggested he just drop by the hospital if he had nothing better to do, though she still affirmed she had no intention of forcing the young master. Seo-ho quietly bent down to pick up the slippers at the foot of the bed, trying to use this small action to cover up the fierce embarrassment swirling in his heart. Looking at her small back with her arm in a cast clumsily moving about, he bitterly realized he had always been the only one overthinking and creating all sorts of dramatic scenes. Seo-ho blamed himself for falling into a state of delusion upon realizing he couldn't make rational judgments whenever he was around Lee Bo-deum. Within the hospital room, Bo-deum suddenly asked the young master to give her his hand, which couldn't help but make him feel bewildered. She placed a ripe plum into his hand and promised that if he came back tomorrow, she would give him 3 plums instead of just 1 like today. Standing silently in the middle of the room with the plum in his hand, Seo-ho secretly wondered what profound meaning this strange action ultimately held. As night fell, covering the brightly lit streets, the car carrying the young master glided along in thoughtful silence. He intently stared at the small keepsake in his hand and silently affirmed to himself that the girl must have certainly fallen in love with him. The driver secretly observed through the rearview mirror the fluctuating expressions of the young master, who was immersed in romantic calculations. Witnessing that moody silence, he deeply understood and nodded in sympathy for the intense flutters of youth. The image of the passionate kiss suddenly rushed back as a testament to their deep connection, because no one would give a kiss without love. But Seo-ho bowed his head in agony, because he couldn't understand why the little girl's actual reaction could be so despicably indifferent. Seo-ho stared blankly out the car window, feeling bitter because it seemed he was the only one drowning in one-sided despair. He told himself to stop thinking and try to brush off the feeling of disappointment after being splashed with cold water by a senior regarding his secret expectations, then decided to keep things very simple since this was originally just a farewell for him to end his days in this countryside. Saturday finally arrived. A clear blue sky enveloped the apartment complex where the young master was preparing to execute his departure plan. Manager Im was carrying a box of belongings while thoughtfully reminding him to double-check his wallet and bag, affirming that he would personally handle everything else. Seo-ho suddenly stopped with a turbulent expression, as if he had just realized an unexpected incident that lay outside of all his calculations. The image of the black baseball cap lying alone on the glass table in the hospital room suddenly flashed back vividly, like an arrangement of destiny. He exclaimed in astonishment about the item's absence, making the manager standing behind him feel incredibly surprised as well. Seo-ho immediately turned around and ran off, using the excuse that without that cap, he wouldn't be able to eat well or live in peace for the entire next year. Flashing a calculating smile, he secretly blamed himself for being so careless about the school transfer that he almost lost the perfect excuse to go back and see her. The cries of pain and the urges to hurry to the hospital echoed across the blue sky, seeming to recall the moment the horrific accident happened. The hospital room door was suddenly pushed open forcefully, shattering the quiet atmosphere and signaling the return of the troublesome young master. Seo-ho stood silently at the door with a deeply anxious expression. He softly called out to his senior, searching for the silhouette of the girl who was throwing his heart into turmoil. He was stunned to see a tiny figure completely covered under the white blanket on the hospital bed, as if wanting to shrink away from all harm. The blanket cracked open slightly to reveal Bo-deum's tear-stained face. Her sparkling eyes full of self-pity made Seo-ho's heart completely shatter with pity. Memories of the last day before moving away came flooding back with the image of Bo-deum gently placing 3 ripe plums into Seo-ho's palm as a farewell. Standing in the hospital room with a bag on his shoulder, Seo-ho asked if she needed anything else and was stunned to hear her list out how he had taken care of her from eating to brushing her teeth, even letting her touch his muscles. The sudden bluntness of the little girl made his hand abruptly stop right on the doorknob, his heart involuntarily beating wildly out of embarrassment. Trying to turn his face away to hide the agitation in his eyes, the young master coldly announced that tomorrow he would officially leave this place to return to Seoul. Responding to that important farewell was only Bo-deum's innocent and silent blink, an indifference so cruel that an indescribable disappointment swelled in his heart. Sitting in the car on the way out, Seo-ho's face hardened with resentment as he thought to himself that her eyes at that moment seemed to question what he wanted her to do with this information. He irritably imagined the scene where if he came back, she would only blankly ask why he was here. But in the end, it was he who could not stop himself from heading toward the hospital. Crossing his arms resolutely with his purple eyes full of heavy thoughts, Seo-ho tried to maintain a nonchalant appearance while all the calculations in his head had been turned upside down by the image of that girl. As the luxury car glided quickly through the bustling streets, Seo-ho deluded himself that the real purpose of this visit was just to get his hat back and see her face one last time. Looking toward the towering Manhwa hospital, he resolved to teach her a lesson because he could not accept that a relationship once so passionate with kisses and skipping classes together would end so plainly. Seo-ho resentfully stepped out of the car, silently blaming Bo-deum's heartlessness, as she did not care at all that he was about to leave. He instructed manager Lim that he would be back soon, while the manager did not forget to remind him to call if anything unexpected happened. The young master's silhouette briskly walked away from the car with determination, but his mind at this moment was completely set on the hospital room ahead. Still uneasy, Seo-ho leaned close to the window and told the driver not to obstruct traffic, but to just wait patiently for him in the parking lot. With that said, he hurriedly ran off in a rush, ignoring all the attention around him to find that girl. The manager looked after his young master's silhouette and smiled softly with a hidden meaning, silently mocking the promise to return soon of a man sinking deep in love. The hospital room door was suddenly pushed hard, creating a dry thud, signaling the dramatic return of the young man. Seo-ho stood frozen at the doorway, panting heavily, softly calling his senior's name to confirm her presence in the empty room. His gaze stopped at the hospital bed, where Bo-deum was curled up entirely covered in a blanket, as if wanting to hide from the whole world in her loneliness. The white blanket parted to reveal Bo-deum's tear-stained face and melancholic eyes, making Seo-ho shocked to realize that her long-standing strength had completely collapsed. Seo-ho stood frozen when he heard his senior softly calling his name in utter astonishment amidst the quiet hospital room. He slowly approached the bed, tossing a dry explanation that he only came to say goodbye after all the days she cut off contact. Despite his cold exterior, Bo-deum suddenly burst into agonizing sobs, as if venting all the pent-up frustration in her heart. Witnessing the sudden breakdown of that strong girl, Seo-ho's purple eyes widened in shock and amazement. The young master stood frozen in helplessness, thinking to himself that he completely did not know what to do to deal with these tears. His heart churned as he realized that every emotion with her was a first, making him unable to find a way to accept having to leave her. Hiding behind the thin blanket, Bo-deum choked back tears, asking if he really had to leave and abandon her all alone. She painfully confessed that if he disappeared, her life would once again sink into cruel loneliness. Seo-ho squeezed his eyes shut to hide the heart-wrenching pain facing the pitiful plea of the girl he loved. Reaching out to pat the blanket hiding her weakness, he sadly realized he could not definitively claim that he wouldn't leave even though his heart shattered seeing her crying alone. Seo-ho sat quietly on the hospital bed, silently grieving as he realized Bo-deum hadn't even cried this much on the day the cruel accident robbed her of all her dreams. A smug smile flashed across the young master's lips when he realized that in this world, the only person with enough power to make that resilient girl shed tears was him. He leaned down and demanded that she absolutely keep her promise to stay in touch, secretly convinced that after this separation, she would never be able to erase his image from her mind. Hiding behind the thin blanket, Bo-deum still didn't stop sobbing with a tear-stained face, each tear rolling down as proof of a heart breaking over the other's departure. Seo-ho smirked, drawing up a scenario where she would frantically chase him all the way to Seoul, smugly asserting this would be the start of a tragically unrequited love she could hardly let go of. Complacently considering himself the winner in this game of love, but the cruel truth was that for 3 whole years after returning to Seoul, he never received a single signal from her. 3 long years passed. The setting of the story shifted to the bustling city of Seoul with skyscrapers closely packed together. Inside a high-end apartment full of upper-class style, the quiet and luxurious space seemed completely separated from the hustle and bustle of the city outside. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a dramatic scuffle when the bespectacled young man was tightly grabbed, screaming frantically and demanding the other party let him go immediately. Despite the clattering sounds and the pathetic pleas to spare him just this once, Seo-ho still casually sat on the floor, focusing on playing a game as if all the chaos around him did not exist. The short-haired guy sobbed, resenting Yoo-chan, asking if his friend had the heart to let him go alone to such a chaotic and scream-filled place. In the luxurious apartment, he even fell to his knees, clinging tightly to Yoo-chan's leg to beg while Kim Do was still busy playing games and Seo-ho nonchalantly scrolled through his phone. The root of this despair was the RB Boys, the indie band he swore he couldn't miss performing even though they extremely rarely appeared in public. He mocked himself for being nothing more than a pathetic weirdo if he had to stand alone among a frantic crowd full of couples and friends at the park. Self-pity surged when he complained that Kim Do was too obsessed with the virtual world, leaving him with no one else to rely on right now. His teary eyes stole a hopeful glance towards Seo-ho, nervously waiting for a reaction from the friend who was keeping quiet. Seo-ho casually remained sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone, completely ignoring the crying sounds in his ears as if all the chaos did not exist. The young master lightly brought his hand to his mouth in thought with his purple eyes full of secrets, silently thinking about his hatred for loud, crowded places. The killing intent radiating from Seo-ho made the short-haired friend shudder, secretly fearing that just a single glare from him would be enough to turn him into frozen tuna. Finally, Seo-ho coldly declared that he would go to the amusement park together, officially closing the tragicomic crying act of the friend group. The words "game over" appeared, signaling the end of the game, making Song Yoo-chan stunned in dead silence amidst the astonishment of those around him. He still couldn't believe his eyes and wondered if this was a dream. Right at that moment, Yoon Seo-ho bluntly threw clothes at him and coldly ordered him to hurry up and get dressed. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Yoo-chan and the bespectacled friend, Seo-ho nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, leaving an arrogant, mysterious silhouette disappearing behind the door. This abnormality made them suspect that Seo-ho was going crazy again, because once a month ever since returning from his exile 3 years ago, he always had strange, unexplainable behaviors. When checking the timeline again, everyone realized that fateful moment had officially returned, starting from the phone lying silently on the sofa. The horoscope content on the screen displayed a warning that Seo-ho must restrain his arrogance and follow a strange path to find something precious, along with some extremely bizarre lucky items. The bustling amusement park scene appeared under a clear blue sky, predicted to be the lucky location that would completely change the young master's destiny. Amidst the rushing crowd flocking to see the indie band's performance, a girl waved and called out loudly, urging her companion to hurry up and get closer. Lee Bo-deum turned back slightly with crystal-clear eyes, not forgetting to remind that if they didn't stick close to her, the other person would definitely get lost in this chaotic crowd. Watching the familiar figure gradually fading away under the sunlight, Seo-ho unconsciously called out Bo-deum's name loudly, as if to affirm the strange karma that was beginning to bind them together again. Seo-ho stood frozen amidst the stream of memories, his figure exuding an indescribably somber and melancholic vibe. The blue sky of the amusement park appeared, but it seemed this liveliness could not soothe his turbulent soul. Despite Yoo-chan continuously cheering and claiming Seo-ho was very excited, he just coldly demanded him to shut up and leave him be. The gray-haired friend casually nibbled on a piece of cake, announcing the last priority ticket before the fun ended. While everyone around was enjoying every moment, Seo-ho walked apart with a lonely and utterly disgusted look. He gritted his teeth in resentment, silently scolding himself for making the wrong decision to appear in this noisy place. With lost footsteps on the road, the young master regretted blindly believing in the bizarre fortune-telling website that brought him here. The image of Bo-deum sparkling under the sun suddenly flashed in his mind, evoking the pain of a strange dream where she had appeared last night. Seo-ho clicked his tongue in extreme frustration, trying to dispel the silhouette of the girl who had sown chaotic emotions in his heart. 3 long years and 3 short months with Bo-deum were ultimately nothing but shattered pieces of anger and a bitter sense of betrayal. He recalled the image of Bo-deum sobbing and promising to come to Seoul as soon as she recovered, but then she ruthlessly cut off all contact. Seo-ho slightly frowned with heavy thoughts, as uninvited fragments of memory suddenly flooded back, tearing at his heart. Seo-ho bitterly wondered if her pitiful clinging and tears back then were just a deceitful act to trick his feelings. He strolled through the bustling park, silently asserting that he had no reason to ever meet that girl again. However, just as he resolved to cast away the past, the sound of Lee Bo-deum's name being called from the crowd made his heart suddenly stop. Seo-ho quietly stood still to confirm what he just heard, his purple eyes seemingly trying to search for a familiar figure. Amidst the vibrant space full of soap bubbles, he was stunned to catch sight of the back of a girl with silky blonde hair leisurely strolling by. Bo-deum was currently engrossed in staring at her phone screen, completely unaware of a profound gaze watching her. Her elegant face appeared purely under the bright sunlight, instantly throwing the doubts in Seo-ho's heart into turmoil. Seo-ho could only stand rooted to the spot watching the one he used to love from behind, his heart filled with confusion at the ironic arrangement of destiny. Seo-ho was shocked to recognize the familiar figure in the crowd and silently called Lee Bo-deum's name in extreme astonishment. With each hurried step stomping on the park's pavement, he told himself that this was absolutely not a phantom dream, but an actual Lee Bo-deum in the flesh present right here, making his heartbeat start to accelerate madly because of destiny's setup. The warning from the horoscope page about finding something precious again if one listens to the call of fate suddenly flashed vividly on his phone screen. Seo-ho gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being so arrogant to ignore the unexpectedly accurate premonitions of his intuition. Ahead, Bo-deum still casually walked and was engrossed in looking at her phone without knowing a profound gaze was following her. Without hesitating for another second, Seo-ho decided to reach out and touch that girl's shoulder to end the doubt tormenting his mind. Feeling a strange presence, Bo-deum slightly turned back with a look of dismay mixed with a bit of confusion. She stood dead still upon realizing that the person towering right behind her was Yoon Seo-ho, the guy who had caused her soul to stir so many times. The vibrant space of the park led them into a vintage-style restaurant, where the unfinished stories of the past were about to be exposed once again. Bo-deum awkwardly took a sip of water, her eyes looking down at the food tray in confusion, not knowing how to start the conversation. On the contrary, Seo-ho sat opposite with a calm demeanor, but his eyes were filled with deep hurt, as if he was waiting for a clear explanation. His hands unconsciously clenched tightly, veins popping out obsessively, a testament to the anger being suppressed inside. He gave her a chance to say everything. Responding was only Bo-deum's mumbled thanks, like a soulless social gesture. Seo-ho smirked sarcastically, growling to ask if she was deliberately messing with him and whether she really knew the reason why he was angry. Bo-deum stayed silent for a long while, then gently asked if he had been well lately, a question seemingly too ordinary in this tense situation. He asked back in dissatisfaction if that was all she had to say when he was in this state, and that if she had anything she wanted to say, she should just spit it out. Seo-ho sighed helplessly. He let go of everything, telling himself that he had made a mistake trusting this girl. Bo-deum kept an innocent face, asking about the reason he cut off contact and didn't give a single word of greeting right after he returned to Seoul. Despite the accusation about her sudden mood swing, she still calmly asked if he wanted to share anything to relieve his burden. Looking down from above at the tense dining table, Seo-ho thought to himself that she must have made countless new friends in Seoul to be able to easily ignore him like that. Bo-deum endlessly fiddled with a pink bear hat in her hands, muttering to explain that she had agonizingly debated and feared she would become an annoyance if she initiated contact. Seo-ho turned his face away, looking highly resentful, growling to ask why she was so heartless as not to bother picking up any calls from him. Bo-deum's face showed utter bewilderment. Her eyes widened, asking back when exactly he had called her without her knowing. His fury officially erupted, causing Seo-ho to slam his hand hard on the table, yelling to accuse her of deliberately changing her phone number and suddenly disappearing like a ghost. The extreme noise made by the young master caused the surrounding customers to turn and look and start whispering about the fiery atmosphere at their table. Bo-deum awkwardly waved her hands, asserting that everything was just a disastrous misunderstanding, but Seo-ho still fiercely demanded she give a very reasonable explanation. She hesitantly recounted the incident where her old phone fell into the water, leading to having to spend money on a new device, which made Seo-ho just mutter in displeasure. He flared up even more upon knowing she had foolishly gone to a small retail phone store instead of a warranty center, making Bo-deum sweat bullets from being scolded. The truth revealed itself ironically when the sales clerk, wanting a commission, used sweet words to lure Bo-deum into changing to a new phone number to receive a discount. Bo-deum held out her new phone with an empty contact list as proof, awkwardly explaining that she had lost all his contact info after the incident. Witnessing her being scammed to the point of having nothing left, Seo-ho was purple with anger, silently cursing the bastards who heartlessly targeted a lone girl like that. He clasped his hands tightly in resignation, telling himself that no matter how difficult, she should have found a way to meet him instead of letting him hopelessly scour for her home address. Bo-deum thought everything was resolved smoothly, so she eagerly asked whether she could leave now. Seo-ho's face suddenly turned terrifyingly cold, asking back where she wanted to go when he himself had absolutely no intention of letting her off that easily. The image of Bo-deum trapped behind metaphorical iron bars appeared, proving the extreme possessiveness of the young master rising strongly. Seo-ho thought to himself that if they hadn't accidentally crossed paths, perhaps he would have gradually forgotten her. But once she showed up on her own, things were different. Under the surveillance of the camera lens, he firmly asserted that from now on Bo-deum would never be able to escape his grasp ever again. A circle of destiny appeared like a dictatorial oath. Seo-ho was determined to make her taste all the bitter feelings of betrayal he had endured for the past 3 years. The cruel revenge plan officially began. He would use gentleness to break all her defenses, and only then ruthlessly throw her away right after entirely possessing everything. Seo-ho rested his chin on his hand, smiling with a hidden meaning, but deep down he was secretly affirming that until the moment he decided to discard Bo-deum, the only place she could rely on, whether in the present or forever in the future, could only be the peaceful haven right by his side. Under the glowing twilight covering the quiet countryside, the sun gradually set behind the hazy, distant mountains, bringing a turbulent long day to a close. Lee Bo-deum silently pushed the green iron gate to leave her house, her face tinged with pensiveness, while her mind was still engrossed in pursuing its own calculations. She gently reached out to touch the rustling plum leaves in the garden out of daily habit, completely unaware that she was being observed by a profound gaze. Bo-deum casually strolled down the trail, silently thinking about her unfinished anatomy lessons without the slightest suspicion of a strange presence right behind her. Hiding behind the cold stone wall, Yoon Seo-ho in a pitch-black hoodie was quietly watching the girl's every little movement with a highly possessive look. At the deserted bus stop under the twilight sky, while Bo-deum was glued to her phone, the young master stood with his arms crossed patiently right next to her. Both stepped onto the late bus. Seo-ho silently sat in the front row to continue his silent tracking plan amidst the silence enveloping the space. On her phone screen, Bo-deum was intently watching a video of an old professor diligently explaining muscle groups on an anatomical diagram. Wearing earphones and completely immersed in the world of knowledge, she was unaware that Seo-ho, dissatisfied with the report he received, had personally come all the way here. Looking at the girl who was so indifferent despite him being right next to her, Seo-ho could only click his tongue in frustration and silently scold her for being so slow-witted not to realize she was being tailed. On the deserted bus, Yoon Seo-ho quietly sat in the opposite seat to observe Lee Bo-deum, while she remained completely immersed in her own world. He sneakily typed calculated messages while the little girl was still absorbed in enjoying the melody through her earphones without the slightest suspicion. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone screen interrupting the anatomy video she was watching, carrying a confirmation from Seo-ho that he wouldn't come to school today. Bo-deum paused with a bewildered look, her eyes widening in surprise at the sudden decision of the mysterious companion sitting right next to her. She only softly replied with a brief word of agreement, making the text conversation suddenly fall into a baffling silence. Reading that overly indifferent response, Seo-ho couldn't help but let out a sarcastic smile, silently thinking that she truly knew how to leave others speechless. The battle of wits continued when the young master asked if she wanted him to get off the bus with her, but received only a harsh reminder that she had to go to her part-time job. Seo-ho slightly smirked in satisfaction, assuming she was worried he would overwork himself. Nonetheless, he coldly texted back that he knew, ending the matter. The bus stopped in front of Odia Coffee, shining under the sunlight, the starting point for a busy shift for the little girl. Lee Bo-deum quickly started her work at the cash register, focusing on taking customers' orders with an extremely professional and serious expression. Bo-deum's daytime shift at the coffee shop came to an end when she received a reminder that she could get off work. Sunset gradually descended behind the Fighting So store, marking the transition to another shift in her packed schedule. The little girl continued to appear at the checkout counter of a convenience store, quietly performing the payment process for customers' orders. The phone lying silently on the table displayed exactly 10 at night, signaling that a hard day of labor was finally coming to an end. The schoolboys outside were whispering about frequently seeing her working in many places, even suspecting if she had a twin sibling. Hiding in the dark with his hoodie, Seo-ho silently followed Bo-deum's every footstep right as she officially got off work. He frowned slightly when he saw her shift replacement arrived 15 minutes late, making her already meager resting time even shorter. Under the tranquil night sky, Bo-deum silently walked past the familiar plum tree canopy to go home after a long bus ride. Seo-ho stood leaning against the old brick wall, silently lamenting the monotonously repetitive life of the girl he had always been watching. The young master realized Bo-deum was so busy she had no mind for dating, and her inherent coldness had helped her extinguish any intentions of approach from strangers. Seo-ho imagined using sharp scissors to cut off every escape route around Bo-deum, making himself her last and only destination. He stood in the darkness in his hoodie, his cold face silently mocking that girl's overly pathetic living conditions. Under the bright full moon, the young master couldn't comprehend why in this day and age there were still people living so poorly that their mood would swing wildly just over a trip to the park. The luxury car glided through the quiet night. The driver softly spoke up that Madam was very worried and hoped he would soon contact his family again. The manager tried to find ways to excuse Seo-ho's unstable mood as being due to the pressure of his final year of studies, while he only sat silently in the back with a thoroughly bored expression. Seo-ho's deep purple eyes suddenly gleamed with calculation. It seemed all his thoughts were concentrating on a bold new plan. The car's silhouette sped past the glowing plum tree canopy under the streetlights, leaving behind the old house that contained rather unhappy memories. Seo-ho brought his hand to his lips in deep thought, silently comparing Bo-deum to a rabbit that was painstakingly caught again after 3 years, and wondered to himself what he had to do to tame it. Seeing the young master looking somber, the driver caringly asked if he felt cold and offered to turn up the heater to make him feel more comfortable. Suddenly, Seo-ho leaned forward, coldly questioning the manager about the stores or stocks his mother had handed over, and wanting to know the exact amount that could be converted into cash immediately. The driver gripped the steering wheel anxiously, asking if Seo-ho was joking because if he did anything bizarre, he would be the one facing the handcuffs. He slightly smirked in resignation, telling himself that this was still better than a murder case, because once the young master wanted something, no one could possibly stop him. Sitting in the back seat, Seo-ho's purple eyes flashed a cold look as he silently affirmed to himself that even though he understood Bo-deum's hardships, he absolutely would not accept the way she treated him. The car glided through the tranquil night, where the ruthless young master considered the little girl's misfortune as the golden opportunity for him to completely possess her. Amidst the gloomy space, splotches of black ink appeared as if signaling a traumatic and chaotic chapter of memories preparing to rush back. The cold funeral scene appeared with the portraits of Bo-deum's parents, marking the moment the little girl officially became an orphan child all alone in this world. Little Bo-deum with a white bow on her head stood silently before the coffin, bitter tears continuously falling in agonizing silence. Despite the child-bearing heart-wrenching pain, her blood relatives heartlessly screamed and fought over everything from the apartment to the car and every last bit of savings. Those teary, childish eyes of that day were forever stained by the betrayal of her closest relatives, making her soul bizarrely empty. Returning to reality, Bo-deum sat blankly on her bed staring at her phone screen, completely unaware that she had fallen into the crosshairs of a dangerous hunting plan. The phone screen displayed exactly 7 a.m. with 2 simultaneous firing notices from the coffee shop and the convenience store, turning Bo-deum's world upside down in an instant. She stood frozen in utter shock, her empty eyes wondering why all these disasters were suddenly crashing down on her so unexpectedly. While her mind was still in turmoil, The frantic call of a woman from downstairs made the little girl startle and panic. Bo-deum hurriedly ran out to the porch to meet the neighbor, anxiously asking what exactly had happened that made everyone panic so much. The world seemed to collapse when she received the news that her grandmother had fainted. At the same time, the ghost of a 2 billion won debt with skyrocketing interest rates returned to squeeze her heart. Trudging along under the lonely moonlight, she silently felt bitter about her grandmother's deteriorating health and told herself she had to find a new job soon. A series of recruitment flyers appeared along with a chaotic mess of worries from utility bills, hospital fees for her grandmother to even having to buy a new tube of toothpaste. Bo-deum decided to find more night shift jobs, willing to trade her sleep for money to cover the harsh reality. However, the last sliver of hope vanished in the late afternoon when a message canceling her interview popped up, pushing her into a dead end with no way out. Bo-deum bowed her head in utter despair, silently wondering where her life would go when all doors seemed completely shut. Amidst the sunlit park, Seo-ho suddenly appeared next to Bo-deum and gently asked if she was truly in need of his help. Bo-deum frantically turned her head to look at the young man in front of her, her eyes flashing with shock as that offer rang out right when she was falling into a deep pit of despair. In response to that astonishment, Seo-ho slightly smirked, offering a profound and confident smile under the brilliant sunlight, silently asserting that she would never be able to escape his arrangements now. Painful childhood memories resurfaced with the image of a boy sobbing in the middle of the class, pointing his finger and screaming, begging the teacher to change his seat because he absolutely did not want to sit next to that weird girl. Bo-deum quietly bowed her head in isolation, silently and bitterly realizing that hiding or expressing her emotions was inherently too difficult of a problem for her. Looking at the classroom scene from above, she told herself that her feelings for anyone were just a disaster for them, so burying her feelings was the best choice for everyone. Everything started to change in the summer she was 17, when she had to gather all her courage and determination to walk into the club room, where he was casually taking off his shirt. Under the glowing sunset sky, Bo-deum nervously recounted that initially she only approached him because of the practical skills competition, making the person opposite her curious and urging her to say more. Striding along the quiet village road, Seo-ho thought deeply as he heard her define the bond between them at that time simply as a relationship between a senior and a junior. He immediately exploded in anger, continuously asking since when they became schoolmates and questioning whether other guys were really like him, making her just cover her ears and complain that he was too troublesome. However, looking into his eyes filled with clumsy care, her heart suddenly fluttered and admitted that she didn't hate this sweet annoyance at all. Even though in everyone's eyes Seo-ho was an impulsive teenager who liked to do things his way, she secretly realized he always gave her silent and delicate gestures of care. As soon as she spoke, he would tilt his head to listen, or when she was engrossed in her phone, he would quietly clear all obstacles on the road to ensure she would never trip. Under the glowing sunset sky, Seo-ho quietly walked behind Bo-deum, his eyes clearly showing a complex, thoughtful look. He deliberately shortened his long strides, quietly adjusting his pace to walk very slowly to match her small steps. In Bo-deum's mind, Yoon Seo-ho at that time was merely a beautiful but melancholic memory of her youth. Looking at the empty contacts on her phone, she secretly felt a corner of her heart also become strangely empty. Bo-deum reassured herself that perhaps everything should end like this, because she had never been brave enough to confess her feelings before he left. She decided to forever keep the brilliant memories from the summer she was 17 deep in her heart as a private treasure. But that plan completely went up in smoke when Seo-ho suddenly reappeared with a mature, cold, and oppressive appearance. Sitting opposite him in the diner, Bo-deum awkwardly took a sip of water, trying to avoid the sharp gaze that was enveloping the space of that man. The joy of reunion was short-lived as Seo-ho began a rigorous interrogation, demanding she give a detailed account of her life during their 3 years apart. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, leaning in close to her as if wanting to use his fierce possessiveness to lock her in his sight. Seo-ho glued his eyes to the phone screen, his hand surfing quickly on the keyboard to send a threatening text message to Sora, asserting that she shouldn't interfere in his and Bo-deum's business. Sitting in the diner, he coldly questioned the anxious girl in front of him why she was so scared, wondering if he had accidentally ended up on someone's blacklist. In response to his bewildered look was her confirmation that it was almost her turn, making Seo-ho just blankly stare at her back as she rushed toward the roller coaster ride. He immediately stood up, coldly calling Choi Kyung-tae to announce that he would commandeer his priority pass without even waiting for permission. Ignoring his extremely confused friend on the other end of the line, Seo-ho calmly held the phone and turned to propose that Bo-deum experience the ride with him right away. Witnessing that action, Bo-deum was stunned to realize that Yoon Seo-ho, after 3 years apart, still retained his habit of caring for others in a clumsy way that didn't suit his aura at all. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down when both of them sat on the stone bench. He looked at her and abruptly made a very serious offer of help that made the space tense. Seo-ho leaned in close with a suggestive smile, declaring he would pay off all her debts, but in return, he would become her new creditor so he could legitimately keep her by his side. Seeing the little girl guarantee that she had nowhere left to run, he started twisting words about her loyalty again and annoyedly complained that she always deliberately misunderstood his good intentions. His eyes were glued to her tightly clenched hands, coldly questioning the conscience of the girl who had heartlessly disappeared without a trace for 3 long years. Returning to reality, Seo-ho looked straight into her eyes and suggested they go to Seoul together, so he could take care of finding the best hospital for her grandmother. He casually sat resting his chin on the bench, declaring she had to stay by his side until she paid off all her debt, making Bo-deum secretly grateful because he never made her feel pathetic. The scene of the old house appeared with a truck full of belongings, marking the moment she was forced to abandon the place full of memories to start a new journey. The landlord suddenly appeared with a fierce face, pointing his finger and yelling about who allowed her to plant a plum tree here and demanding it be cut down or uprooted immediately. He dropped a threat that he would personally burn the tree down if she didn't handle it, then walked away in a huff while constantly mocking those who clung to other people's land like ants. Bo-deum stood frozen there in a prolonged silence, her eyes filled with sadness as she watched the fading shadow of the cruel man. From a distance, Seo-ho approached sluggishly while yawning long and hard, asking what on earth had happened to make the atmosphere so tense. She secretly wondered why a high school senior like him was so free to show up every weekend, then softly replied that the landlord wanted to burn down this precious plum tree. Her hands tightly gripped the edge of the old wooden chair, bitterly realizing that planting a new tree before leaving was impossible because there was nowhere left for her to entrust her memories. Under the clear blue sky, Bo-deum stretched herself standing on the high wooden chair, her skinny hands reaching up among the green leaves to try and hold onto the last lingering taste from the familiar plum tree. Bo-deum meticulously touched each bright green plum leaf, seeming to want to engrave this last breath of life deep into her mind. Suddenly, Seo-ho stepped forward and tightly hugged her waist, interrogating her about what she was doing, making her startle and reply that she just wanted to pick a few leaves as a souvenir before the tree was destroyed. Her eyes suddenly filled with sorrow when recalling the cruel declaration of the landlord that he would soon burn down this entire 15-year-old plum tree. Noticing the resignation in her voice, he tightened his embrace and coldly asked if everything was really going to end just simply like that. Standing in the empty yard, Seo-ho loudly reprimanded her for giving up so easily and grumpily demanded she ask for his help if the tree was truly that precious. His eyes turned dark as old resentment rose, secretly blaming himself that he should have realized her heartlessness early on, right from the moment she ruthlessly abandoned him 3 years ago. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Bo-deum's small hand gently touched his shoulder like a weak but utterly sincere plea, making the anger in him suddenly halt. She looked down straight at him and timidly asked if she genuinely requested it. Would he be willing to step up and protect this plum tree for her? Seo-ho froze before the deep gaze of the girl he both hated and loved, his mind completely surrendered by that sudden trust. Not letting her wait long, he immediately lifted her up on his shoulder and strode away decisively, like a silent affirmation that from now on he would protect everything that belonged to her. Bo-deum's feet slightly tiptoed in the middle of the empty yard, as if trying to hold onto the last bit of warmth from the land she was about to leave. Seo-ho stared intensely at her with a provocative look, questioning why she wouldn't beg him for help and accusing her of being too apathetic toward reality. He let out a disappointed sigh, coldly telling her to forget the words he just said so both of them could leave this place immediately. The image of the truck filled with stacked boxes of belongings appeared, signaling a major and chaotic change about to happen. Standing next to the base of the tree, Seo-ho thoughtfully asked if there was anything left here for her to be attached to when her grandmother and this 15-year-old plum tree were gone. Bo-deum glued her eyes to her phone screen. She softly countered his words by telling herself that no matter what, this would always remain her only home. She raised her camera to record the memory but coldly asked Seo-ho to step aside so she could take a complete picture of the tree. Contrary to that request, he casually leaned his back against the tree trunk and mocked her for not putting on such an overly sentimental display through the camera lens. Bo-deum looked at him with skepticism, not hesitating to question why a high school senior wasn't studying, but kept busily tailing her when he wasn't of any help. The shutter sound echoed to close the frame, which was also when she secretly marveled that this man's rudeness was truly astonishing. Amidst the bustling urban scenery, Bo-deum hesitantly asked whether the two of them moving in to live together under one roof was too overly intimate or not. While hugging a cleaning box, she guaranteed that she wasn't shameless at all and would absolutely not run away until her debt was fully paid, making Seo-ho feel a shiver because of a similar lie in the past. When the girl was still cluelessly asking who that person was, the young master immediately exposed that it was her, the one who callously disappeared without a trace for 3 whole years. Seo-ho coldly declared he would move out to a dorm because he realized the relationship between creditor and debtor between them had now crossed normal boundaries. Bo-deum stunningly blurted out the word massage as a last ray of hope to hold him back, making the atmosphere in the room suddenly become dead silent and full of tension. Seizing that opportunity, Seo-ho demanded that she use his body to practice massaging right in this house until she felt truly satisfied. The scene shifted to a sunlit luxury apartment complex, where skyscrapers seemed to be witnessing the highly calculating contract starting to take shape. Bo-deum stood blankly in the middle of the courtyard with a completely bewildered look, secretly complaining that everything was going completely wrong compared to what they both had agreed upon. From ahead, Seo-ho turned back to look at her with pressured purple eyes, growling an order for her to stop blocking the way and immediately step closer to him. Despite all the curious eyes pouring onto them, the young master casually asserted they were just admiring his handsome looks, so she didn't need to bother worrying. Seo-ho unexpectedly leaned in close and questioned if Bo-deum was again brewing intentions to run away, making her only secretly lament that he was no different from a ghost always haunting her. He stood tall in the middle of the street, reminding her of the oath that she would never abandon him no matter what happened, then coldly asked if she was still the girl from 4 years ago or not. Bo-deum immediately fired back, decisively pointing her finger to assert that he was the one who broke the old promise first, making the atmosphere between the two become extremely tense. She didn't hesitate to bring up his old offer, that if she moved in with him, he would let her freely practice massage on his body until she was thoroughly bored of it. Returning to the luxurious apartment, seeing her engrossed in finding a part-time job on her phone, Seo-ho leaned down to mock that those pennies were nothing compared to the massive debt she was carrying. Standing next to the unfinished boxes of belongings, he made a tempting proposal that she should just focus on practicing massage right here, making her passionate mind completely surrender. Bo-deum stared blankly at the screen, secretly calculating that even if she worked hard all month long, it would take her up to 10 years to fully pay off her debt to the man in front of her. Her naive statement about having to work for 10 straight years made young master Seo-ho suddenly stunned, as if he didn't expect her to be that serious about the debt. He scratched his head and ears in utter confusion, hastily correcting that his intention was absolutely not to force or corner her into a dead end like what she was imagining. Finally, Seo-ho softened his voice to affirm he didn't pressure her about repaying the debt, but only wanted her to focus on studying and comfortably pursue her massage passion right in their shared home. Bo-deum gently touched Seo-ho's forehead to soothe the tension, expressing her desire to be independent instead of living dependently, and promised to save up money to send back to him after graduating. Seo-ho sighed in agreement, but still firmly stated he would transfer the apartment's title to a senior, so she would never have to feel chased away or insecure. Time quietly passed for another year and 6 months. The abundant life that Seo-ho unconditionally provided only made Bo-deum more fearful of the day she would fall from this peak of happiness. Standing in the middle of the park, The little girl couldn't suppress her frustration and loudly questioned the reason why lately he absolutely did not allow her to touch his body anymore. Bo-deum decisively listed everything she had done according to his wishes from when she moved to Seoul until passing the college entrance exam, then indignantly asked why he suddenly revoked her only privilege. Seeing the young master quietly turn his face away in embarrassment, she secretly resented the terrifying coldness when the massage frequency was suddenly cut from 3 times down to around 0. Refusing to give up, Bo-deum fiercely grabbed the hem of Seo-ho's shirt right in the middle of the street and angrily accused him of being a promise breaker when, as soon as he saw her turn on the massage room light, he immediately dragged her outside. Witnessing the other's stubborn perseverance, Seo-ho could only grit his teeth and utter harsh words to hide the chaos screaming in his mind. Amidst all the curious eyes of passers-by, the little girl still naively pressed on whether it was because her hand strength was too much that it made him scared and run away from the practice bed. Before Seo-ho's decisive head shake, Bo-deum stood bewildered with a face full of confusion as she still couldn't understand this man's sudden change in attitude. Seo-ho exploded in anger in the middle of the street. He yelled that it was his senior's strange touches that made him unable to keep his composure anymore. The surrounding space suddenly became suffocatingly quiet, leaving 2 solitary figures standing opposite each other in the middle of the windy square full of tension. He decisively pointed his finger at her, coldly accusing Bo-deum of being heartless and disloyal for always harboring the intention to abandon him as soon as they arrived in Seoul. High school memories rushed back with the image of the little girl running away in the empty hallway, making Seo-ho secretly resentful that he would forever remember this bitter abandonment. The young master scratched his head and ears in frustration, pressing her on whether she only lusted after his body, while what he truly wanted were simple walks and dates. Facing his awkwardness, Bo-deum nodded repeatedly, making Seo-ho hastily correct that he had never uttered such sensitive words. He turned his back in a huff and ordered her to go for a walk with him, leaving the little girl standing and watching with a face full of indignation at his dictatorship. Under the clear blue sky, the two started a ridiculous negotiation about the number of laps to walk, a testament to their deep disagreement in all living habits. Returning home, Seo-ho subtly showed off his broad shoulders in a black tank top and sternly asked a senior if she felt she was acting too excessively. Bo-deum casually enjoyed the spicy rice cakes covered in rich cheese, softly voicing her denial when he suspected that she wanted to skip the meal out of anger. Seo-ho started interrogating her about last night's menu, making Bo-deum just casually reply briefly that they both ate spicy rice cakes. The ridiculous menu list continued to drag on from lunch with sandwiches to dinner being rice cakes again, leaving the guy inevitably amazed by her obsession. The strange repetition even spread to breakfast and dinner of the day before yesterday, even though the little girl admitted the cream sauce rice cakes were really not as good as the original. Her feet slightly wiggled under the table as she secretly repeated that she had suggested changing dishes many times, but he was the one addicted to ordering delivery. Bo-deum appeared full of gloom under his lengthy lecture about her habit of easily getting overly obsessed, from hiking day and night to a lack of variety in her diet. The young master continued to list a series of bad habits from eating too salty food to showering for too long, affirming that he was extremely worried about the other's health. He sternly asked if there was anything bothering her, a testament to his extreme care when intervening in every tiny detail around her. Sitting huddled on the sofa, the little girl softly denied being uncomfortable, but her eyes seemed to be trying to find a way to escape the strict scrutiny of the man in front of her. Bo-deum secretly shivered, judging him to be a scary pervert when she was caught out even for breathing a little deeper than usual through his observing lens. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became tense as he continuously tapped his hand on the table, coldly questioning whether she was engrossed in thinking about something else again. Bo-deum secretly realized that even though Seo-ho constantly nagged about the spicy rice cake menu, he actually had no intention of taking her favorite plate of food out of her hands. She casually filled her stomach while the man opposite her only reluctantly enjoyed a few small pieces she had picked for him as a gentle consolation. The space suddenly changed when the phone played a video demonstrating professional sacral massage techniques right on the practice bed. In the dressing room filled with luxury clothes, Bo-deum was busy tying up her long hair and decisively ordered Yoon Seo-ho to quickly step in to start the practice session. The young master appeared at the door with a muscular semi-nude body. He crossed his arms and reluctantly asked if it was absolutely necessary to do it right when he was about to go to the gym. In response to that hesitation was the determined, pouting expression of the little girl, a testament to the fact that she absolutely would not let him have a chance to evade his duty this time. Bo-deum decisively pointed her finger at the bed, coldly mocking that his body wasn't plated with gold, and asserted that getting a handsome young guy like him into line was never easy. Finally, that arrogant man also had to let out a sigh of submission and quietly lay face down exactly in the position she had set. Viewed from above, Seo-ho's muscular bare back lay silently on the massage bed, marking the start of a tense and dramatic practice session. Bo-deum did not hesitate at all, but immediately used her small hands to strongly squeeze his muscle area through the fabric of his pants, officially performing the first therapeutic maneuvers. Seo-ho suddenly jumped up from the bed with his face distorted in pain. He screamed in terror right when he felt the violent pressing force from his senior's hand. Witnessing that violent reaction, Bo-deum panicked and raised both hands to gesture an apology, hastily asking if she had accidentally injured him too severely. The young master tried to suppress his extreme embarrassment, gritting his teeth while breaking a sweat, then difficulty uttered an affirmation that he was still fine to reassure the worried girl in front of him. After the chaotic moment, he quietly lay face down on the bed once again, resigned to letting his senior continue observing him with a highly professional and serious look. Bo-deum began performing deep therapeutic maneuvers, her hands unhesitatingly gripping Seo-ho's buttocks through the fabric of his pants, making his whole body suddenly go stiff. His face flushed red with a mix of shame and stimulation. He closed his eyes tightly and trembled, bracing himself to endure the scorching current spreading throughout his body after every beat of her touch. Discovering the abnormal physiological change of the person opposite her through his thin pants, the little girl astonishingly asked what exactly was wrong with him today, and if he was really okay. Too humiliated, Seo-ho sat with his head down, holding his face helplessly. He whispered in a resentful tone, asking his senior why it was absolutely necessary to continuously touch that sensitive area of his.